Scenery, Part 1. The night of St. John was falling. Ollie! One came out from the white picket gate at the edge of the road leading from Muro to Marmojada, and went into the fields. She was a 15-year-old girl, tall and beautiful, with two big cat-like eyes, glouchy and a bit inclined, and the voluminous mouth whose lower lip, split in the middle, seemed to be made of two cherries. From her red headscarf, tied under the prominent chin, two bandages, black curls, tangled around her ears. This hairstyle and the picturesque costume, with a red petticoat and brocade corset that supported her breasts with two curved spikes, gave the maiden an oriental grace. Between her fingers, circled by metal rings, Ollie carried scarlet bands and ribbons, which she intended to mark too the St. John's flowers, that is, the vervain, thyme, and hyssop, bushes to be plucked the next day at dawn to make medicines and amulets. On the other hand, Ollie thought even without marking the bushes he wanted to pick. No one would touch them. The fields around the checkpoint where she lived with her father and little brothers were completely deserted. Only in the distance a ruined rural house emerged from a wheat field, like a rock in a green lake. In the countryside, around the wild spring of Sardinia, was dying. The flowers of the asphodel were being leafed, and the golden clusters of the broom. The roses withered in Fay. Fields, the grass turned yellow, a warm smell of hay perfumed the heavy air. The Milky Way and the last splendour of the horizon, wrapped in a verdestrish and roseate strip that seemed like the distant sea, made the night clear as a twilight. Near the river, whose meagre water reflected the stars and the purple sky, Ollie found two of her little brothers looking for grasshoppers. "Come home, immediately," she said with her still childlike, beautiful voice. "No," replied one of the children, "then you will not see the sky open up tonight. Good children, on the night of St. John's Eve, see the sky open, and then they see heaven, and the Lord, and the angels, and the Spirit Santo. But if you don't go home right away, you'll only see a horn." "Let's go," said one of the children thoughtfully. The other protested a little more, but ended up letting himself be led away by his brother. Ollie went further. Beyond the riverbed, beyond the path, beyond the patches of olive tree. Here and there he bent down and tied with a ribbon the ropes of some bushes, and he stood up and scanned the night with the acute gaze of his feline eyes. His heart raced, full of anxiety, fear, and joy. The fragrant night called for love, and Ollie loved. Ollie was 15 years old, and with the pretext of marking the flowers of St. John, he went to an amorous gathering. 6 months earlier, one winter evening, a young farmer, a half-day labourer for a rich Nourez owner who owned the fields around the ruined house, had entered the brickyard to ask for some fire. He was a tall young man with long, shiny black hair. His eyes were so dark they almost couldn't be looked at, so bright they were, and only Ollie could meet them with his own, which did not lower themselves before anyone. The customs official, a young man still but already grey, tired of hardships, worries, and misery, welcomed the farmer benevolent, gave him an oar, questioned about his master, and invited him to return whenever he wanted. That evening the farmer regularly attended the roadhouse. In rainy evenings he told stories to the children gathered around the smoking fire, and taught Ollie where best grew mushrooms and edible herbs. One day he led the young woman all the way to a Nurege ruin on a height, amidst patches covered with red berries, and told her that between the huge tomb a treasure was hidden. "Then I know so many others who accused me. 3, he said gravely, while Ollie picked wild leeks. "I will find one of them, and then, Ollie asked a little slyly, lifting her eyes that seemed green in the reflection of the landscape. "Then I will go away far from here, and if you want to come with me, I will take you to the continent. I know the continent well, because it is not long since I ended my military service. I have been to Rome, and then to Calabria, and other places. There everything is beautiful, if you are coming." Ollie smiled, slowly and pleasantly, though a little ironic. Behind the Nurege, 2 of his little brothers, hidden in a grove, whistled, calling a sparrow. For the immensity of the landscape no human voice was heard, no one passed by. The slave took Ollie by the life, lifted him up, closed his eyes, and kissed him. And from that day on, The two young people loved each other wildly, spreading the secret of their wildly. Passion to the most quiet spots, to the bushes on the shore, to the black hiding-places of the solitary Nuragay. Oppressed by loneliness and misery, Ollie loved the young man for what he represented, for the wonderful things and lands he had seen, for the city from which he came, for the city from the rich master who served, for the fantastic designs that he traced in the future, and he loved Ollie because she was beautiful and fiery, though unconscious, primitive, impulsive, and selfish. They loved each other out of an abundance of life and a need for pleasure. Also her mother of Ollie, according to the daughter-in-law, had been a fantastic and passionate woman. She was of a well-off family, told Ollie, and had noble relatives who wanted to marry him with an old owner. My grandfather, the father of my mother, was a poet in Anne. Afternoon he improvised 3 or 4 songs, and they were so beautiful that, whenever a minstrel would repeat them in the street, all the people learned them and repeated them with enthusiasm. Ah, yes, my grandfather was a great poet. I know some of his poems, too, taught to me by my mother. Wait, listen to this one. She recited a few stanzas in the Logudorese dialect, then resumed. My mother's brother, Zeo Mercioro de Sogos, painted in churches and carved pulpits, but he was killed, because he had to serve out a sentence. Yes, my mother's relatives were noble and educated. However, she did not want to marry the old owner. Instead of my father, who was then as fine as a flag, he fell in love with him and ran off with him. She used to say, I remember, my father has disinherited me, but it doesn't matter. Let others keep their riches. I'll keep my Michele, and that's all. One day the cart driver went to Nuoro to buy wheat, and returned more sad and dejected than usual. Hey, don't you dare, she warned her daughter, while waving her hand at her. I do not want that servant to come here again. He has even deceived us about his name. He said his name was Querico, and instead it is Anania. He is from Orgasolo, a breed of shepherds, relative of bandits and convicts. Take care, little girl. He has a wife, she wept, and her tears fell, along with the wheat, into the black wooden ark. But as soon as the ark was closed, and Uncle Michele returned to work, the young woman went in search of the servant. You're called Anania. You have a wife, she said to him, and her eyes blazed with anger. Anania had finished sowing the grain on the shaken lawn. 2 larks were singing, dancing on an olive branch. Large white clouds made the blue of the sky more intense. Everything was sweetness, silence, oblivion. Here, said the young man, who was still holding the bag on his shoulder, I have a very old wife. Ah, they forced me to. Like the relatives wanted to give your mother the old proprietor, because I am poor, and she has a lot of money. But what does it matter? She's old and will die soon. Very young, Ollie, and I only love you. If you abandon me, I'll die. Ollie softened and believed him. And now what are we going to do? He asked. My father will beat me if we keep loving each other. Have patience, my lamb. My wife will soon die. But even if I were not to die myself, I would find the treasure, and we would go away to the continent. Ollie, protested, cried, did not hope much for the treasure, but continued to caress with the servant. The sowing was finished, but Anania often went into country to see whether the wheat had come up, and to pluck out the weeds from the sown ground. In times of rest, instead of lying down, he would break down the Nuragay, with the pretext of building a wall with the stones torn away from the monument, but actually to look for treasure. If not here or elsewhere, but I'll find it, he said to Ollie. And so, at Maris, a servant like me found a bundle of golden sticks. He didn't realize that they were gold, and handed them over to a blacksmith. Fool! But I'll be sure to. In the Nuries, he then went on to say, the giants lived who used massive blocks of gold. Even the nails in their shoes were gold. Oh, there are always treasures to be found if you search well enough. In Rome, when I was a soldier, I saw a place where gold coins and objects hidden by the ancient giants still preserved, and in other parts of the world, even now, these giants still live and are so rich that they use silver ploughshares and scythes. He spoke seriously, with eyes sparkling with golden dreams. If they had asked him what he would have made of the treasures that he hoped to find, perhaps he would not have been able to say it. At the time, he only planned to flee with Ollie. At that future, he thought in a fantastic way. Indeed, he said, after Ollie had accused him of lying. "Yes, she is poor now, but when I married her, she was rich. After the wedding, I went to military service. I got sick. I spent a lot. Even my wife got sick. Oh, you don't know what it means to be sick for a long time. Then we lent some money and didn't get it back. I think something else, that my wife is hiding the money. Here, I swear it's like that." He spoke seriously, and Oily believed him. He believed because he needed to believe, and because Anania had gotten him used to taking as true the most unbelievable things, himself being suggestible by his own fantasies. So, in early June, while hoeing in a garden of the master, he found a large ring of reddish metal, and believed it to be gold. Here must certainly be a treasure, thought to himself, and immediately went to tell his new hopes about Oli. Spring reigned in the wild countryside. The azure-grey river reflected the flowers of the sambucus. Daffodils exuded lush fragrances. In the gentle, silent nights illuminated by the moon or the Milky Way, it seemed that an intoxicating mist hung in the air. He roamed about here and there with eyes veiled by passion, in the long, bright sunsets and the blazing noons when distant mountains melted into the sky. She followed half-naked, black as bronze idols, little brothers, and while they brought life to the landscape with their wild bird cries, she thought of the day when she would have, too, leave them behind to go with Anania. She had seen the ring that the young man had found, and hoped and waited, her blood burned by the poisons of spring. "Ollie!" The voice of Anania called from behind a bush. Ollie trembled, moved forward carefully, fell into the arms of the young man. They sat on the still warm grass, next to a bundle of pulleys and wild laurel that emitted a strong fragrance. "Well, almost not," said the boy. "The mistress needs to deliver tonight, and my wife, who is assisting her, wanted me to stay home. No, I said, tonight I have to pick up the lever and the laurel. Don't you know that it's St. John's Day? And I came. Here we are." He rummaged in his bosom, while Ollie touched the laurel, asking what it was for. "Don't you know, then? A lure plucked this morning is for medicine, and many other things. If, for example, you scatter the leaves of this allure here and there on the walls, around a vigne or sheepfold, the predatory animals will not be able to penetrate it, nor gnaw the grapes, nor snatch the lambs. But you are not a shepherd. But I will keep a watch on my lord's vineyard, and these leaves I shall also put around the field, lest the ants steal the grain. Will you come when I beat the grain? There will be many people. We shall have a feast and sing at night. Oh, my father won't want that," she said, sighing. "But that man is curious. It looks like he doesn't know my wife. She is decrepit like stones," said Anania, always feeling in her bosom. "But where did I put it?" "What?" "Your wife?" Ollie asked maliciously. "Well, a cross. I also found a silver cross, even a silver cross. Where was the ring? And you didn't tell me. Ah, here it is. Yes, it's real silver." He pulled a parcel from under his arm. Ollie unrolled it, felt the cross, and asked anxiously, "But is it true? The treasure is there?" And he seemed so happy that Ananias, although he had found the cross in the country, believed it well to leave him in his illusion. Yes, there, in the garden. Who knows how many precious objects there will be? But I'll have to dig at night. But the treasure is the master's. No, it is of whom finds him, Ananias replied, and almost to strengthen this principle himself, he clasped Ollie in his arms and began to kiss her. "If I find the treasure, will you come?" he asked her, trembling. "Come, tell me, Flower. I must find him immediately, because I cannot live any longer far from you." "Ah, see, when I see my wife, I feel like dying, but I would live 1,000 years with you." "My dear Flower." Ollie listened and trembled. Around was profound silence. The stars shone ever more pearly as smiling eyes of love, and ever more sweetly wandered in the air the fragrant scents of aromatic herbs. "My wife will soon die, Ollie, my little heart. Yes, what do old people do on earth? Who knows, by next year perhaps we will be married. May St. John so will it," she sighed. "But one must not wish for the death of anyone. And now let me go. Please stay a little longer," he pleaded with an infant's voice. "For why do you want to go so soon? What will I do without you? Perhaps we will meet again tomorrow morning, for I will gather herbs before the sun rises. I will make you an amulet against temptations, but—" He was not afraid of temptations. He knelt down embraced Ollie with both arms, and began to cry. "No, no, don't go away, Flower. Stay a little longer. Ollie, my lamb, you are my life. See, I kiss the ground where your feet stand, but you should stay a little longer. Otherwise I will die. 7, he groaned and trembled, and his voice moved Ollie to tears. She stayed. Only in autumn Uncle Michele realized that his daughter had sinned. A furious anger then seized the weary and suffering man who had known all the pains of life, except for dishonor. This is what made him rebel. He grabbed Ollie by the arm and chased her out of the house. She wept, but Uncle Michele was relentless. He had warned her 1,000 times, and perhaps he would have forgiven if she had sinned with a free man, but no, he could not forgive. For a few days Ollie lived in the ruined house near which Anania had sown grain. The little brothers brought her some pieces of bread, but Uncle Michele caught them and caught them. Then Ollie, to not starve or freeze, since autumn had covered the sky with large dull clouds, and the damp wind blew through the patches reddened by frost, went to Nuoro to ask for help from the lover, if it was a case or warning, at halfway to meet Anania, who comforted her, covered her with his gabano, and led her to Foni, a mountain town beyond Mamojada. "Don't be afraid," said the young man. "Now I will take you to a relative of mine, where you will be very well. Stay calm, because I will never abandon you." He took her to a widow's house who had a 4-year-old son. Seeing this child, black, dirty, full of ears and eyes, Ollie thought of his younger brothers and cried, "Ah, who would have cared more for the poor orphans? Who would feed and water them? Who would bake bread in the cantina? Who would wash the clothes in the Azure River? And what would ever become of poor Uncle Michele, the sickly and unhappy widower?" Enough. Ollie one day wept for a whole day and night. Then he looked around with dim eyes. Anania had left. The Fonese widow, pale and thin, with a spectre-like face, surrounded by a yellowy drape, sat spinning before a fire of straw. All around her was poverty, rags, ashes. From the shattered roof, blackened by smoke, hung, quivering, large spiders' webs. Few wooden tools formed the meagre furniture of the poor house. The babe with the big ears, already dressed in costume, with a fur hat, he never spoke or laughed, only enjoyed himself by roasting chestnuts among the burning embers. "Have patience, daughter," the widow said to the girl, not lifting her eyes from the spinning wheel. "These are things of the world. Oh, you will see worse if you live. We are born to suffer. I, too, used to laugh as a girl, then cry. Now it's all over." The night fell outside. It was cold. The wind roared with the din of a rough sea. At the yellow-orange glow of the fire, the widow was spinning and remembering, and even Ollie, huddled on the ground, remembered the warm and sensual night of St. John, the scent of the laurel, and the light of the smiling stars. The little Zuan's chestnuts were popping among the ashes, scattered on the hearth. The wind beat furiously against the door like a roaming monster in the dark night. "Aid me too," the widow said after a long silence. "I, too, came from a good family." The father of this tiny fly was called Zuan. For see, dear sister, among children one must always put the name of the father so that they resemble him. "Ah, yes, my husband was very able. As tall as an oak, you see there. His coat is still hanging on the wall. Here is the translation of the text into English." He turned around and saw on the earth-coloured wall a long black fabric of ore-base, among whose folds spiders had woven their dusty veils. "I will never touch it," the widow continued, "even if I must die of cold. My sons will wear it when they are as brave as their father." "But what was your father like?" asked Ollie. "Yes," said the widow, without changing her tone of voice, but with a spectral face, "he was a bandit. 10 years he spent in prison. Yes, 10 years. He had to go into the country a few months after our wedding. I went to visit him on the mountains of the Gennargentu. He hunted wild goats, eagles, and vultures, and every time I went to see him he roasted a leg of wild goat. We slept outdoors under the wind, on top of the mountains, but we covered ourselves with that gabardine there, and my husband's hands would always burn, even when it snowed. Often they were in company." "With whom?" asked Ollie, who, listening to the widow, forgot her pains. Even the baby was listening, with his big ears intent. He seemed a hare when he heard the wolf's cry from afar. Well, with other bandits, too. They were all capable men, nimble and ready for anything, and especially death. Do you think that the bandits are bad people? You deceive yourself, dear sister. They are just men who need to justify their skill. Nothing more, my husband used to say. In ancient times, men went to war. Now there are no more wars, but men still need to fight. And they commit the groceries, robberies, bardeners for, not to do harm, but to explain in some way their strength and their strength and their ability. What a nice ability, Aunt Grazia. Why don't they bang their heads against the wall if they have nothing better to do? You don't understand, my daughter. The widow said sadly and proudly at the same time. It's fate that wants it this way. Now I'll tell you why my husband was exiled. She said this with a certain pride, not devoid of vanity. Yes, go on, Ollie replied, with a slight shiver down her spine. The darkness thickened. The wind howled ever more fiercely, with a continuous roll of thunder. It seemed one was in a forest ravaged by hurricane, and the widow's words annoyed her. Cadaveric figure, in that dark environment, illuminated only by sporadic flashes of the mauve fire, filled Ollie with an infantile appetite for terror, and it appeared as though one were watching one of those fearful fairy tales Anania had told his younger siblings, and she herself, with her infinite misery, was part of that sad little story. The widow related the story. We had been married for a few months. We were well off, dear sister. Grain, potatoes, acorns, dried grapes, land, houses, a horse, and a dog. My husband was a landowner. Often he had nothing to do, and grew bored. Then he would say, I want to become a merchant. I cannot live in idleness, for I am healthy, strong, and capable. While I sit idle, bad ideas come to me. Perot, we didn't have enough capital for him to become a merchant. Then one of his friends told him, Zoanna Tonsu, would you like to take part in a robbery? We'll go in great numbers, led by exceptionally skilled bandits, and raid a distant countryman's house who has 3 chests full of silverware and coins. A man from that country came specifically to the head of Supra. 5. Tell the thing to the brigands, inviting them to do a caper. He himself will show us the way. There are forests to cross, mountains to climb, rivers to wade through. Come, my husband reveals my friend's invitation. Well, I say, what need have you of that silver of that night? No, replied my husband, I spit on the fork that may be mine after the plunder, but there are forests and mountains to cross, new things to see, and I'll have fun. I am then curious to see how the outlaws will get along. Nothing bad will happen. So many other young people will come like me to prove their skill and spend time. Well, is it worse if I go to the inn and get drunk? I wept, prayed, continued the widow, always twisting the thread with her skinny fingers, and following with her gloomy eyes the movement of the bobbin, but he left. He said he was going to Cagliari for business. He left, repeated the woman with a sigh, and I was alone. I was pregnant. After I found out how things went, the company was composed of about 60 men. They travelled in small groups, but from time to time they gathered at certain established points to deliberate on what to do. The countryman who knew the way toward which they were heading served as a guide. Captain of the cart was the bandit Cortedu, a man with eyes of fire and breast covered with red fur, a giant Goliath, strong as the bolt. In the beginning of the journey it rained, storms erupted, rivers overflowed, lightning struck one of our company. Then, when they arrived at a forest near Mount of the 7 Brothers, the captain gathered the heads of the company and said, Brothers, the signs of the sky are not favorable. To us, the enterprise will fail. What is more, I can smell betrayal. I believe the guide is a spy. Let's do something. Let's break up the company. That means the enterprise will be made again. Many approved of the proposal, but Pelatu Barras, the outlaw Varani, who had a silver nose, because the true one had taken it away from him with a ball, rose and said, Brothers in God, he always used to say so, brothers in God, I reject the proposal. No, if it rains doesn't mean that the sky doesn't protect us. On the contrary, a little discomfort is good. It teaches young people to win over softness. If the shepherd tells us anything, we'll kill him. Go on, boys. Cortedu shook his head like a lion, while another bandit muttered in disgust, It's obvious he can't smell it. Then Pelatu Barras shouted, Brothers in God, it's the dogs that sniff around, not Christians. My nose is made of silver. and yours is made of dead man's bone. Well, this is what I tell you. If now we break up, the company will be a bad example of cowardice. Think that among us there are young beginners. They only ask to explain their ability as one explains a new flag. But if instead you send them away, you give them an example of cowardice, and they will return among the ashes of their hearths remain. Idle, and be good for nothing. Avanti, boys! Then other heads gave reason to Pilate, and the company went forward. Cortedu was right. 10, the guide, betrayed them. Enter the rich knight's house, where hidden the soldiers. A fight broke out. Many bandits were wounded. Others recognized. One was killed. Why didn't they recognize him? His companions stripped him, cut off his head, carried him away with his clothes, and buried him in the forest. My husband was recognized, and therefore he had to ban himself. I had an abortion. While she was speaking, the woman had stopped spinning and had stretched her hands to the fire. Oli shivered with cold terror and pleasure. How the widow's story was horrible and beautiful. Ah! And she, Oli, had always believed that bandits were evil people. No, we're unfortunate poor people, driven to evil by fate, as she herself had been driven. Now let's eat, said the woman, shaking herself off. He got up and lit a primitive candle of iron and prepared dinner. Potatoes, and always potatoes. For 2 days Oli had not eaten anything else than potatoes and a few chestnuts. Is Anania your relative? Asked the girl after a long silence, while they were having dinner. Yes, my husband was related to Anania, but in the last degree, since he too was not a native of Formia. His ancestors were from Orgasolo. However, Anania didn't resemble at all 6. The woman replied, shaking her head with disdain. Ah, dear sister, my husband would have climbed a tree before committing the vile act of Anania. Oli started to cry. She held the little Zuan's head down on her lap, hugged his dirty and calloused hand, and thought about her abandoned siblings. They will be like the birds in their nest when the mother, wounded by the hunter, does not come back to them. Who will feed them? Who will make them a mother? She will sleep dressed, answered the widow to comfort her. So why do you cry, idiot? You should have thought about it before. Now it's useless. Be patient. He did not abandon the birds of the nest. What wind! What wind! Oli cried later. Do you believe in the dead? I, said the widow, extinguishing the candle and picking up the spindle again. I don't believe in the dead or in the living. Giovanni lifted his head. He spoke quietly. I am here. And he hid his face again in Oli's lap. The widow continued her story. I then had another son, who is now 8 years old, and already a shepherd's servant in a flock of sheep. Then I had this one. Ah, we are very poor now, dear sister. My husband was not a thief. No, he lived on his own means, and so we were forced to sell everything except this house. How did he— Day? Asked the young woman, stroking the head of the baby who seemed to be asleep. How did he die? In an enterprise. He was never in prison, observed the widow with pride, although justice pursued him, as the hunter pursues the wild boar. But he escaped cunningly from every ambush, and while justice was pursuing him on the mountains, he spent the night here, yes, right here, in front of this hearth, where you are sitting. The baby raised his head, with his large ears suddenly lit up, then lowered it back onto Oli's lap. Yes, right there, he said. Once, 2 years ago, he found out that a patrol was to traverse the mountain looking for him. So he sent me a message. While the dragons are looking for me, I will take part in an enterprise. When I return, I'll spend the night at home. My little wife, wait for me. I waited. 3, 4 nights. I wove a roll of black wool. Where had he gone? Didn't I tell you? To an establishment, to a barrow, here it is, the widow exclaimed with a certain impatience. Then she lowered her voice. I waited 4 nights, but I was sad. Every step that I heard made my heart beat, and the nights passed, my heart tightened, became small, like the seed of an almond. On the 4th night, I heard someone beating at the door and opened it. Woman, don't wait any more, said a masked man. I gave him the servant of my husband. Ah! The widow gave a sigh that seemed to be a cry. Then she stopped, and Oli looked at her for a long time. But at once his look followed the appalled gaze of Zuan. The little hands of the baby, hard and brown like birds' feet, moved and pointed at the wall. What is it? What do you see? A motto, he whispered. "But what dead?" she said, laughing, suddenly cheerful. When she was in bed, alone, in a sort of cold grey attic, whose roof the wind still howled more loudly, moving and slapping the boards, she thought about the tales of Fee, widow, the masked man who had told her. Woman, don't wait any longer. The long black goose, the child who saw the dead, the naked birds in the abandoned nest, are poor. Brothers, Anania's treasures, the night of St. John, her dead mother, and she was afraid and felt sad, so sad that, although she considered herself damned to hell, she wished to die. The son of Oli was born at Foni, at the beginning of spring. On the advice of the widow of the bandit, who baptized him, he was called Anania. He spent his childhood in Foni, and always remembered that strange country resting on top of us, a mountain like an eagle in flight. During the long winter, everything was snow and fog, but in spring the grass invaded even the steep paths of the village, paved with big stones, where cockroaches slept contentedly in the sun, and ants emerged from their holes, returning to them and wandering around them undisturbed. The brownstone cottage, with its scruffy roof 7 overlaid like scales of fish, they opened onto the little lanes, the black gateways, the corroded wooden balconies, for corroded wooden balconies. Steps sometimes wreathed with ivy, the picturesque bell tower of the Basilica dei Martiri, rising from the green of the old convent courtyard's oaks, dominated the little town, drawn on the sky of crystal azure. A fabulous horizon surrounds the village. The high mountains of the Gennargentu, with bright peaks almost shaped like silver, overlook the great valleys of Barbasia, which are grey and green shell-light, until they reach the crests where Foni, with its houses made of splinter and its stone pathways, challenges the winds and lightning. In winter the village was almost deserted, because the numerous nomadic shepherds who lived there, men as strong as the wind and as cunning as foxes, took their herds down to the warm southern plains. But during fair weather a strange traffic of horses, dogs, old and young shepherds, used the little roads. Suan, too, the widower's son, at 11, was already a shepherd. During the day he led a certain number of goats, belonging to various Fons families, through the wild surroundings of the village. At dawn he would walk along the paths, whistling, and the goats, who knew his whistle, would come out of their houses and follow him submissively. By evening he would walk her home to the village entrance. Thence the smart animals would make their way on their own to the houses of their masters. Little Anania almost always followed his friend and brother Suan, with large ears, both always barefoot, with pantaloons and a woolen coat, long and dirty trousers of thick canvas, and a sheepskin cap. Anania had always sickly eyes, and therefore sissy. From his red nose ran continuously a salty liquid that he did not hesitate to lick, or to spread with his dirty hand, here and there on the nose, thus forming 2 whiskers of a crust of an undefined matter. As the goats grazed in the mountainous surroundings of the village, among the fragrant bushes and the green rock-rose rocks, the 2 children roamed, descending towards the fete, rode to throw pebbles at passers-by, creeping into potato plantations, where diligent women worked, seeking in the cool, shady spot of the giant walnuts some fruit shaken by the wind. Suan was tall and lean, and Ananias stronger and more brave. Both were liars of a unique strength, and stirred by barbaric fantasies. Suan always talked about his father, praising him and proposing to follow in his footsteps and avenge his memory, and Anania wanted to become a soldier. "I will arrest you," he said calmly, and Suan answered with zeal, "and I will kill you," so that they often played banditry, armed with rifles with smooth barrels. They certainly had an appropriate backdrop, and Anania was never able to find the bandit, although Suan, from the spot where he hid, imitated the voice of the cuckoo. A true cuckoo answered in the distance, and often the 2 children, having given up their fierce intentions, set out in search of the melancholy bird, a search no less fruitless than that of the outlaw. When they seemed to be near the mysterious lair, the sad cry sighed more distant, even further away. Then the 2 unfortunate brothers, submerged in the grass and lying on the moss of the rocks, were content to interrogate the cuckoo. Suan was modest. He only asked, "Cuckoo Beloo, Agreste 8:13, narami ita ora est, and the bird answered with 7 cries, while instead there could have been 10. Nevertheless, Anania launched her brave questions. Kaku belu e mer 9 cantos annos biscere a mi sposare? Cucu, 4 anni, diavolo! Ti sposi presto! Cantava Suan. Sta zitto, che non ha sentito bene. Now and then the cuckoo gave a reasonable number, and the 2 children, in the immense silence of the place, interrupted only by the fierce voice of the melancholy oracle, continued their not always cheerful questions. Cucu veluis sore, cantos annos visceret a memore? Una volta Anania si avviò solo per la montagna e salì per la strada bianca, attraverso le macchiere ai blocchi di granito, su per le cime coperte dai violetti del Hochert. Serpilò fino ai cieli sembrò d'esser giunto ad una cima altissima. The sun had disappeared, but behind the Turkish mountains on the horizon it seemed that great fires were burning, sending up a highly intense light into the sky, which was all red. Anania was afraid of that fiery sky, of the height to which he had risen, and of the terrible silence which surrounded him. She thought of the father of Zuan, and looked around in fear. Though he had intended a career in arms, he was afraid of bandits, while Zuan longed to see them, and the long black gabardine on the sultry wall made him scared. She rolled down from the top, where she had seen the whole sky red and the mountains blue-grey, and told Juan, who called her in a loud voice, where she had been, and that she had seen them. The widow's son, initially very angry, softened and looked at Ananias with respect. Then both returned to the village pensive and silent, followed by the goats whose bells rang sadly in the twilight silence. When he wasn't following Zuan, little Anania would spend his days in the large courtyard of the Church of the Martyrs, with the sons of the wax candle-maker, whose workshop was in a stable attached to the church. Grande alberi ombreggiavano il cortile melanconico, circondato di tettoi in rovina. Una scalinata di pietra conduceva alla chiesa, sulla cui facciata semplicissima stava, dipinta una croce. Anania and his children of the wax manufacturer passed hours and hours on this staircase under the warm sun, playing with some pebbles, or making small wax candles. At the windows of the old 14 convent, some policemen yawned. Inside the cells military boots and jackets were seen, and a voice could be heard singing in falsetto with a Neapolitan accent, "To you this rosary." Some little friars, of the last ones left in the damp and decaying place, torn, dirty, with broken sandals, passed through the courtyard, praying in dialect. Often Feelect, carabinier from the window, the friar from the staircase, would engage in childish conversations with the children in the courtyard. Sometimes the carabinier would address Anania directly, asking him news of his mother. "And what does your mother do?" "Stand in line, and then go to the spring. Tell her to come here. I have something to do." "Say to her, 'Yes, sir,'" replied the little innocent. She related the matter to Ollie, who in response slapped her a few times, and forbidden her from going into the courtyard again, though once she saw her talking with a gendarme. But he naturally didn't obey, because he couldn't live without either Zuan or the children of the wax manufacturer. Except on Sundays and the days of the great festival of the martyrs, springtime brought a lonely sadness to the large sunlit courtyard under the crumbling sheds full of wax-like odours, under the enormous walnut which seemed taller to Anania than Mount Gennargentu, and inside Della Basilica, whose paintings and stuccos seemed to be consumed by neglect and oblivion in which they were left. Yet he always remembered with a sweet nostalgia that desolate place where in spring the oats grew between the stones, and in autumn the leaves. The ruggy-nosed nut fell like birds' wings. Suana, who struggled for the desire to play in the courtyard, and got bored when Anania did not follow him, was jealous of the son, of the tanner, and did everything so that the friend did not frequent them. "Come with me tomorrow," he said to Anania, while roasting chestnuts on the blaze of the fireplace. "I will teach you where a hare's nest is. There are many of them, see, so small that they seem like the fingers of a hand, and they are naked, with long ears. How long those ears are, devil, he concluded, feigning amazement. Anania went in search of hares, and naturally did not find any. The other swore that they had been there before, that they must have run away, and worse for Anania, who hadn't gone before. "You're going with them," she said, scornfully. "Worse for you. Now the hares are made of wax. If only you had come with me yesterday. And why didn't you take them? I wanted to take them with you. This is... Now, let's see if we can find the gull's nest." The little shepherd did everything to keep Anania away, but the baby began to get cold up there at the foot of the mountain already, covered with fog, and he went back to town. From his mother, at that time, he had few memories because he saw her rarely. She was always out there, working by the day for houses or fields, in potato crops, and returned. Around evening, torn, purple from cold, hungry. For a long time, Anania's father had not returned to Phony any more. In fact, the child did not remember having ever seen him. Who was taking care of the little bastard was the widow of the outlaw. She had cradled him, many times put him to sleep with the melancholic lullaby of strange songs. Many times she had cleaned his head, many times cut his toenails and hand-nails that were wet with the soil and had blown violently on his nose. Every evening, while spinning by the fire, she would recount the heroic exploits of the outlaw. The children listened with avidity, but Ollie no longer moved, often rebuking Faye, widow, or leaving the fire and going to lie down in her bed. Anania slept with her at the foot of the bed. Often he found his mother already asleep, but cold, freezing, and he tried to warm her feet with his hot little feet. Sometimes she heard her sniffling in the silence of the night, but did not dare ask her why she was so sad because he feared her, but confided in Zuan, who in turn explained certain things to him. "You must know that you are a bastard, meaning your father is not married to your mother. There are many like you, do you know? And why didn't he marry her? Because he has another wife? He will marry her when this one dies. And what happens when she dies? When God wills. You must know that your father used to come and see us. I know him, do you know? How is it?" asked Anania, frowning, with an instinctive spurt of hate at that unknown father who did not come to see him, and his mother certainly cried for his abandonment. "Here," said Zuan, questioning his memories. "It's beautiful, tall, you know, eyes like fireflies. He has a soldier's coat. Where is it? In Nuoro. Nuoro is a big town that can be seen from Gennargentu. I know the Monsignor of Nuoro because he baptized me. Have you been to Nuoro?" "Yes, I have," Juan lied. "It's not true you haven't been there. I remember you didn't go there. I was there before you were born. Well, if you want to know." Anania, after these remarks, was very pleased with Giovanni's company even, when he was told, and she kept asking him questions about his father, Nuoro, the road one had to take to get to town. Every night almost she dreamed of this road, and saw a city with so many churches, with palaces, surrounded by mountains still higher than the Gennargentu. One evening, at the end of November, Ollie, after having been to Nuoro for the Thanksgiving feast, had a quarrel with the widow. She had been for some time quarrelling with all, people she met, and beating children. 16, she heard Anania cry all night long, and though the day before she had beaten her, she felt great compassion for her. She wanted to tell her, "Hush, my mother," Swan says, that if he were like me, when he grew up he would go to Nuoro to search for his father, and compel him to come and see you. I want to go there now. Instead, let me go. Mother, but she didn't dare say a word. It was still night when Ollie got up. He went down into the kitchen, climbed back up, went downstairs again, returned with a bundle. "Get up," she said to the little boy. Then she helped him dress and put a chain around his neck, from which hung a bag 12 of green brocade, heavily sewn. "What's in it?" asked the baby, palpating the bag. "A recipe that will bring you luck. Old monk gave it to me on my travels. Always keep the little pouch close to your naked chest. Never lose it." "What was the old monk like?" Anania asked, thoughtful. "Did he have a long beard? A cane?" "Yes, a long beard and a cane. Was it him?" "Who, Jesus Christ, Lord?" "Maybe," Ollie said. "Well, promise me that you will never lose or give the little bag to anyone. I swear it to you. I swear it on my conscience." Anania replied gravely, "Is the chain strong?" "It's strong." Ollie took the clarinet, cradled the child's tiny hand in his own, and led him into the kitchen, where he gave him a little cup of coffee and a piece of bread. Then she threw a worn bag over his shoulders and dragged him outside. The dawn was breaking. It was extremely cold. The mist filled the valley, concealing the vast choir of mountains. Only some high snow peaks were visible, silvered like the profile of a white cloud, and Mount Spada appeared now here, now there, as an immense block of bronze between the moving veil of mist. Anania and his mother crossed the deserted alleyways, passed by the great western panorama, sunk in the fog, began to descend the grey and moist road that went down into a far off mystery. Anania felt his little heart beating. That grey road, guarded by the last houses of folly, whose tile roofs seemed big black feathers fitted out, that road that went down, continually towards a bottom unknown filled with fog, was the road to Neuro. Mother and child were walking in haste. Often the boy had to run, but he didn't get tired. He was used to walking, and as he went down the hill he felt more agile, hot and lively as a bird. He asked several times, "Where are we going, Mum?" "To pick chestnuts," she said once, and then, "In the country, you'll see." 17 Anania came down the hill, ran, stumbled, rolled over. Every now and then he felt his breast for the bag. The mist was lifting. The sky above was a humid blue, streaked with big swirls of white. The mountains stood out in the mist like shadowy outlines. A ray of yellow sun finally illuminated the little chapel at Gornai, on the top of a pyramidal mountain, rising against a background of lead-coloured clouds. "Are we going there?" Anania asked, pointing to a chestnut forest, damp with mist, and laden with acorns that were split open and spilling forth their contents. A bird was chirping in the silence of the hour and place. "Further ahead," Ollie said. Anania resumed his frenzied runs. He had never gone so far before in his excursions, and now this continuous descent into the valley, the different nature of things, the grass covering the sides, the green moss-covered walls, the patches of walnut, the bushes covered with red berries, the little birds peeping, all were new and delightful to him. The fog was vanishing, the sun triumphantly rooshening the mountains. The clouds above Montigone had taken on a beautiful pinkish-yellow colour, against which the little church appeared clear and close to those who looked at it. "But where is this damn place?" asked Anania, turning to his mother with open hands, and feigning being annoyed. "Right away. Are you tired?" "I'm not tired," he cried, getting back to running. But the time came when he began to feel a little pain in his knees. Then he slowed down the race, put himself next to Ollie, and started talking. But the woman with her basket on her head, her face livid, and her eyes black-circled, barely listened to him, and answered distractedly. "Why didn't you let me tell Zwan? Is the forest far away?" "Is it in Mamojada?" "Yes, it's in Mamojada." "Ah, in Mamojada. When is the festival in Mamojada?" "It's true that Zwan has been to Nuoro. This is the road to Nuoro, I know, and it takes 10 hours to get to Nuoro on foot. Have you been to Nuoro?" "When is the festival in Nuoro?" "It passed. It was the other day," Ollie said, shaking her head. "Would you like to stay in Nuoro? Far from it. And then?" "And then, you know that your father is in Nuoro?" Ollie answered, guessing the thought of the boy. "Would you like to be with him?" Anania thought about it. Then he said with liveliness, furrowed his eyebrows, "Yes, yes." By midday they stopped near a vegetable garden, where a woman, with her petticoat sewn between her legs like trousers, was vigorously digging. A white cat followed her, sometimes leaping at a green lizard that appeared and disappeared among the wall's stones. 18 Anania always remembered these details. The day had become warm, the sky blue, the mountains, as they dried in the sun, appeared grey, dotted with dark forests. The sun, almost scalding, warmed the grass and made the water of the brooks sparkle. Ollie sat on the ground, opened his bassoon, and called Anania, who had climbed up the wall to look at the woman and the cat. At that moment the postal van of Fonny appeared at the crossroads. It was driven by an old man with red hair and yellow moustaches. Ollie would have liked to hide, but the old man, who seemed to be constantly laughing because his cheeks were swollen, saw her and shouted, "Where are you going, my lady?" "Where I please," she replied in a low voice. Anania, still climbing the wall, looked into the carriage, and seeing it empty, said to the coachman, "Take me, Uncle Battista. Take me in the car. Take me. Where are you?" "Going, then?" shouted the big man, slowing down the race. "Well, that you are gobbled up, we go to Nuoro. Do you want to do us a favour and take us a bit in the car?" said Oli, eating. "We're tired as donkeys. Get beyond Mamojada," he answered, "while I stop. I'll take you." He kept his word. Having come beyond Mamojada, he made the two travellers sit down by him on the serp and began to talk with Oily. Anania was very tired, and he felt a keen pleasure in being seated between his mother and the man who was whipping the cow in front of the fresh scenery of the background, which was bluish, forming itself in the arch of the Moshave. The great mountains had disappeared. They would not return again, and the boy thought about what he would say to John when he knew about this journey. "When I return, I'll have so much to tell him," she thought. "I'll tell him. I went by carriage, and you didn't. Why on earth do you go to Nuoro?" insisted the big man, turning to Orley. "Well, do you want to know it?" he finally replied. "I'm going to serve. I've already signed a contract with a good lady. I couldn't live any more in Foni. The widow of Zuana Tonsu threw me out of the house." No, thought Anania. Why was his mother lying? Why didn't she tell the truth? That she was going to Nuoro to look for her son's father. Enough. If she told lies, she must have had good reasons, and Anania didn't inquire any further, all the more so as he was sleepy. He tucked his head under his mother's chin and closed his eyes. "Who's at the turnpike now?" asked Oli suddenly. "My father is no longer alive." "He is not." She took a deep breath. The car stopped for a moment, then continued on its way, and Anania fell asleep again. In Nuoro he experienced great disappointment. Was this the city? Yes. The houses were larger than those in Foni, but not so large as he had imagined. And then, looking up at the mountains, which rose above the purple-coloured sky of Fee, cold sunset, they seemed almost ridiculous. In addition to the children who met on the streets, which, to be honest, seemed very wide to him, they impressed him strangely because they dressed and spoke in a different way from the sons of Fonse. Mother and son wandered around Nuoro until dusk, and finally entered a church. There were many people there. The altar burned with candles. A sweet song joined a sound even sweeter that came from who knows where. This seemed truly beautiful to Anania, who was thinking of Giovanni and the pleasure of telling him all that he now saw. Ollie said to his ear, "I'm going to see if the friend is there where we will sleep. Don't move from here until I come back." He was left alone at the back of the church. He felt a little afraid, but he was distracted by watching the people, the candles, the flowers, the saints. Then he encouraged himself with the thought of the amulet hidden in his breast. Suddenly he remembered his father. Oli soon returned. He waited until the 9th day was over, took Anania by the hand, and led him out through a door different from the one they had entered. They walked down several streets until there were no more houses. It was already evening. It was cold. Anania was hungry and thirsty, and he felt sad, thinking about the widow's fire and the chestnuts and the chat d'Isuan. They came to a path closed by a hedge, behind which could be seen the mountains that had struck the baby for their smallness. "Fields," said Ole, and her voice was trembling. "Have you seen that last house with that big open gate?" "Yes, there is your father. You want to see him, isn't it? Sent now. Let's go back. You will enter the main gate, in front of which you will see another door also open. You enter there and look. There is a mill where they make oil. A tall man, with his sleeves rolled up, with his head uncovered, goes behind the horse. That is your father." "Why don't you go inside too?" asked the child. Ollie began to tremble. "I'll go after you. You go ahead. As soon as I enter, I will say, 'I am the son of Oli Derios.' Do you understand? Let's go." They turned back. Anania felt her mother tremble and grind her teeth. As they came in front of the door, she bowed, put the bag on the baby's shoulders, and kissed him. "Go, go," she said, pushing him. Anania entered the doorway. He saw the other door, illuminated, and went in. He found himself in a black place, where a boiler boiled over a hot stove, and a black horse made it. A big, heavy, oily wheel turned within some sort of round bath. A man tall, with rolled-up sleeves, his head uncovered, wearing soiled clothes blackened by oil, walked along beside the horse, scooping up broken olives from the bottom. The vat, with a wooden shovel, while 2 other men went back and forth, pushing forward and back a bar inserted in a press from which black steaming oil flowed. 20 in front of the fire sat a small boy with a red cap, and it was this small boy who first noticed the strange baby. He looked at him well, and believing him to be a beggar, he sternly ordered, "Go away." Anania, shy, immobile under his bag, did not reply. He saw everything in a confused state, and was waiting for his mother to come in. The man with the rake looked at him with bright eyes, then advanced and asked, "What do you want? Was that his father?" Ananias looked shyly, whispering the words suggested to him by his mother, "I am the son of old Darius." The 2 men who were turning the distiller stopped suddenly, and one of them cried out, "Your son." The tall man threw the shovel on the ground, bent over Anania, stared at him, shook him, and asked, Who sent you? What do you want? Where is your mother?" "She's outside." "She'll come now." The miller ran out, followed by the little boy in the red cap. But Ollie had disappeared, and nothing more was heard of her. She was warned of the case by Aunt Tatana, the wife of the miller, a woman no longer young, but still beautiful, fat and white, with sweet brown eyes surrounded by small wrinkles, and a little blonde moustache on her raised lip. She was calm, almost cheerful. As soon as she entered the mill, she took Anania by the shoulders, bent down, examined him carefully. "Don't cry, poor thing," she said to him with sweetness. "She'll be along soon," he said harshly. "You'd better keep quiet." He addressed the men and the little boy, who was perhaps getting in a bit too much, at least for some time, to their business, and stared at Anania, with 2 little dark Turkish eyes, full of mischief, and a wicked smile on his plump red face. "Where has she gone? Is she not coming, then? Where will I find her?" The little girl, abandoned there, asked herself in despair, crying inconsolably. She had been afraid. Where will she be now? Why doesn't she come? And that ugly, oily, mean man, is he her father? The tender caresses and sweet words of Aunt Tatana soothed her quite a bit. She stopped crying. She licked her tears and scattered them all over her cheeks with the usual gesture. Then she immediately thought about running away. The woman, the miller, the men, the little boy, all shouted and cursed, laughed and argued with each other. "It's your own son, just like you," said the woman, facing the miller. And the miller cried out, "I don't want him. No, I don't want him. Ooh, you are well deserved to be cursed. You are devoid of compassion." Said Catherine mine, "Is it possible that there are such wicked men?" says Aunt Tatana, a little joking, a little seriously. "Ah, Anania, it's always you. And who else do you want me to be? I'm going to go straight to the police station." 21, you're not going anywhere, stupid. You want to stick your horns on your head, the woman observed energetically, but since he persisted, she said, "Well, you'll go tomorrow. Now finish your work, and remember what the king said. The anger of evening leaves in the morning." The 3 men returned to their work, but as they were pushing under the wheel a paste made from broken olives, the miller cried, muttered, cursed, while the others laughed at him, and his wife calmly said to him, "Go on, don't take the biggest portion, 14. Should I be angry with you, Santa Caterina? Remember, Anania, that God does not pay on the Sabbath. Hush, my little one," she then said to the baby, who was wailing again. "We'll fix all of this tomorrow. See how the birds fly from their nests as soon as they have wings." "But did you know that this bird even existed?" one of the 2 men pushing the spring asked, laughing. "Where will your mother go?" "How does she look? Tell me," asked the little boy, placing himself in front of Anania. "Bastien do," the miller shouted. "If you don't leave, I'll send you packing." "And try it," he said bravely. "So tell him then how Oliver is made," one of the 2 men exclaimed. The other laughed so much that he had to give up the whip and press his chest. Now Aunt Tatana, who was kind and gentle, was questioning the baby, examining his small clothes. He told everything with a trembling, plaintive voice, occasionally interrupted by hiccups. Poor thing, a bird without wings and without a nest," she said piously. "Be quiet, my soul. You'll be hungry, won't you? Now let's go home, and Aunt Tatana will feed you, and then she'll send you to bed with your guardian angel, and tomorrow we'll fix everything." With this promise she led him into a cottage near the mill, and gave him white bread and cheese, an egg and a pear. My Anania had eaten so well, and the pear, after the maternal caresses and sweet words of Aunt Tatiana, finished to comfort him. "Tomorrow," said the woman. "Tomorrow," repeated the little boy. While he was eating, Aunt Tatiana, who was preparing dinner for her husband, questioned him and gave him good advice, supporting it by stating that they had already been given, by King Solomon and also by St. Catherine. Suddenly, looking up, she saw the little face of Bastien Dew at the window-pane. "Go away," she said. "Go away, little frog. It's cold. Please let me in," he pleaded. "It's really cold." "Then go to the mill," she replied. "No, there's my father who has sent me away." "Oh, so many people have come there." "Then let him shout, 'Poor orphan,' without a mother. What does Uncle Ananias say? Is he still shouting?" 22, let him keep on shouting," advised Bastien Dew, sitting down next to Anania and picking up and chewing the pear core, enough chewed and already thrown away by the little foreigner. The woman asked about the child with great curiosity. "Everyone said you had to adopt this child," and Uncle Pera laughed as he said, "Ananias, so whose will your wealth be if you don't keep the child?" Uncle Ananias chased him with a shovel. Everyone laughed like crazy. The woman must have been won over by curiosity, for at once she recommended to Bastien Dew that he should not leave Anania alone, and went out to return to the mill. Left alone, Bastien Dew began to make some confidences to the little boy left alone. "My father has 100 lire in the drawer of the carter's cart, and I know where the key is. We live here near, and we have a farm for which we pay 30 lire in tax. But last time the commissioner came and seized the barley. What is this here inside the dish that makes cra-cra? Do you think it's burning?" He lifted the lid and looked. "Devil, there are potatoes. I thought it was something else. Now taste." With 2 tiny fingers she took a hot slice, blew upon it several times, and then ate it. She took another. "What are you doing?" said Ananias with a hint of sarcasm. "If that woman comes, we know how to make spaghetti," he answered, unperturbed. "I and my father." "Do you know how to cook?" asked Ananias melancholy. I thought of my mother always, besieged by sad questions. Where had she gone? Why hadn't she gone into the mill? Why had she abandoned and forgotten it? Now that he had eaten and felt warm, he felt like crying again, running away. Running! Find his mother. This idea caught him all and did not let go. Shortly thereafter Aunt Tatiana returned, followed by a raggedy woman, staggering, with a large red nose and an enormous sullen mouth from which the lower lip was hanging. Is this the bird?" asked the ugly woman, stammering, and she looked with tenderness at the little abandoned one. "Show me your face, so that you may be blessed. It's beautiful like a star, in truth. Holy, if he doesn't want to. Well, Tatana Atonzu, pick it up like a candy." He approached and kissed Anania, who twisted her face in disgust because the huge mouth of the woman smelled of a woman. "Eau de vie and wine." "Aunt Nana," Bastien Dew said, indicating to drink, "you're right today. Ko. What do you know? What are you doing here?" "Little Moscherino, poor orphan, go to bed." "You should also go to bed," observed Aunt Tatiana. "Go now, all of you. It's late." She pushed the drunkard lightly, but before she left she asked for something to drink. Bastien Dew filled a bowl with water and offered it to her. She took it gratefully. But as soon as she looked inside, she shook her head and refused it. Then she staggered away. Zia Tatiana sent her father, saying, "Bastien Dew is gone too, and the door is closed." She said to Anania, "You'll be tired, my child. Now I will put you to sleep." And she took him into a large room adjacent to the kitchen and helped him undress. "Don't be afraid. Do you know that? Your mother will come tomorrow, or we will go looking for her. Can you make the sign of the cross? Do you know the creed?" "Yes, you have to recite it every night." "Then I will teach you many prayers, one of which is for St. Pasquale, who will warn us of the hour of our death. And so be it. Ah, do you have also the Rosetta, and how beautiful it is?" "Yes, well done, Saint." "John will protect you." "Yes, he was a naked baby like you, and yet baptized Jesus Lord our. Sleep, my soul, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen." Anania found himself in a large red pillow bed. Aunt Tatiana covered him well, and went out, leaving him in the dark. He put his little hand on the amulet, closed his eyes, and didn't cry, but he couldn't sleep. Tomorrow. But how many years had passed after leaving Phonny? What did Suan think when not seeing the friend return? Confused thoughts. Strange images went through her little mind. But the image of her mother never left him. Where had she gone? Was she cold? He would see her again tomorrow. Tomorrow. If they didn't bring her to him, he would escape. Tomorrow. He heard the miller come in and argue with his wife. The bad man screamed, "I don't want it. I don't want it." Then everything went quiet. Someone suddenly opened the door, came in, walked on the tips of their toes, approached the bed, and lifted the blanket carefully. A thick beard lightly grazed Anania's cheek, and he, pretending to be asleep, barely opened one eye and saw that it was his father who had kissed him. A few moments later, Aunt Tatana came in and settled herself on the big bed next to Anania. She heard her longly praying, muttered and sighing. No one reported Anania's abandonment to the authorities, so Ollie could disappear undisturbed. She was never able to find out where she had gone, but someone said he had seen her on a steamship plying between Sardinia and Civitavecchia, and sometime after a Fommels. Merchant, who had been in the continent on business, assured that he had met Ollie in Rome, dressed as a lady, in the company of some gay young women, and that he had spent few hours with her. All these things were said in the mill, present the little boy who listened avidly. Similar to a wild beast, seemingly tamed, he continuously meditated on escape. Like in Foni, while he lived with his mother, he wanted to flee to go in search of his father. Now that his dream had come true, thought only of a trip to find Ollie. The further away she was, across the sea, the more he felt able to find her again. Yet he did not love her. He did not love her, because from her he had always received more blows than caresses, and the affront of abandonment, which instinctively she felt awe, the shame of, but neither did he love his father, that oily man who, in the first moments of abandonment, had greeted him with hatred, thus arousing in him a sense of fear and revulsion. That man who, finally, would kiss him secretly and in public, would mistreat and humiliate him continually. Zia Tatana, however, protected and loved him, and he gradually grew fond of her. She washed him, combed his hair, dressed him, taught him the prayers and precepts of King Solomon, took him to church, let him sleep with her, and gave him good food to eat. In little time he transformed himself, fattened, and became even a gentleman, abandoning the coarse Fonese costume for a dark trouser suit. In addition, he began to speak in Sardinian, and adopted the sprightly manners of Bastien Du, but his heart did not change. He could not change. Strange dreams of escapes, of adventures, of extraordinary events would blend with a small soul's instinctive nostalgia for the native land, for the people and things lost, with the desire for the wild freedom it had enjoyed up until then, and finally, with the arcane feeling of compassion and shame, the constant thought, the secret yearning forth, the distant mother. He yearned for something unknown, wanted his mother because everyone had a mother, and because not having her caused him more than pain, humiliation. He understood that she could not stay with the miller, because he had another wife, but among the two he would have preferred to live with her. Maybe instinctively he already intuited that she was the weakest, and for that reason, too, he felt on her side. As time passed, these feelings gradually faded, but did not disappear from the little heart. Like him, the little memory was transformed, but did not disappear the physical and moral figure of his distant mother. One day, then he learned from Bastia Endu, who tormented him with his suffered friendship, more than accepted, an extraordinary thing. My mother didn't die. The boy confided to him, almost as if he were bragging. She is also on the continent, just like yours. She ran away once my father was put in jail. But when I grow up, I will go and visit her. Yes, I swear it to you. And then I have an uncle who studies on the continent, and he wrote that he had seen my mother walk by on a street, and he wanted to beat her, but people stopped him. Here is the translation. And here, this red beret was my uncle's. This short story comforted Anania, and bound him by a lively friendship with Bastian. They spent many years together, at the press, in Aunt Tatana's house, along the neighborhood pathways. Bastien Du was almost the same age as Swan, the lost friend, and in the end he was generous and passionate. He used to go to school, or say he did, but often the teacher would write a little note to the father asking for news of the invisible pupil. Then the parent, who was a small wool and leather merchant, would tie up the child with a hair. Rope, and lock him in a room, ordering him to study. As the criminals were released from prison, Bastiendu left this kind of confinement more cunning and hardened than before. Only during the long and frequent absences of his father did he, being alone at home, become serious. He seemed to feel responsible for his position. He looked at the house. He swept, prepared meals, washed the linens. Anania often helped with great kindness. In exchange, Bastiendu gave him a few tips and taught him many good things and even more bad ones. They spent most of the days and long cold nights at the mill, where Anania the elder, as he was called to distinguish him from his son, worked for rich Mr. Del Carbone, to whom the mill belonged. The miller, who according to the seasons became a farmer and gardener or a wine-grower, gave Mr. Carbone the respectful title of master because he had served him for many years. But in reality his work was very independent, well paid, and not lacking in uncertainty. The press-room faced one side on a courtyard, and the other on a garden that dropped down to the street above the valley. A beautiful wild garden with rocks, hedges of white thorn, and Indian fig, pescas, and almonds, and an oak with a gnarled trunk. Home to large also, this garden belonged to Signor Carbone, and it was the dream of all fair neighborhood boys. But Uncle Pere, 15, the old gardener, always armed with a cane, never let anyone in. From this orchard could be seen the beautiful and agile girls of Nuoro going down to the fountain with the amphora on their heads, like biblical women, and Uncle Pere would spy on them with satyr's eyes, while he was sowing beans and peas, putting 3 seeds in each hole, and shouting to scare the sparrows. From the window of the mill, Anania and Bastiendu also gazed with intense desire on the sunny garden, waiting for the gardener to leave, but Uncle Pere, who was a dry man, with a red earth-coloured face, shaven and sarcastic, loved his beans and cabbage too much to abandon them during the day. Only in the evening did he go up to the mill to warm himself and chat. It was a plentiful year for olives. Even the owners of the neighbouring villages were hard at work to get the work done of the oil mill that worked day and night. For every grind of about 2 hectoliter of olives, 2 liters of oil were left. Next to the door there was a jar for oil to feed the lamp of this and that Madonna, and the devoted people did not fail to pour into it some of the product of the crushed olives during the day. Black olive sacks, shining bright, smoking ash, barrels, and other dirty vessels filled the place, always warm and musty with the mill, and in this place, around the wheel. Pulled by the long bay horse in front of the hot cauldron, next to the press that was always moving, always dripping oil among the not unpleasant but too strong smell of fee, waste, and oil refuse, moved continuously a crowd of characteristic people. In the evening, those most chilly in the neighbourhood would gather around the fire of the boiler. Mostly the company was composed, besides the miller and customers who helped out, pushed the bar of the press by 5 or 6 individuals, always tipsy. One of these, a cow, already a rich owner, reduced to extreme poverty by the vice of wine, slept almost every night in the mill, infesting with insects the corner where he lay down. One evening, precisely, arose a question between the miller and a wealthy farmer who had found a bad insect in an olive bag. "You should be ashamed, for God's sake," shouted the farmer. "Why do you let all the vagrants of Nuoro come in here?" "After all, he was rich, richer than you," shouted the miller, defending Kao. 26. "This does not prevent him from now living on alms and being full of insects," replied the other with contempt. Then Uncle Pere, the gardener, who was sitting next to the fire with his pitchfork between his knees, recited a little song. "Deusche demonia, I tu chiluses nende diuches, uno andende I sucolet." The farmer instinctively touched his collar, and everyone laughed. The farmer himself laughed, calmed down, and even had a bottle of wine brought over from his house. Anania and Bastiendu, sitting in a corner on the hot sand, were having fun listening to, in the speeches of the great, and when they arrived in Ephesus, as always drunk, staggering, dressed with an old hunting coat of Mr. Carbone, Bastiendu went to meet him and sang him the minuet of Uncle Pere. 11 people drink. Effis looked at him with his glassy, round, bulging eyes, and while the yellow, dripping skin of his cheeks passed over him like a shiver of disgust, His hand felt the dirty collar of the buttoned jacket. The people began to laugh again, and the unfortunate man looked around, staggered, then began to cry when he realized that they were ridiculing. "Him! Effers!" cried Uncle Pera, showing him a glass full that in the reflection of fire seemed ruby. The drunkard advanced, smiling among tears with a drunken smile. "No," said Francisco Cauchete, the young shoemaker, also a belt-weaver, fine handsome youth, with rosy face. "If you don't dance, you don't drink. I took the glass from the old man's hands and raised it high in the air as he watched and stretched his arms, animated by the brutal desire for wine. "Give it to me! Give it to me! No! Unless you dance. No!" He turned around himself, holding himself steady. "You must also sing Effie's," and he opened his foul mouth and let out a rough note. When Amelia is so pure and so beautiful, he always tried this excuse. But when he came to the last word, he would contort his mouth, as if gasping for the vain search of the other word that he did not remember. Anania and Bastiandu laughed awkwardly, huddled on the sand, resembling two chicks. 27, listen, proposed Bastiandu. "Let's put pins in the spot where he sleeps." "Why do you want to put pins on him?" "Because he'll be branded then. That's how he'll really." "Dance? I've got the pins. Let's put them on," answered the other, though reluctantly. The drunk was still dancing, stumbling, slipping, reaching out his hands for the glass, and the people laughed. But the merriment peaked when the drunkard Nana entered the mill. That evening, however, she was healthy, had clean clothes on, and her face looked less disgusting than usual. Her little eyes shone with a certain intelligence. She had been out all day gathering wild herbs, and now came to ask for some oil to season them with. Seeing Ephes in that state, a laughing-stock of the people, she felt a spark of anger. She advanced, grabbed the unfortunate man by the arm, and, despite the comic protests of all, the rich farmer, forced him to sit down on a sack of olives. "Aren't you ashamed, Efsko? Don't you have eyes? Do you not see that all these beggars, that all this filth is laughing at you? And why, they doubled their laughter when they saw me. But today I have worked, as God is truth, I have worked. Ah, Ephesus, Ephesus, remember how rich your house was. I would go to the fountain to fetch water, and I remember your mother's buttons on her shirt were as large as my fist. Your house looked like a church, so rich and shiny it was. If you had not given in to vice, now everyone would try to gather you up like one gathers a precious gem. Instead, now you are mocked by the most wretched of beggars, and all laugh at you as the bear dances in the streets. So they continue to laugh, and yet they are even more drunk than we are, as surely as God is true. Well then, Miller, give me some oil. Your wife is a saint, but you are a devil. When will you find the treasure? Really, he works a little more than you." "Why do you take it with him?" asked Uncle Pera, indicating the miller. "Old sinner," replied the woman. "You keep quiet when I'm around." "Phew, phew," said the old man with contempt. "You're preaching today because you don't have wine in your body. I know how to keep wine and other things in my body. Give me the oil, Anania, Tonzu. I saw something today on the mountain. It looked like a gold coin. You didn't pick it up," he cried, jumping up from his black shovel. "Here," Nana replied, searching in her pocket and coming closer to the miller, who wiped his hands on his knees and then examined the copper coin that had turned green-black with age. Bastian, Edu, and Anania also went to see her. Meanwhile, Ephesus, sitting on the sack of grain, was crying, remembering his mother and the rich family home, and Carchides tried in vain to console him by offering him a cup. No, not even wine could relieve the pain of those memories. However, he took the cup and drank, crying. The rich farmer and Bastiendu's father, a young man with turban-coloured eyes and a red beard, were conspiring to get Nana drunk so that she would reveal what she knew about Uncle Pera. Meanwhile, the gardener was yelling at the two men who were pushing the lever, because, in his opinion, they were not explaining their actions clearly enough. "May a ball go through your liver. Stay well, boys," she said sarcastically. "How lazy young people are nowadays. Come, try sitting here in place of olives to feel our strength. May a ball go through your spleen. May a ball go through your heel." Uncle Pera continued to curse. "Well," exclaimed Master Payne, the old hunchbacked carpenter, who had only one grey beard on his great gaping mouth. Then he went and put the nail under. Sitting against the wall, under the window-sill, he beat his fists on his knees now and then, but no one looked at him, as he used to talk to himself out loud. "Nanina," said the farmer, "now bring the evening meal from my house." "Stay. Do you want to have fun?" the woman said, looking at him with mischief. "Don't you enough, Ephesus?" However, she stayed. She went near the poor man, who always cried, and started to reprimand him again, advising him not to drink any more, not to be more a disgrace of his relatives. But in the meantime a strange thing happened. The Kar-Chide showed the glass to her full, making gestures with his mouth, inviting her silently to drink, and she looked at the wine, fascinated. "And give it to me!" Finally he burst out. Bastiendu and Anania, seated behind the two unfortunate drunks, were laughing more than they could. "Dan, how ugly you are!" said Maestro Pane, always talking to himself. Nana took the glass, drank, and began to tell nasty stories about Uncle Pera. Yes, the old gardener waited for the morning on time, that some little girl would pass by on the street. He called her, promising her beans and lettuce, and when he had chocolate orchis. "Ah, you filthy!" Uncle Pera shouted at her, threatening with a stick. Wait a bit. So what do I say? You were trying to teach those girls the Ave Maria." Everybody laughed, and Anania too, although he didn't understand why Uncle Pera wanted to force those young girls to learn the Ave Maria while they were going to the well. Meanwhile, Bastia Andu had scattered the pins on the spot where Ephes used to sleep. Anania noticed this and didn't object, but as soon as he was home, lying in his grand bed at her Aunt Etna's place, he felt a pang of remorse. He couldn't sleep. He turned and twisted, seeming to feel that even he was tormented by thousands of pins. "What's wrong, child?" Aunt Tatna asked with her usual sweetness. "Are you in pain?" she asked. "No, no," he replied. "But what's the matter with you, then?" she went on. He didn't answer at once, but after a few moments he revealed the secret. "We've scattered so many pins over the place where F's cow sleeps." "Ah, bad boys," she sighed. "How wicked the young ones of these days are. If someone were to put pins where you sleep, would you like that? No, right? Yet you are worse than Ephesus. All over the world we are wicked, my little lamb, but we must have compassion on one another. Otherwise, woe, we would devour each other as the fish in the sea." King Solomon said, "It is only for God to judge. Did you understand? On March the 14th, Bastian Endu invited Anania to lunch." The hides merchant had suddenly left for business, and the boy found himself alone at home, free after 2 days of imprisonment, following one of his usual absences from school. In addition, he still had the mark of a powerful blow on his right cheek, inflicted by his parent. "They want me to study," he said to Ananias, opening his hands with his usual serious manner. "And if I don't feel like it, I want to be a pastry cook. Why can't I do that?" "Yes, why not?" asked Ananias. "It's so disgusting," the other exclaimed, stretching out the word with an ironic tone. "It's a shame to work. Learn a trade when you can study. So say my relatives. But now I want to make fun of them. Wait. What do you want to do? I'll tell you later. Let's eat first." He had prepared the macaroni. Thus he called certain large and hard dumplings as nuts, conditioned with tomato sauce. The two friends ate in the company of a grey kitten that, with its singed paw, took familiarly the gnocchi from the common plate and slyly carried them to an angle of fee. "Kitchen! How curious," said Anania, following it with his eyes. "We've had our cat stolen." "So have we," replied Anania. "They've stolen so many from us. They vanish, and no one knows where they are going to end up. All the cats from the neighborhood have disappeared. Who steals them, and what do they do with them?" "Well, she roasts them. The meat is good, you know. It looks like hare's meat. In the continent they sell it for hare. That's what my father says." "Your father has been to the continent?" "Yes, and I will go there too soon." "You," said Anania, laughing with a touch of envy. Bastiendu then believed that the time had come to reveal to his friend his dangerous projects. "I can't live here any more," he began to complain. "No, I want to leave. I'll find my mother and become a pastry chef. If you want to come with me too." Anania blushed at the emotion and felt his heart beat hard and fast. 30 here. We're taking the 100 lyre in the drawer of the chest. If you want, we'll take them right now. Then we'll hide them. Because if we leave immediately, my father will notice that I took them. We'll wait until the cold is gone, and then we'll leave. Come on." He drove Anania into a damp, disorderly room, crowded with smelly sheepskin rugs. He searched for the key of the wardrobe in a hiding-place, and asked to be helped too. "Open the drawer. Beyond the red ticket of 100 lyre, there were other coins and silver money, but the two house thieves had taken only the red ticket, closed, put back. The key. Now you hold it," said Bastiandu, tucking the ticket in Anania's bosom. "Tonight we will hide it in the miller's garden, in the hole of the oak tree, you know. Then we'll tree, you know. Then—" Even before he could oppose, Anania found himself with the ticket in his bosom, under the brocade amulet, and he passed a feverish day, full of remorse, fear, hopes, and wonderful plans. Escape, flee. She did not know how or when, but she felt that the dream was about to come true, and she experienced both joy and fear. Flee, cross the sea, enter into the fantastic kingdom of that mysterious continent where her mother was hiding. What anxiety, what dreams, what joy! The 100 lira seemed to him an inexhaustible treasure, but he felt at the same time that he had committed a serious crime in robbing her of it, and could not wait for night to come so that he might dispose of it. It was not the first time that the two friends had gone into the garden, cultivated by Uncle Pera, jumping over the little window, which, from the adjacent stable to the mill, opened into the garden, but at night they had never been there before, so they looked long before daring to venture out. A clear and cold night fell. The full moon rose between the black rocks of Orthobene, illuminating the garden with a golden light. The two baby boys peered out of the little window and heard a desperate meowing that sounded like a human wail. "What is it?" "It's like the devil," said Anania. "I'm not going down there, I'm afraid." "And so you'll stay here?" "It's just a cat, can't you hear?" the other replied with contempt. "I'll go down. I'll hide the money in the oak tree where Uncle Pera never looks. Then I'll come back. You stay here and watch. If there is danger, whistle." The two friends did not know what this danger was, but both felt an acute pleasure in making the adventure fantastical, to which the glow of the moon and that harrowing meow gave even more spice. Bastiandu leapt into the garden, and Anania remained at the window, a little dismayed by fear which made him tremble at all eyes and all ears. And behold, as soon as the companion had disappeared in the direction of the oak, two shadows passed under the window. Anania shuddered, gave a thin whimper, and hid himself. Behind the sill, che impeto di terrore e di un raro piacere provò in quel momento. Come si sarebbe salvato Bastiandu? Cosa stava succedendo laggiù? Ecco, ai lamenti del gatto raddoppiarono, si fusero tutti in un gemito rabbioso e straziante. Poi cessarono. Silenzio? Che misterone oro! Che oro! Anania sentiva il cuore spezzarglisi in seno. Cosa stava succedendo all'amico? L'avevano preso? L'avevano arrestato? Now they would take him to jail. And he too would bear his part of the trouble. 31. But for a moment he did not think of taking cover, and waited bravely under the window. And here a step, an anxious breath, a whispered voice quivering with fear. "Anania? Where on earth are you?" Anania leaped up, held out his hand to the saved companion. "Diavolo!" said Bastiandu, panting. "I've gotten away with a beauty. Did you hear the whistle?" "Yet I whistled loud enough." "No, I heard the footsteps of two men, and so I hid under the cabbages." "And those two men, do you know who they were? Do you know what they've done?" "Well, there's a string for the cats. The cat that was meowing had been caught in the string, and Uncle Pera killed it with a stick. Master Payne took the poor creature under his cloak and said, 'All happy.' By God, how fat he is! Good thing," said Uncle Pera. The one before seemed like a twig. Then they went away. "Oh," Anania exclaimed, wide-mouthed. "They are the ones who steal cats, you see, catching them by their tails. Fortunately, they didn't see me. And money hidden. Come on, you useless thing. You're good for nothing." Anania was not offended. She closed the window and went back to the mill, where the usual scene unfolded. There was Yves scratching his back against the wall, singing, "When Amelia purifies herself and makes a candidate," and Carchide told of having been in nearby country for some business of his. "The mayor was a friend of my father when we were rich," said the beautiful young man, whose family had always been miserable. "As soon as I know that I am coming to the town, she sends for me and hosts me in her house." Accidentally, what rich people? 30 servants, and 7 female servants. To reach the house, one has to cross 3 courtyards, one after another, with very high walls. The iron gates, all the windows of the house are equipped with gratings. Why? The miller asked. For the thieves, dear. Why is the mayor as rich as a king? Bum! Bum! Shouted a man who was pushing the spud. What do you know about it? Retorted the Cartwright, looking at the man with contempt. The mayor and his brothers, when their father died, divided among themselves coins of gold, with a measure capable of holding an hectoliter. The wife of the mayor, then, has 8 tanks in a row, watered by rivers, with more than 100 fountains. Well, they say that the mayor's father found a safe 17, where the King of Spain, when he made war on Eleanor of Aragon, hid more than 100,000 gold scudi. Ah! Exclaimed the miller, with a shiver of emotion, leaning against the black shovel. Those are indeed rich men, Cartwright continued, and so the Nuresi, who are sick. 32, my master is rich, protested the miller. He has more of this earth than all your might-collecting mayors put together. Yes, indeed, shouted the young man, making his hands into fists. You don't know what you're talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. Your master is deep in debt. We'll see an end to it. We will. May you go blind. First, may you crash and burn first. Just barely did the miller and the young shoemaker not come to blows, but their quarrel was interrupted by an assault of delirium. Tremens that struck poor Effie's cow. He fell on the dirt, swirling around, contorting himself, leaping like a worm, with eyes frightfully open and features contracted. Anania hid himself in a corner, crying and screaming with fear, while Bastiandu ran, along with the miller and others, to help the unfortunate man. Bit by bit, F came back to his senses, sat down on the scattered sawdust, looked around with those great bulging eyes full of terror, still all twisted and trembling. They gave him something to drink, comforted him. Who? Who attacked me? Why did you beat me up? Ah, God hasn't punished me enough so that you should also beat me up. Then he started to cry. They made him lie down, and he fell asleep, muttering his mother's name and little sister who had died. Anania looked at him with horror and pity. He would have wanted to do something to help him, and in the meantime felt an instinctive disgust for that once rich man, now reduced to a bundle of stinky rags, thrown on the chaff like a pile of filth. Called by Bastian Edu, Zia Tartana came. She bent down lovingly over the sick man, touched him, questioned him, put a bag under his head. "You must give him some broth," she said as she sat up. "Oh, the mortal sin, the mortal sin! My dear boy," she said to Anania, "go and ask the master for some broth for Ifis cow. Go, see how the mortal sin reduces him. Go, take this bowl, go." And he went with pleasure, and Bastiandu accompanied him. The master's house was not far away, and Anania would often go there to beg for the privilege of riding on horseback, the torches for the mill's candle, and for other errands. The roads were here and there illuminated by the moon. Groups of peasants walked by singing a melancholy and passionate chorus. In front of Mr. Carbone's white house was a square courtyard enclosed by high walls, and with a big red gate. The 2 little boys had to knock hard for the gate to be opened, and Anania handed up the bowl, presenting the case of Ephraim cow to the maid who opened the gate. "Will there be no broth for you?" grinned the maid, eyeing the 2 friends suspiciously. "Go to hell, Maria Iscaronca, 18. "We don't need soup," cried Bastiandu. "Animaletto? Now I'll pay you back for the insults," said the servant, chasing him down the street, but he ran away while Anania entered the courtyard illuminated by the moon. 33. "Who is it? What do they want?" asked a small voice from the shadows of an outbuilding beneath which opened the kitchen door. "I am," cried Anania, advancing with the bowl in her hand. "Effie's cow is ill at the mill, and my mother prays the lady that she give some broth to the wretched." "Oh, come then," replied the voice. In that moment the servant returned, who, having not been able to reach Bastiandu, began to push the little Anania. Then the child who had said she burst out, "Come on," and ran to defend the miller's son. "Leave him alone." "What has he done to you?" she said, pulling down the servant's petticoat. "Give him the broth at once. At once. This protection, that tone of the mistress, that plump and red figure dressed in a Turkish flannel jacket, that nose pointed upwards between two very puffy cheeks, those eyes shining like the moon between two tightly curled strands of red hair. All this pleased Anania immensely. He had already known Margherita Carboni, as they called her, the daughter of the master, all the children who used to visit the mill. Sometimes she had given him fir, wood splinters, and also a barley for the horse, and almost every day he saw her in the garden, and at intervals also in the mill, where she went with her father, but never her father. Had he imagined that that fat red girl, so proud of manner, was so affable and good? While the maid entered the kitchen to get the broth, Margherita asked Anania some details about the disease of Effie's cow. "He ate here today, in this courtyard," she said with seriousness. "He looked healthy." "It's a disease that comes to drunkards," explained Anania. "He twisted like a cat." As soon as he said these words, he blushed, remembering the cat caught by Uncle Perra's trap, and the 100 lire stolen and hidden in the garden. 100 lire stolen. What would Margherita Carboni say if she knew that he, Anania, he, the son of the miller, he, the abandoned servant boy, towards whom the little Mistress deigned to show herself kind and good, had stolen 100 lire, and that these 100 lire were hidden in the garden? Thief! He was a thief, and of an enormous sum. Only then did she feel the shame of her action, and felt pain, humiliation, remorse. "Like a cat," she said, clenching her teeth and wrinkling her nose. "Oh, my God, it is better that he die." The servant returned with the bowl filled with broth. Anania could no longer open his mouth. He took the bowl and went very quietly, taking care not to spill the broth. She felt a strange desire to cry, and when she reached Bastiendu in the middle of the road, she repeated the words of Margherita, "It is better that he die." "Oh, is it hot? Now I'll try it," said the other, yum his neck towards the bowl. But Anania grew angry. "Don't touch," she shouted. "You are wicked. You will become like F's. Why did you take the money?" he added, lowering his voice. "It's a mortal sin to steal. Go and get it back and put it in the drawer." 34. Pooh! Are you mad? And I tell my mother." "Your mother?" the other replied with irony. "Go and find her." Meanwhile they were walking slowly, and Anania kept looking at the tray. "We're thieves," he whispered. "The money belongs to my father, and you are just a wimp. I'll go alone, only me and only me. Go away, so that you cannot come back, and I will tell it to Aunt Tatana, yes." Now she was ashamed to say mother. "Spy!" roared Bastiendu, threatening him with clenched fists. "If you speak, I will kill you like a lizard. I will break your teeth with a stone. I will make your entrails come out through your eyes." Anania lowered his shoulders, afraid of spilling the broth and getting punches from his friend, but he didn't retreat from the threat of revealing everything to Aunt Tatana. "What hell have they told you in that courtyard?" the other one continued, trembling. "What has that wretched slave told you?" "Speak." "Nothing. But I don't want to be a thief." "You're a bastard. Burst out Bastiendu, that's what you are. And now I'm off. Take back the money, and never show your face again to me." He dashed away, leaving Anania stricken with profound pain. "Thief, bastard, abandoned. It was too much. It was too much." He wept, and his tears fell into the scabbard. "And now even Bastiendu abandons me and leaves alone. And I, when can I leave? When can I seek it out? When will I be grown?" he replied to himself, reviving. "Now I don't care." However, as soon as he delivered the bowl to Aunt Tatana, he ran to the horse-stall window. Silence. No one was seen. Nothing was heard in the large, wet and clear garden under the moon. The mountains were outlined in blue against the hazy sky. All was silence and peace. Suddenly they heard Bastiendu's voice coming from the mill. "He hasn't picked up the money," thought Anania. "He didn't go into the garden. If I were to go—" But he was afraid. He went back to the mill and began to wander around like a hungry kitten, under the eyes of Aunt Tatana, who was taking care of the sick. "Man," she asked him the usual question, "what is wrong? Does your stomach ache? Yes, let's go home." Aunt Tatana understood that he wanted to tell her something, and she led him outside. Jesus, beautiful Saint Catherine!" she exclaimed, as soon as she learned everything. In what world Anania never knew how Aunt Tatana had persuaded Bastiendu to put the money back in the drawer, but from then on the two friends looked at each other with suspicion, and would insult each other and have fights over the smallest things. The winter passed, but even in April the press continued to work, because the olive harvest was extraordinary that year. Sometime, however, Anania the miller would close his mill, go out into the fields to plough the master's wheat, and with him went the little Anania whom he wanted to make farmer. And the child followed him, all happy that he could be useful, carrying on his back in turn the hoe and the water-skin. Amidst the fields that year, planted by the miller, 2 tall pines rose up, as loud as 2 rivers. It was a sweet and melancholy landscape, scattered with solitary vineyards, devoid of trees or patches of grass. The human voice there seemed to be lost without an echo, almost drawn and swallowed by the lone murmur of the pines, whose vast canopies seemed to tower over the grey and purple mountains of the horizon. As the father mowed, bent over the pale green wheat, Anania walked through the bare and melancholy fields, singing with the birds, searching for mushrooms and herbs. Sometimes the father, getting up, would see him far away, and he felt a pain in his heart, since the place, work, the little boy's figure, all reminded him of Oli, his younger brothers, the mistake made, love, the joys lost. Where was Oli? And who knew? She had got lost. She had become bewildered like a little bird in the fields, and so much the worse for her. Ananias the miller believed he was doing his duty by bringing up his son. If he found the treasure he always dreamed of, he would send the boy to school. Otherwise, he would send the boy to school. Make him a good farmer. What more could one ask? And those who didn't recognize their children, and instead of raising them Christianly, as he did, abandoned them to misery and ill fortune? Yes, even some wealthy people, even some gentlemen did so. Yes, even the master. Yes, even Mr. Carboni. Enough, Anania the Great was comforting himself, thinking of this. But there remained a sense of sadness in his heart, and looking far away, he seemed to catch sight of Nuragi, that surrounded the Oli stop-house. And during meal-times, or while resting in the shade of the pine-trees, he questioned his young son about his past experiences. Anania was in awe of his father, and never dared to look him in the eyes, but once he was pushed into reminiscence, he chatted readily, abandoning himself to the nostalgic. Pleasure of telling so many past things. He remembered everything. Foni, the house and the garden, the tales of the widow, good Zuan with the great ears, the carabinieri, the friars, the cloister yard, the chestnuts, the goats, the mountains, the candle factory. She barely ever spoke of her mother, however, while the miller always brought up that subject. So your mother beat you? Never, Anania protested. I know, on the contrary, she used to beat you. Could you let me see without eyes, if it's true? The little boy swore. And tell me, what did she do? She always worked. Is it true that a policeman wanted to marry her? It isn't true. The policeman, they used to tell me. Tell your mother to come. We have something to talk to her about. And what did she say? The miller asked, a little bit anxious. She got angry like a dog. 36, the miller sighed. He felt relieved to hear that she was not going to see the carabiniers. Yes, he still loved her. He remembered with tenderness her clear, fiery eyes, remembered the little brothers, the poor and suffering cantor. But what could he do? If he had been free, he would certainly have married her. Instead, he had to leave her. Now it was useless to think of that. Go, he said to Anania, when they had finished the scanty meal. There, where that fig tree is, you see, there stood an ancient house. Go and rummage about on the ground. Who knows if you will find something? The boy set off at a run while the father thought. Innocent souls find treasures more easily. We'd wait. Find something. I'd give a little bit of money to Oli, and when my wife died, I would remarry her. After all, it was I who was the first to deceive her. But Anania couldn't find anything. Late in the afternoon, father and sons slowly returned to the village, crossing the clear road whose backgrounds blazed with the golden dusk. Aunt Tatana awaited them with the dinner ready and the fire crackling in the clean hearth. She was blowing her nose for little Anania, cleaning his eyes, telling her husband about the events of the day. Nana the drunkard had fallen onto the fire. Ife's cow had a pair of new shoes. Uncle Pera had beaten a child. Mr. Carboni had been to the mill to see the horse. She says he's terribly skinny. Devil, he worked so much. What does the master want? Even beasts are of flesh and bone. After dinner, the miller went to a bar, completely forgetting about Ollie and his adventures, and Aunt Tatana spun and told a fairy tale to her adopted son, sometimes also assisted by Bastien Du. They say that there was once a king with 7 golden eyes on his forehead that looked like 7 stars, or the tale of the ogre and Merida. Merida had escaped from the giant's house. She ran, leaving behind her nails, which multiplied, covering all the plain. The giant pursued her, but could not catch her because the nails punctured his feet. Oh, what a thrill of pleasure Merida's escape caused in thee! Children, Grazia Deledda had felt when she was a child. The widow's tales had once caused me unease. Perhaps because in place of the good Suan, the beloved little brother, there was Bastiandu, the wicked and evil, who would call me Pizzicotti and refer to me as a spy and bastard, even in front of people, and despite the warnings of Aunt Tana. One evening he called him bastard in front of Margherita Carboni, who along with the servant had come for a commission to the miller's house. Uncle Tatana threw himself on top of him and covered his mouth, but it was too late. She had heard, and Anania suffered an indicible pain, not even softened by the piece of bread ground in honey that Aunt Tatana gave to him, and Margherita. For Bastien Du, nothing. But what was that piece of bread dipped in honey after the profound bitterness of 37 being called a bastard in front of Margherita Carboni? She was dressed in green, with violet stockings, and had around her head a red wool scarf that coloured even more her plump cheeks, and made the azure of her bright eyes shine. That night Anania dreamed of her so beautiful and colourful like the rainbow, and even in the dream she felt the pain of being called a bastard in front of her. But during Holy Week, however, that year Easter fell at the end of April, the miller carried out the paschal rite, and the confessor ordered him to legally recognize his illegitimate son. At the same time Anania, who was turning 8, was baptized. His godfather was Mr. Carboni. It was a great event for the boy and for the whole city that had gathered in the cathedral, where Monsignor de Martis, the beautiful, imposing bishop, administered baptism to hundreds of little boys. For the doors to open wide, which seemed enormous to Anania, spring with its vibrant light and fragrant warmth penetrated into the church filled with women in purple costumes. Ladies, happy babies. Mr. Carboni, fat, red in the face, with blue eyes and red hair, with a 3rd velvet jacket crossed by an enormous gold chain, was greeted, adored, sought after by the most distinguished characters, from the peasants and the peasant women, from the ladies and the children who filled the church. Anania felt superior and happy of so much godfather. It is true that Mr. Carboni had to baptize other 17 children, but this did not take away importance from the individual honor of all the 18 orphans. After the ceremony, these 18 godchildren, with their respective relatives, accompanied to the sponsor's house, and Anania was able to admire the room of Margherita, of which she had heard dear Mirabilia, a large room carpeted with red paper, with armchairs from the last century, and ornate chests of drawers with artificial flowers under, crystal lamps, as well as of elevations with marble fruit and plates with slices of salami, and cacio, too, of marble. Drinks, coffee, biscuits, and amaretti were served, and the beautiful Mrs. Carboni, who had deep dimples on her cheeks and black hair pulled back from her forehead, gently, adorned in a dressing-gown, an Indian-style quilted blue and red dressing-gown with frills and lace at the hem, was kind to everyone, and kissed the children, handing each one a wrap. For a long time Anania remembered these details. He recalled that in vain he had fervently wished that Margherita would come into the room and notice his new little dress of stiff black silk, and remembered that Mrs. Sisita Carboni, kissing him and lightly touching her withered hand on the head of the miserable man-child, whose hair had been so gruesomely shaved, had said to the miller, compare, why did you name it like that? It looks bald. Leave it alone, Camare. Anania had answered in turn, joining in on the lady's friendly joke. The head of this fine little calf looked like a forest. Well then, the lady continued, have you done your duty? Done. I'm glad to hear it. You may rest assured, madam, My legitimate children are the support of fathers in old age. Then Mr. Carboni approached. 38. What angry eyes this mountain man has, he said, looking at the baby in the eye. Well, why do you lower your gaze? Are you laughing? Ah, little devil! Anania was laughing with joy at being observed by his godfather, and looked at with affection by Mrs. Carboni. What will you become, little devil? He lowered, and raised his bright eyes, which Aunt Tatana's care had completely healed, and he tried to hide behind his father. So, answer your godfather. The miller shook him. What will you do, little devil millerman? Asked the lady. He nodded. No, no. Ah, don't you like it? Farmer? No, and always no. So you want to study? Asked the miller craftily. Yes. Ah, good, said Mr. Carboni. You want to study? You'll become a priest? Not yet. A lawyer? Asked the miller. Yes, devil. I told you he had lively eyes. The little mouse wants to become a lawyer. Ah, my dear, we are poor, observed the miller, sighing. If the child feels like studying, Providence won't let him down, said the master. He won't let him down, the mistress repeated, echoing the words that decided Anania's fate, and he never forgot them. The mill was finally shut down for that year, and the miller became a farmer completely. An ardent spring was already yellowing the countryside. Wasps and bees buzzed around the little cottage of Aunt Tatna's. The great ebony tree in the courtyard was covered with a wonderful net of yellow-brown flowers. In the courtyard of Anania, almost always all the days, there was the company that already used to meet in the mill. Uncle Pera with the hammer, Effie's and Nana constantly drunk, the handsome shoemaker Karchaid, Bastiandu and the father, as well as other people from the neighborhood. In addition, Master Pane had set up shop in a tiny shop opposite the courtyard. All day long there was a coming and going of people who laughed, shouted, insulted each other, and said coarse words. The little Anania spent his days among this mean and violent folk, from whom he learned silly acts and words, becoming accustomed to the sight of drunkenness and unconscious misery. By the master bread-maker's shop, in another small black box of soot and spiderwebs, a poor sickly little girl lay, her father having left for an African mine, and never been heard from again. The unhappy creature, nicknamed 39 Rebecca, lived alone, abandoned, tormented on a dirty mat, among clusters of insects and flies. Farther on, there lived a widow with 5 children who begged. The same Master Pane often asked alms. Nevertheless, the people were happy. The 5 beggar children always laughed. Master Pane spoke aloud to himself, telling amusements and remembering cheerful facts of his youth. Only on the brightest of afternoons, when the neighborhood was silent and wasps buzzed among the flowers of the sambuc tree, concurring with sleep to little Anania lying prone. At the gate's edge, in the warm silence, the acute lament of Rebecca sounded, who climbed, spread out, broke apart, started anew, launched herself aloft, sank underground, and, so to speak, pierced the silence with a flight of hissing arrows. In that lament was all the pain, evil, misery, abandonment, the unheeded shudder of place and people. It was the very voice of things, the lament of stones falling one by one from the black walls of prehistoric huts, of roofs crumbling, of external staircases and tarred wood balconies threatening collapse, of euphorbia growing in rocky alleyways, seed covering the walls, of people who didn't eat, of women without clothes, of men who drank to stupor and beat their wives. Ai fanciulli e le bestie perché non potevano percuotere il destino. Delle malattie incurate, della miseria accettata incoscientemente come la vita stessa. Ma ci veniva davanti! Lo stesso piccolo Anania, coricato supino sul limitare della porta, scacciava le mosche e le vespe, agitando un fiore di sambuco, e pensava istintivamente perché grida sempre che la lì? Cosa la fa gridare? Are there no sick people in the world? He had grown round and fat from abundant food, idleness, and, above all, from sleep. He slept all the time. And even on silent noons, despite Rebecca's continuous cries, he would end up falling asleep with the wild cherry in his little red hand, and flies covering his nose. She dreamed of being back up there, in the widow's house, in the kitchen watched over by the black gaban, who seemed like a ghost stuck to the wall. But her mother was no longer there. She had fled far away to an unknown land. And a friar came from the convent and taught the little abandoned one how to read and write, who wanted to study in order to set out in search of his mother. The brother was speaking, but Anania couldn't hear him, for from the cage there came a sharp and piercing cry that drowned out all sound. Oh, my! It was the voice of the spirit of the dead outlaw. And besides fear, Anania felt a great irritation in his nose and eyes. They were flies. Finally his dream came true. One morning in October he got up earlier than usual, and Aunt Tatana bathed him, combed his hair, dressed him in the new dress, the one of stiff calico as hard as the skin of the devil. 40 Anania, very big, who was already devouring his breakfast, a roasted lamb's entrails. When he saw the boy ready to go to school, he laughed with joy, and told him, threatening him with a finger, "Oh, if you don't behave yourself, I send you to Master Bread to make boxes for dead people." Bastianondu came to fetch Anania, and accompanied him with a certain air of arrogant protection. The morning was glorious. A sweet, clear air carried the scent of must, coffee, and fermenting grape juice, while hens and cocks sang in the street. Peasants went out to the country with their long covered carts full of sprouting sprouts, followed by happy, bustling dogs. Anania felt happy, even though his companion spoke ill of school and teachers. "Your teacher, Anani, looks like a cockerel with his red cap and his rough voice. I had to put up with him for a year, that the devil may ride on his heel." The schools were across the end of Nuoro, in a convent surrounded by melancholy gardens. The class of Anania, on the ground floor, looked out onto the lonely street. Much dust covered the walls. The teacher's desk seemed to have been chewed on by mice, ink spots, engravings, and graffiti. Names that seemed like hieroglyphics decorated the desks. Anania was truly disappointed when he saw a teacher dressed in costume, instead of the master described by Bastiantu. She was small and pale, with 2 black moustaches on her upper lip, just like his aunt Tatanka. There were 40 children in the classroom. Anania was the biggest of all, and perhaps for this reason the small teacher, who also had 2 terrible black eyes, spoke to him preferentially, calling him by his last name, and speaking a little in Sardinian dialect and a little in Italian language. This persistent attention did not please him, but it helped him. After just 3 hours of school he could already read and write 2 vowels. It is true that one was the vowel. Oh, but this did not detract from his achievement. By 11 o'clock, however, he was already tired of school and the teacher, as well as the new dress that confined him very much. He sighed, and thought of the courtyard, Sambuco tree, the basket of American holly, where sometimes he used to fight off the thorns with his little hands. They were many the boys who cried, and the teacher exhorted them in vain, talking about school love and peace. Finally the door opened. It appeared, and disappeared like a flash, the bearded figure of the janitor, also dressed in costume. His voice echoed, "It's time." The children rushed towards the door, pushing, shouting, and Anania remained last, next to the teacher, who stroked his head with her small, skinny hand. "Good job," she said to him. "You are the son of Anania Atonzu." After they were left free, they dispersed across the square like birds escaped from a trap, running and turning around. Even the students from other classes came out in order, gradually becoming more grown-up and more serious. Bastiandu fell upon Anania, hitting his notebooks on his head, and dragged him along. "So you do like it?" "Yes," replied Anania, "but I'm hungry." It never ended. "Oh, what did you think a minute was? Wait and see. It will get you wet and sticky. It will make you hungry and thirsty." Oh, look at Margherita Carbone. The little girl, with purple stockings, a red scarf, green woolen cuffs, was advancing among a group of schoolgirls, who had come out of the school after the boys, and passed in front of the 2 friends, without even looking at them. After the group that surrounded her came other groups of girls, poor and rich, peasants and bourgeois, some already tall and coquettish. The boys of 4th and 5th grade stopped to look at them, and laughed among themselves. "They're doing it," said Bastiandu, "if the teachers see them." Anania didn't reply, convinced that the school children of the 4th and 5th year were old enough to have sex. They even exchange letters, Bastiandu continued with great importance. "We'll do it when we're in the 4th grade, too," said Anania simply. "What are you doing, Pigface?" "Learn how to clean your nose first." And they took each other by the hand and ran away. More days passed. Then winter came back. The mill was reopened. The plays of the previous year were repeated. Anania was first in his class. From that time on everyone said he would become a doctor or lawyer or maybe a judge. All knew that Mr. Carbony had promised to help him at his studies, and he himself also knew it, but yet could not make up his mind about the worth of that promise. Only later did he begin to feel grateful. By then he was experiencing an invincible feeling of submission, and, at the same time, genuine happiness when he saw the prosperous and friendly figure of the godfather. He was often invited for lunch by Mr. Carbony, but the strange invitation was that he had to eat in the kitchen with the servants and the cats, which he did not mind, as he hid, thought that at table with the ladies he would have been unable to open his mouth from modesty and delight. After lunch, Margarita would go out into the kitchen and amuse herself with him, mostly asking him for information about the people who visited the mill, and she would take it. Him here and there, in the courtyard, the granaries, the cellar, pleased when he exclaimed, gesturing with Bastiandu, "Oh, devil, how much stuff you have!" But he never lowered himself to play with her. The years went by. After the teacher with the moustache came a teacher who looked like a rooster. Then an old tobacco smoker, a teacher who, pointing to the island of Spitzbergen, said, "Inne, tears. Silvio Pellico was imprisoned here 42 years ago." Then a little teacher with a round head, pale, very cheerful, who committed suicide. All the students were morbidly impressed by the unhappy event. For some time they thought and spoke of nothing else, and Anania, who could not persuade himself how the master could have killed himself while he was a cheerful man, declared in full assembly that he was ready to commit suicide on the first occasion. Fortunate enough, the opportunity was lacking. He at that time had no troubles. He was healthy, loved by his people, always first in school. Life around him always took place in the same way, with the same figures and the petty events. A day similar to another, a year similar to another, like the fabric with another, like the fabric with eye. Equal patterns that the merchant unfolds from the infinite peace. In winter, the same people, the same types, would always gather in the press-house, and the same scenes would recur. In spring, the wild cherry trees bloomed in the courtyard, and gnats and bees buzzed in the luminous air. The same figures were always delineated on the streets and in theatres. Houses. Uncle Barchita, the madman, with his blue eyes fixed, and his long beard and hair resembling a beggaring old Jesus, continued in his harmless extravagances. Teacher, Paine sawed logs and spoke to himself out loud. Ace was passing by. Nana followed him. The ragged children played with the dogs, cats, chickens, pigs. The little ladies fought. The young men sang melancholy, choruses in calm nights, illuminated by the moon, and the lament of Rebecca vibrated in the air like the song of a cuckoo in the sadness of a desolate landscape. The sun appeared suddenly in an interval of overcast sky sometimes. It also appeared in the poor neighborhood where Anania lived, the blooming figure of Mr. Carbony. The women came out to greet him and smile at him. The unemployed men, lying idle in the sun, stood up blushing. The children ran after him, kissing his hands, which he held when she held. Behind his back, in a good-natured manner, during a harsh winter of famine, he provided polenta and oil for all his neighbors. All ran to him for small loans that were never returned. Here and there, in all the little alleys where the wind carried leaves, straw, and rubbish, he found children and young, people who called him godfather, and women and men who called him uncle. Now he no longer remembered the number of his little ones, and Uncle Pera maliciously declared that not a few people they pretended to be godfathers and godmothers to dupe the boss out of his money. One day the old gardener, sitting in front of the oven at the mill with the hammer on his knees, said, some will help well," observed the miller with obvious complacency, looking at Anania, who was hanging out of the window. "Not more than one. The master is a bit vain, but he doesn't get spoiled then." "But what do you say, old wretches?" shouted the miller, angry. "As the devil does to you, as you grow older, so do you become wicked. 43, let's go." the old man said, scratching and coughing. "And don't things perhaps remain unknown? Well, only dogs succeed in hiding their filth. Why doesn't the master his bastards?" Anania, who was looking out the window, from which he could smell a pile of burning brush under his nose, felt a shiver of pain, as if someone had struck him. The miller scratched and coughed again, and would have liked Anania not to hear the sacrilegious words of the gardener, but he too couldn't restrain himself, and began too. "Inveigh against Uncle Pera. What a disgusting, malicious little rat you are. What kind of language is that? And don't you know how things work?" the old man repeated, taking his stick in hand as if to defend himself from a possible attack. "The child who works in Francisco Cartwright's workshop is perhaps the son of Jesus Christ. Well, why doesn't the master make that boy study who is his? He's the son of a priest," said the miller, lowering his voice. "It isn't true. He is the master's. Observe him. He is just like Margarita." "Ah," replied the miller, completely disarmed, "that boy is as bad as the devil. One can't make him study. Can one fight against stones?" "Ah, well," muttered Uncle Pera, taken by a fit of coughing. Anania still stood at the window, spitting on the heap of sands, overwhelmed by a mysterious sadness. He knew the boy who worked at Cartwright, and he knew that he was slovenly, but no more so than Bastien Dou and other boys who attended school. Why didn't Mr. Carbonet take him into his house, if he was his son, as he had been taken by the miller? Then he thought, he has a mother, that boy. Ah, the mother, the mother! As he grew up, as his mind opened, and his ideas and perceptions took shape, the thought of the mother grew ever clearer in the twilight of his budding consciousness. In those days he attended the 4th grade, among children of every social class and character, and began to sense the science of good and evil. He was already consciously ashamed if anyone made a reference to his mother, and remembered always having felt ashamed by instinct, and at the same time felt a deep desire to know where she was, to see her again, and scold her for running away. The unknown, distant, and mysterious land where she had taken refuge now took on well-defined shapes and features in her eyes, like the land that approaches among the land. Morning mists, the travelling vessel. He studied geography with pleasure, and knew already quite well the route to take to get from that island to that continent where his mother was hiding. And, as it had once been, when he lived in that mountain village, he dreamed of the city where his father lived. Now he thought about the great cities which he read about in it, school books, and in one of them, and in all of them, he saw his mother. Her physical image faded more and more into her memory like an old photograph, but he imagined her always dressed in a costume, barefoot, quick and sad. However, an event that happened some years later upset her daydreams. It was the return of the mother of Bastien Dou. At that time, Anania was attending high school, and was secretly in love with Margarita Carbone, so he believed he was already a serious person, and pretended not to be, interested in the fact that moved all his neighbours, while on the contrary he thought about it day and night, overwhelmed by a pile of painful impressions. He soon saw the woman hiding in his relative's house, but day by day he received the secrets of Bastien Dou, who had become a serious and sly youth. Because Uncle Pera was losing his strength, he had joined the miller in cultivating beans and artichokes. "She's back," he said, lying on his stomach on the grass, and moving his legs up and down in the air. "It's better that she not return. My father wanted to kill you, but then—" He calmed down. "Have you seen her?" "Sure I've seen her. My father doesn't want me to go see her, but I'm going anyway. She's fat and dressed like a lady." "I didn't recognize her." "You didn't recognize her?" exclaimed Anania, palpitating, wondering at Bastien Dou and thinking of his mother. Ah, he would have recognized her right away. Then he said to himself, "She will be dressed like a lady, her hair done up in style. God, God, how will she look? I would recognize her in any way. Oh, I am sure of it," he thought then, trusting in his instinct. "Why has your mother come back?" he asked one day. Bastien Dou. "Why? Oh, beautiful, because this is her country. She was sewing by machine in a tailor's shop in Turin. She was tired, and went home." A grave silence followed these words. The two boys knew that the story of the tailor's shop was a lie, but they accepted it unconditionally. In fact, after a moment, Anania observed, "Then your father should make peace." "No," said Bastien Dou, pretending to give his father reason. "She didn't need to work to live. "Oh, your father doesn't work. Is it shameful to work?" "My father is a shopkeeper," the other corrected. "What will your mother do now?" "And where will you stay?" "Who knows?" Day by day, however, the news became increasingly exciting. If you knew how many people come to my father to beg him to make peace with her, also the deputy, yes. Then came the grandmother last night and said to my father, "Jesus forgave Mary Magdalene. Well then, son, think that we were born to die. Think that beyond us we take only. Good actions with us. Look how desolate your house is. Mice are always making a party there. And your father? Go away," he said, getting angry. "Go away right now. Be ashamed." "But now," said Bastiandu the next day, "now your Aunt Tatana has got mixed up in it." "Oh," he said to my father, "just imagine if you had taken a friend home. Take her. She is repentant, she will atone. If you refuse, then who knows what will happen to her. King Solomon had 70 girlfriends in his house, and he was the wisest man in the world. And him, hard as stone. In fact, she said that the friends made Solomon lose his head. In fact, the merchant never bent, and the woman went to live on the other side of the town, towards the convent where there were schools. She put on the costume, but a costume somewhat falsified, enriched with ribbons and lace, and from which one recognized immediately the woman of equivocal reputation. The husband did not forgive her, and she continued living her life. Anania saw her one day, and then every day on the way to high school. She lived in a house of her father, around whose white windows there ran a strip of line that ended in a cross. Under the door there were 4 steps, and often the woman, who was tall and beautiful, though no longer young and with very dark brown features, sat on the steps, sewing ore, embroidering a peasant shirt. In summer she remained topless, with her very dark hair raised in a tuft over her small forehead, and wore a grey silk handkerchief around her long neck. Anania blushed every time she saw her. He had a morbid sympathy for her, and at the same time it seemed to him that he hated her. He would have liked to change his way of life so as not to see her, but an invisible and malevolent force always attracted him towards her. One day, while Ananias was studying Greek grammar, walking in a small alley scoured between the grey-green of a carpet of thistles, he heard someone banging on the gate. In the garden there was also the miller, who ploughed and sang a love poem by poet Luca Cubdu. Nana was pulling out weeds with the help of Uncle Pera, and If's cow, naturally. Drunk, was lying on the grass. It was almost warm. Rosy clouds ran across the milky sky. Vanishing behind the blue peaks of the mountains of Oliena, they rose from the valley like an immense shell filled, with green perfumes and faint sounds merging in the hot air. Now and then Nana would raise herself, one hand on her back, the other throwing kisses at the student. "My beloved," she said softly, "God bless you. There he is there, studying like a little cannon. Who knows what he'll become? He will become an instructor judge. All the girls of the city will want to collect him like a bonbon. Ah, my poor back." "Work," replied Uncle Pear. "Let a ball pierce your liver, work, and leave the boy, that you are bald. If I were a little girl of 13, I wouldn't have talked to you like that," she murmured maliciously, bending down. Then she rose again and sent kisses to Anania, who didn't notice at all. "What is it?" the miller cried when he heard the sound of knocks on the gate. 46, Anania and Ephesus, had raised their faces, one from the book and the other from the grass, almost with the same expression of tormented anxiety. "Was it Mr. Carbony?" "Yes, Anania and the drunkard. They both felt almost the same shameful submissiveness when Mr. Ify's cow felt all the weight of his misery, when the good man, with a sweet and sad look, without addressing him, unique among so many useless words of reproach, greeted him, and chatted with him. Ananias remembered his mother, and felt ashamed of himself for daring to think about Margarita. Yet both, the student and the sinner, after seeing the benevolent figure of the upright man, experienced a timid and grateful joy. They struck again. "Well, who is it?" the miller shouted, stopping singing and whistling. "It's me," Ananias said, running forward and waving the book around, while Uncle Pear said, "If it's the master, then Ephus should stand up and pretend to be working. It's a shame to always find him there, lying on the ground like a dead dog." Nana let out a sort of grunt, hunching over between the red semi-naked legs the frilly undergarments. Uncle Pera shouted, turning towards the drunk, "And so, bastard, get up and pretend to help us." F's made a motion to stand up, but Nana immediately rebelled, and I immediately rebelled, and I must leaving. Why does he have to pretend to work? Why do you insult him, Uncle Pera? Isn't it enough that you're bald? You don't know that he was rich, and that even as it is he's worth more than you. You defend him. Crow with crow doesn't pull out each other's eyes, snorted the old man, alluding to the sin of the woman, but the quarrel was soon cut short by Ananias' return. He was followed by a young boy dressed in a Fonian costume, thin and pale, and with a pug nose. "Do you know him?" asked the student, addressing his father. "Neither have I recognized it. Who are you?" asked the miller, wiping his hands on a tuft of grass. The young man blushed and looked at Anania. "Why, John Atonzu!" shouted the student. "Look how he has grown! Greetings! We are relatives," exclaimed the miller, as he embraced the Fons. "Are you welcome here? How is your mother?" "Fine. Why did you come here?" "I am a witness in a case at the court." "Where he left the horse? At the inn." "Didn't you remember we are kin? So, therefore, since I am rich," he observed with a smile. "Well, then, let's go and take the horse home," said Anania, shoving his book into his pocket. They went out together. Anania was happily puerile at seeing the humble shepherdess in rustic costume, who reminded him of all the faraway and wild world Swan overcome by. Great timidity before the beautiful pale boy with the flaming cravat on his shiny collar. "Nama, give us coffee," shouted Anania from the street. Then he introduced the guest into his little room and began showing him around like a baby. Strange furniture filled the long and narrow room, with a cane-covered ceiling and earth floor. 2 wooden sarcophagi, resembling ancient Venetian chests, on which a primitive artist had carved griffins and eagles, boars, and fantastic flowers. A pyramidal chest, baskets hanging from the walls next to squares with cork frames. In one corner an oil jug, in the other Anania's bed, covered with a grey woolen cloth spun by Aunt Tatana, and between the bed and the small window, which looked out onto the jujube tree and the courtyard, a table with a green percale rug, and a white wooden bench in whose corners the artistic fancy of Master Payne had pierced, perhaps imitating the sarcophagi, antediluvian leaves and flowers. On the small table, and on the window-sill, there were a few books and many notebooks, all of them written by Anania, several mysterious boxes, calendars, and bundles of Sardinian newspapers. Everything was clean and tidy. From the window penetrated fumes of perfumed air. On the brown floor, where the scorched leaves were flickering and dancing in the breeze, almost chasing each other and playing pranks, 2 leaves of a blackberry bush. On the table was open an edition of Les Miserables. How many things Anania could have, and wanted to show to the young stranger, as if to a long-lost brother. And while he opened and shut up some of those mysterious boxes, Swan was silent, and his demeanour chilled the childish delight in Anania. What was the use? Why had he brought the shepherd into the bedroom, where, together with the fragrance of honey, fruit, and bundles of hay, which Aunt Tatana used to keep in the chests, there spread the perfume of his lonely dreams? In that little room, whose single window looked out over the hawthorn hedge, across the grass-covered roofs of the stone houses, did the world open up to him, virgin and blooming as the granite mountains of the distant horizon? After the joy, she experienced a rush of sadness. It seemed to her that the native village, the past, the first years of her life, nostalgic memories, the poetic affection for her adopted brother, everything had been a dream. "Let's go," she said, almost with contempt. He led the little shepherd through the streets of Nuoro, fending off his schoolmates who were afraid to stop him, and ask him who was the paisano who went awkwardly by his side. But passing before the house of Mr. Carbonet, they saw a roundish, rosy-faced, and almost illuminated by the reflection of a scarlet blousette. Anania quickly removed his hat, as if the reflection of his shirt illuminated her face too. Margarita smiled at him, and no round cheeks of a young lady were more irresistible with their dimples. "Who is that woman?" asked Swan roughly. "Just beyond the house." "Woman! She's my age," Anania noted a bit sharply. "She is just 9 months older than me. 48 at this." Zwan was greatly embarrassed and dared not speak again, while Anania, as if her will were not sufficient to keep her heel, tongue from running away, lied even knowing that she was lying, but feeling a poignant happiness in thinking that what she said might be true. "That is my lover," she said. Night, while in the kitchen, the miller, lying on a mat, was having his story told by Zuan of the discovery of Sorobila ruins, the ancient city uncovered around Foni, and asked if one could still find treasures there. Anania looked out from his small window at the slow rising of the moon among the black teeth of Orthobene. Finally he was alone. The night was ruling, filled with shivers and sweetness, and already the cuckoo was filling the solitude of the valley with heart-pounding cries. Ah, so sadly! Anania felt those cries, and her heart pounded with sorrow in an infinite solitude. Why had she lied? And why had that stupid shepherd kept silent on hearing the great revelation? So he did not understand what love was love without limits and without hope. But why had he sunk so low as to lie? Oh, shame, shame! They seemed to have slandered Margarita, so much so that they believed her to be ignoble and far from them, and that the same spirit of vanity and the desire for the thousand, impossible, which had once led him to tell Zuan about the meeting of the brigands on the mountain in a distant sunset, were now driving him to reveal this impossible love. I clenched my cold hands to my burning cheeks. Gazing at the melancholy moon face, I shivered. I remembered a cold and bright winter full moon, the shame and revelation of the theft of 100 lyre, Margarita's figure spreading light in the shadow, like the moon at Tato. Night. Ah, perhaps her love was the cause of that evening, but only now, after years and years, did it burst forth irrefutable as a spring that no longer wants to flow underground. These comparisons of the shadow and the sudden wellspring were made by him, and he took pleasure in his poetic images, but with them he did not erase the shame and remorse. That tormented him. How vile I am, she thought to herself, vile enough to lie. I can study and become a lawyer, but morally I will always remain the son of a lost woman. She stayed by the window for a long time. A sad song passed and disappeared, distant, stirring in the adolescent soul memories of the wild country, blood-red sunsets, and childhood memories. She had melancholy and luminous dreams, as the moon in her heart. She imagined herself still in Foni. She hadn't studied. She had never felt ashamed of her social condition. She worked, made hay, was also a bit simple like Zuan. And here he was, standing on the edge of the road, in a red twilight of summer, and saw Margarita passing by, also poor and exiled to the high country, with her narrow hips, encased in a skirt of purple fabric, an amphora on her head, like the biblical women, as are all the Barbarisines still. He called her, and she turned her face illuminated by the twilight's glimmer, and smiled deliciously at him. "Where are you going, beautiful?" he asked. "I'm going to the fountain." 49, may I come with you? Come along, Nania. He went, and they went down together to the fountain, walking on the edge of the road, on heights of the immense valleys, in whose depths evening had already descended, while the purplish sky turned pale and veils of shadow fell over all things. Margarita placed the amphora beneath the silver chain of the fountain that gurgled, and the murmur of the water changed tone, and from monotonous seemed to become cheerful, as if the fall within the jug interrupted its eternal boredom. The two young people then sat on a stone in front of the fountain and spoke about love. The amphora was filling up. The water overflowed, and for a moment it was silent, as if listening to what the two lovers were saying. And here the sky was fading, and veils of shadow were spreading even on the higher slopes of the mountain, as Anania's desire called for. At that time Anania was just over 17. He had no friends, and got on badly with his schoolfellows because he was suspicious and surly. Temptation, he was continually afraid that someone would remind him of his lowly origin, and one day, having overheard a student conversation, "What would you do in my position?" I wouldn't stay with my father. He thought they were referring to him. He no longer greeted the wealthy companions who had spoken those words, but deep down in his heart he agreed with them. Yes, she thought to herself, I stay with this dead man who has deceived my mother and cast her into the way of evil. I don't love him or hate him, but I don't despise him as I should. He is not bad, and neither entirely trivial as all our neighbours, with his childish dreams of treasure and wonderful things. With his respectful affection for the old wife, with his constant loyalty to the master's family, he sometimes comes across as sympathetic to me. And this pleases me, because I should and want to despise him. What is he to me? I asked him to make me born. I should abandon it now that I am conscious. But some affection and much trust united him to Aunt Tatana. She had not been able to make of him the man she had dreamed he would be, a religious and obedient boy. But even as he was, indifferent to God, cursing priests and the king, impudent and reckless, she loved him just as much, convinced that he, despite his faults, would become a great man. He would ride and joke with her, make her dance, and tell her of all the goings-on in the country. Every morning she would bring him a cup of coffee, and announce to him whether the day was fine or foul. Every Sunday, then, she would promise him money if he went to Mass. "No, I'm sleepy," he would answer. "I studied so hard last night." "Then you'll go later on?" she would insist. He didn't promise, but Aunt Tatana gave him the same money. The same scene always unfolded around him, with the same characters. Again, the sambuco perfumed the air and threw leaves into the silent bedroom. The wind brought 50 from the thought. Rallies the breath of the wild spring of Neuro. The bees buzzed in the warm air, and still, at intervals, the wail of Rebecca rang out. Anania frequented all the houses in the neighborhood, and especially on Sundays he would wander around, bringing a little elegance to the wretched black rooms with his blue dress, red tie, and high collar, under which he hid the cord of the amulet of Oli. The following is the translated text. The next day, after the idyllic dream he had in moonlight on the sill of his little window, as soon as John returned from the court, he took him out, with the good intention of making him drink a glass of aniseed in the tavern of the neighborhood. "I don't know when we'll see each other again." "When will you come to find us?" "Come for the festival of the martyrs." "I can't," John replied. "I have so much to study. This year I must take the secondary school leaving certificate." "To the continent?" "Yes," Anania replied with enthusiasm. "I'll go to Rome. There are so many convents in Rome, and more than 100 churches, aren't there?" "Oh, more than 100 for sure. Last night your father told me that when he was a soldier." "You'll have to go into the army?" Anania broke in, not looking at Suan's face. "My brother will do it. He stopped." They went into the inn. A swarm of flies buzzed round a young girl, brunette and beautiful, but unkempt and sweat-drenched, sitting at the bench. "Good morning, Agatha. How did you spend the night?" She got up and turned to Anania with familiar banality. "What do you want, handsome? What do you want?" He repeated to Suan. "Whatever you want," said the shepherd impudently. The girl began to imitate Suan's voice and attitude. "Whatever you want." What do you want, my little lamb?" He looked directly at Anania, and Anania also looked at him. After all, he wasn't a saint, but he noticed that Suan was blushing and looking down, and when they went outside he heard him timidly ask, "Is that your sweetheart, too?" "Why?" he asked, a little irritated, but also a bit pleased. Why was she looking at me? "Oh, beautiful, why do we need eyes? You'll become a monk." "Yes," answered the other simply. "So go and become a monk. Now let's go see the cemetery. It will make us happy, but we must all go there," said the other seriously. As they returned home, they met an acquaintance of Anania, a bad-looking boy who had already grown a beard, eyed Bafi, and the beard rubbed and shaved her face. "Antonio, I'm coming." "To you?" "The manager wants you." "You will be the lady," he said, stopping Anania. 51 me? No such thing as an Egyptian woman." "I won't do anything," Anania answered with a lot of whisper. "How then? You're the only one suitable." "He doesn't look like a woman at all, does he?" "Why must you play the lady?" asked Suan with astonishment. "In a comedy, you understand, and it is for charity. For poor students." "I am poor." "Then do the play in my favor," said Ananias. "Poor? Hear him! The devil take you! You are richer than us." "What do you mean?" he asked menacingly, fuming at the thought that his companion was suggesting Mr. Carbone's protection. "You are handsome. You're the first. You'll become an examiner judge, and all of the girls will want to collect you like a candy." This expression, which Nana repeated, everywhere made Anania laugh and calm him, but he kept his word and did not take part in the farce. And he was not sorry, for in the evening of the performance he could attend it seated in second row, just behind the chair of the godfather, at that time mayor of Nuoro, by whose side Margarita, in a red dress and a white hat, shone like a flame. The captain of the Carabinieri, the secretary of the sub-prefecture, the elder councillor, and the director of the gymnasium sat in the front row, next to the mayor and his heel. Beautiful, miss. But Margarita didn't seem happy with all that company, because she turned away backwards, looking with dignity at the students and officers. In the end of the room, adorned with ivy and vine garlands, the curtain of percale was patchy and rippled, revealing couples of students dancing merrily. At last the curtain was raised with great effort, and the play began. The scene went back to the time of the Crusades, and took place in a castle very tired on the outside, but inside it was furnished with a round table and half a dozen chairs. From Vienna, the faithful Ermenegilda, a student with a red-tinted face, and wearing a wide Lady Carbone's dressing gown. Sitting by the balcony, with her legs wrapped unseemly, she was sewing a scarf for her equally faithful Goffredo, a distant warrior. "Now prick your fingers," murmured Anania, bending over Margarita. She too bowed down, bringing the handkerchief to her mouth to stifle a laugh. The Carabinieri captain, sitting next to her, slowly turned his head, giving a sneaky glance at the student. But Anania felt so happy, he had an insane desire to laugh, and wanted to convey all the joy that being near her caused him to Margarita. In the second act, Count Manfredo, father of Ermenegilda, wanted to force the maiden to forget Goffredo, and marry a wealthy baron from Castelfiorito. "Father," the young woman said, opening her legs in an awkward manner, "what do you want to force me into, while the brave Goffredo languishes perhaps in a dreadful prison, tormented by hunger, thirst, and—" "Mosquitoes," muttered Ananias, leaning again towards Margaret. The captain suddenly turned and said with contempt, "So that's it." Ananias shivered, took a step back, seemed humble and frightened as a snail does when disturbed. Then for several minutes neither saw nor heard anything. "So," he said, "I'll stop. Yes, I can't joke any more. I can't speak. Yes, you've got it well. I can't even lift my eyes. I'm poor. I'm a son of sin." "So," he said, "I'll stop." What was he doing, that man, among all those gentlemen, among all those rich and honourable young men? How had he been allowed to enter? How had he dared to bend over the ear of Margarita Carboni and whisper coarse phrases into her ear? Now he felt the whole vulgarity of the observations made. But he could not speak otherwise, the son of a miller and a woman, so that's enough. But gradually he recovered his spirits, and gazed with hate at the red neck and the bald head of the captain. Not hearing him laugh or talk any more, Margarita turned a bit and looked at him. Their eyes met, and she grew pale, seeing him sad, so he noticed her and smiled. Immediately they both turned happy. She turned her face to the stage, but felt that the long eyes of Anania never stopped looking at her and smiling at her. A thin drunkenness enveloped them both. Verso midnight, Anania accompanied the Carbonists to their house. The older elderly councillor, a chatty old doctor, walked alongside the mayor. Anania and Margarita were walking ahead, laughing and tripping over the gravel on the dark and impoverished street. Groups of people passed by, laughing and chatting. The night was dark, but warm and velvety. Now and then a breath from the east came, perfumed with an odour of damp wood. Stars and planets, endless as human tears, hung in the deep sky. Above Orthuane Jupiter shone alive. Who does not remember in his first youth a night, an hour like this? Dancing stars in the darkness of a night more luminous than a sunset, stars ready to fall over our forehead like a royal diadem, the bright bear like a golden carriage that Eshuaet awaits us to lead us to a distant land of dreams. A dark road, happiness close by, so close that we can grasp it and never let go again. Once or twice Anania felt Margarita's hand touch his, but the mere thought of taking it and squeezing it seemed to him a crime. He was speaking, and yet it seemed to him that he was silent and thinking of things far removed from what he said. He was walking and stumbling, and it seemed to him that he did it, not touch the ground. He was laughing, and yet felt sad until tears came. He saw 53 Margarita so close that he could reach out and touch her, and yet she seemed distant, and yet she seemed distant, and unattainable as the breath of wind that came and went. She used to ride and joke, and he had seen in her eyes the reflection of her scornful sadness. but it seemed to him that she could not look at him other than as a faithful dog. But if she, thought he, could imagine that I am parched with desire to press her hand, she would scream in horror as if at a mad dog's bite. At one time the high and nasal voice of the assessor ceased. Margarita and Anania stopped, saluted, resumed their walk, but the student seemed to awake from a dream. He felt again alone, sad, shy, tottering in the emptiness of the dark street. "Bravo, bravo!" the mayor, who stood between the two boys, said. "Did you like the play?" "It's a piece of trash," Anania pronounced with confidence. "Bravo," the godfather repeated in astonishment. "You're a cruel critic. But these are the things to be done," said the director, a fossil. "He couldn't have chosen anything else. Life is not like that. It is never like that. It has never been like that. They could give a modern comedy, something moving. These stupid countesses have had their time," said Margarita, taking on Anania's tone and accent. "Good. You too. Yes, they really should have given something more moving. For example, a play of those Indians who, when their wife gives birth, they lie on the bed and are treated by midwives too. Have you heard the counselor?" Margarita laughed. Anania laughed too, but her laughter soon faded, as if cut short by a sudden sad thought. They walked in silence. "Well, these lanterns, we'll have to see to that," Mr. Carbonet said to himself, and then aloud, "What did you say about the director? He's a fossil. Good? And if I go and tell him so? He won't do anything. Besides, I'm leaving next year anyway." "Ah, you're leaving? Where to?" Anania blushed, remembering that he couldn't leave without Mr. Carbonet's help. What did her question mean now? Had she forgotten, or was she making fun of him? "Were you only wanting to punish me because of my protection of you?" "I don't know," he murmured. "Ah," the mayor went on, "are you going away? Do not wait to go away. You will go. You are already wanting to fly. You are already flapping your wings, little bird. Well, fly. Fece lanciar in aria un uccello, poi batté la mano sulle spalle del figlioccio. E Anania sospirò. E si sentì leggero, lieto e commosso, se veramente avesse spiccato il volo. Margherita rideva, e nel silenzio della notte il riso vibrante di lei pareva ad Anania, fattosi uccello, il fremito arcano d'un ramo fiorito sul quale egli poteva posarsi e canta. 7:54. The autumn was approaching. Anania had only a few more days to spend with his family, and he felt increasingly happy, like a bird about to fly, but a vague sadness sometimes clouded his joy. A nervous fear of the unknown troubled him. While wondering how the world was that toward which her thoughts were already turning, she had to say goodbye, slowly, day by day, to the humble and sad world in which her colourless youthfulness had grown up, dimmed only by her mother's abandonment, and brightened only by the fantastic love for Margarita. The languid and sweet season helped to make it sentimental. The beginning of autumn veiled the sky with infinite sweetness. The horizon was covered with a milky pink mist, which seemed to veil but also to reveal an ineffable world of thought. Dreams. In the gloom of the twilight, illuminated by red clouds that crawled, disappeared, and reappeared continuously on the grey sky, Anania felt the crackle and smell of dried herbs burnt by farmers in the fields, and he seemed to lose something of his soul with the smoke of those melancholy fires. Goodbye, goodbye, you who look out over the valley. Goodbye, distant murmur of the stream that announces the return of winter. Goodbye, the lark's song that announces the return of spring. Goodbye, grey and wild orthwain from the firs, drawn on the clouds like rebellious hair of a sleeping giant. Goodbye, rosy and cerulean, distant mountains. Goodbye, cosy and hospitable, room fragrant with honey, fruit, and dreams. Adieu, humble creatures of your own misfortune, old Uncle Pera, the corrupt F's and Nana, Alpont, misfortunates, unfortunate Rebecca, strange Master Pan, crazy beggars, criminals, beautiful unconscious girls, children devoted to pain, or unfortunate or worthless people whom Anania does not love, but feels attached to his existence as existence, asked. Moss is to stone, all of them whom he leaves with joy and sorrow. And farewell, sweetness and light above so many dark sorrows, rainbow bent like a frame of pearls on the scarred canvas of an ancient and eternal misery. Margherita, farewell! The day of departure was drawing near. Zia Tatana prepared an infinity of things, and other kept ready in her memory. Shirts, socks, sweets, fruit, shiny focaccia, light ivory, cheesecloths, and a chicken and 12 eggs, with salt and wine and honey and grapes passed. They filled hand to hand bisacce, baskets and boxes. "Damn it," Anania observed, "it seems that an entire army is about to leave. Silence, my son. When you get there, you will see how everything will be necessary. Then no one will think of you, poor thing. But oh, how are you going to do it? Don't doubt I'll think about it." The miller and his wife had long secret conversations, and Anania guessed the reason. One evening he then saw them leave together, and waited anxiously for their return. Aunt Tatana came back alone. "Anania," he said, "where have you decided to go? To Cagliari or Sassari?" And he verily had, up until that moment, hugged the dream of crossing the sea. But from the woman's words he understood that someone had determined not to allow him yet to go further than the Sardinian coast. 55 have you been to see, Mr. Carbony?" he asked with bitter pride. "Don't deny it. Is there a need for secrets between us? I know everything, I do. Why, therefore, are you not letting me go to the continent? I will give it all back to you. Bah! Bah! Exclaimed Aunt Tatana, mortified and pained at the outburst of pride from the student. I say to her, Catherine, what is wrong with you now? Anania sighed, heaved a sigh, bowed his face over a book, not seeing one word. The woman approached him and laid her hand on his shoulder. What do you tell me then, my son? Cagliari or Sassari? Until yesterday you said that you wanted to go to Cagliari or Sassari. Why do you want to go farther? Jesus Christ, the sea is a bad thing. They say one suffers and can die. Be the storms, then. Don't you think about the storms? You don't understand anything, Anania said, irritated, looking at and turning the pages as if he were reading vertigously. If it was you who said so, what kind of tantrums are these? Don't they study in Sardinia too, like on the continent? Why do you want to go there? Ah, why did she want to go there? Did they understand anything? Was it maybe for studying? Then from the first day, that sweet autumn day on which Bastien Dou had conducted her to school in the convent, had she not thought of anything but study? The reasons for Aunt Tatana somewhat calmed down her impatience. See, then, you are still a child. At 17 years old you want to run all by the world. Do you want to die in the sea, alone, far from everyone, or do you want to get lost in a city that you yourself call great like a forest? So go to Cagliari now. Mr. Carboni will give you so many letters of recommendation. He knows all of Cagliari. Even the Marchese knows. Well, patience. Santa Caterina, mine. You will go. You will also there when you are older. You now look like a rabbit that has just been hit, so it leaves the shelter and makes a little tour until the wall of the tank. Then she returns, grows, then dares further on. Farther yet, looks where she must go, sees the way to take. Have patience. Think we are near. Think you can return with more ease whenever necessary. On Christmas holiday you will be able to come back. I'd go, therefore, to Cagliari, Anania decided. Calm down. The next day he began to make the farewell visits. He went to the head of a gymnasium, to a canon friend of Aunt Tatan, to the doctor, to the deputy, and finally to the tailor, to the pastry chef, and to the shoemaker, Francisco Carchide, the handsome young man who once attended the mill. Now the Carchide had made a fortune, neither knowing how nor why. He owned a beautiful workshop with 5 or 6 employees, dressed in bourgeois style, spoke with affectation, and allowed himself to be gallant with the young ladies who served him. "Good-bye," Anania said as he entered the shop. "I'm leaving tomorrow for Cagliari. Do you want anything?" "Yes," one of the young men replied, lifting his smiling face. "Send him a diamond ring, because he has to marry the mayor's daughter." "And why not?" Carchide exclaimed boastfully. "Please take a seat." As he left, Anania found a young man on the door who was said by the public crier to be the son of Carboni, a tall youth for his age, somewhat stooped, pale, with prominent jaws, and blue eyes as sad and depressed as those of Margherita. "Addio, Antonino," the student greeted, while the other stared at him with a flash of hatred in his melancholy eyes. When he returned home, Anania reported everything to Aunt Tatana, while the woman, seated in front of a brazier, was preparing a cake made from orange peels, almonds, and honey. 19, to bring as a gift to an important figure from Cagliari. "Sent them," Anania said. "Your canon gave me a shield and 2 lyre from the doctor. I didn't want." "Ah, naughty son." "This is an old practice of giving money to students who are leaving home for the first time," the woman observed, removing and gently stirring with 2 forks the thin threads of the peel within the shiny tin casserole. A sharp odour of hot honey perfumed the tranquil kitchen. Here and there small yellow baskets filled with provisions for the student appeared. Anania sat down by the woman, took the cat in his lap, and began to pet it. "Where will I be in 8 days?" he asked thoughtfully. "Still, Musitu, keep your tail down. Your priest has made me a long sermon. And did you advise him to confess and communicate before setting out? That used to be done 20 years ago, when people rode horses to Cagliari, and it took 3 days to get there." "Now that is no longer the case," Anania replied maliciously. "Bad boy, you no longer believe in God." "With my heart, yes." These words somewhat comforted the good woman, who told him the biblical story of Eli. Then she asked him, "So, where have you been?" He began to tell again. The kitten had climbed onto his shoulders and was licking his ears, giving him a strange tickle that made him, for some reason, think of Margherita. As he told the vulgar joke of the Cartide, Nana entered, whom Aunt Tatana had sent to buy drugs and confetti with which to decorate the cake. She smelled of wine. She had torn stockings, so her wooden legs and purplish ones were visible, and she was heavier than usual. "Here they are," she said, taking out the packets of drugs from her breast and stopping to listen to Ananias's speeches. "Did you hear?" naughty Aunt Tatana exclaimed. "That vile Francisco Carcide wants to marry Margherita Carbone." "It's not true," Ananias said, annoyed. "You don't understand anything." "Yes," Nana said, "I know it. He's crazy. He asked for the hand of the doctor's daughters. He wanted one or the other. They chased him away with the handle of a broomstick. Now he wants Margherita, because when taking her measure for little shoes, he squeezed her foot. He should have given her a kick," cried Anania, leaping to his feet with the kitten around his neck. "A kick in the face. Echo," she said, unfolding the packages with trembling hands. "That's what I said. There is also a soldier, an officer or a general, I don't know, who wants to marry Margherita. But I said, no, she is a rose and must marry a carnation, fresh both. So take one, then." She approached Anania, offering him the confetti, but he leapt back, shouting, "Far from me!" Grandma worked. Some confetti fell and rolled on the floor. "My carnation," she said gently, despite Anania's harsh words. "You are Margherita's carnation. So you're leaving?" "Go, study, become a doctor." Anania bent down to collect the confetti. Then he laughed and said happily, "The girls will gather me like this, isn't it true?" And she began to dance with the kitten in her arms, but suddenly she became gloomy again. Who was the soldier who wanted to marry Margherita? Perhaps that captain with the red neck who had told her off at the theatre. "So then, I'm finished." Suddenly a tormenting vision flashed before her eyes. Margherita married to a young and rich man. Margherita lost forever to him. She put the kitten down on the ground and ran away, locking herself in her room, and looked out of the window. She had never been jealous before, nor had she ever thought that Margherita could get married so soon. "No, no," she thought, clenching and shaking her head between her hands. "She shouldn't get married. She needs to wait. But why should she wait? I am a bastard. I am the son of a lost woman. I have no other mission than to seek my mother and draw her from the abyss of dishonor. Margherita cannot lower herself to me. But until I have completed my mission, I her as much as a beacon. After then, I can die content." She did not think that her mission could go on indefinitely and without result. And the idea that by renouncing her mission she might hope for the love of Margherita seemed monstrous to her. The thought of finding his mother grew and developed with him, beat in his heart, vibrated in his nerves, flowed in his blood. Only death could pluck it out, this thought, and Indeed, at the death of his mother, he was thinking when he desired that their meeting should not take place. But even this solution, or the desire for such a solution, seemed to him a great folly. Later on, he questioned whether it was his sentimental nature that had given him the thought of his mission, or whether this thought had shaped his sentimental nature. But at the very moment before his departure, he still accepted his feelings and her feelings without analyzing them, and by accepting them as they were, like a child, she only like a child, managed to root them deeper in her soul and body, so that no logic or conscious reasoning could then rip them away from her. She spent a feverish night. That time was far away when he was content to see Margherita in the small alleys of the garden, without caring about the colour of her hair and the shape of her bust. Then he dreamed fantastic things, kidnappings, meetings, runaways to mysterious places, maybe on the white plains of the moon. But if they had 58 once, he had planned to persuade her to follow him up a mountain. There they poisoned themselves with a poison that did not deform the corpses. They stretched out on the rocks between the ivy and the flowers, and died together. In this dream neither had even conceived of the desire for a kiss or a handhold. But after it was the idyllic dream of the fountain of Foni, the kiss, the abandonment of Margherita, and during the evening of the performance the perfume of her hair, the splendour of her eyes, the heat that seemed to emanate from his blossoming person, had given him ineffable intoxications. And now she thought that she might become someone else, and in the feverish sleep she found herself dreaming of writing her a desperate letter to which she attached a sonnet, one of the many dialectic sonnets that he had already composed for her. She awoke, got up, and opened the window. The dawn seemed close to him. The sky was clear. A red star trembled above a black peak of orthobene, resembling a flame on a stone candelabrum. The cocks were singing, responding to each other with a competition of hoarse cries, and they seemed to be displeased with each other for what they cried out against the light that did not come. Anania was gazing at the sky and yawning. Suddenly a chill ran from head to foot through him. Oh, God! What happened to him? He felt that something wanted to detach itself from his soul, remain under that sky, in front of the wild mountain, whose ridges served as candelabra to the stars. As the weary traveller, burdened with a heavy load, wishes to get rid of some of it so that he may continue on his way, so too did he feel the need to leave a little of his secret with Margherita. He closed the window and sat down at the table, trembling and yawning. "How cold," he said aloud. The sonnet he wanted to send to Margherita was already typed on a pinkish-coloured paper, crossed with purple lines. Here is the translation into prose. A beautiful Margaret. Flower grew in a green meadow. All flowers admired it, but especially a pale and humble runnel, grown next to her, died of love for her. And so, on a beautiful spring day, a beautiful young girl went too, walk in the meadow, picking daisies, kissing them, placing them on her soft breasts, while, without realizing it, she crushed the unfortunate ranunculus, which, after all, deprived of his beloved neighbour, felt blessed to die. Rereading the verses, the poet experienced mischievous sadness. He saw, in place of the symbolical maiden, a police captain with provocative moustaches. He folded the paper, but for a long time remained undecided whether to close it or not in the envelope. What would Margherita think? Would she receive the sonnet? Yes, because when the postman knocked at the door, 3 terrible blows that sounded like beaten by the iron hand of fate, Margherita ran to receive the mail. However, she had to be at home in the hours when the postman passed, i.e., around noon and evening. At noon she was certainly at home, so I had to set up the sonnet right away. A feverish agitation seized Anania. Without hesitation he went out and walked like a sleepwalker in the dark, deserted lanes. Behind the walls of the courtyards, in the crude sheds of rural houses, the cockerels kept on crowing their mocking songs. The damp air smelled of straw. A poor bread-maker, coming back from her weary trade, passed along a little lane. The footsteps of 2 tall carabinieri resounded sinisterously on the cobbles of the Corso. Then nobody else. Nothing further. Anania felt her heart racing as she ran along the walls, afraid to be recognized in the darkness. and as soon as she had started the letter, she set off running. But she couldn't get back into the house. It seemed to her that she was choking. She needed air, vastness. She went down towards the Orosay road, climbed up the hillock, and only when she found herself at the foot of the Orthobene did she breathe again, opening her nostrils as foal might that have broken its lead. She would have liked to shout for joy and for fear. The dawn was breaking. Faint veils of azure misted the wide, flooded valleys. The last stars were vanishing. She did not know why. Anania repeated the verses. Stars of the bear, I didn't believe. And she strove to drive from herself the thought of what she had done, while she had done, while felt happy to the point of fear, pressed to climb Orthobene, shedding branches, tufts of grass, hurling stones and laughing. It seemed crazy. The bushes exuded their scent. The sky behind the huge cerulean rock of Monte Albo turned purple. Anania stopped on a rock, looked at the immense blue cloister of distant mountains battered by the delicate reflection of the aurora, and became thoughtful again. Goodbye. Tomorrow he would be beyond the mountains, and Margarita would think in vain of the unknown Ranunculo who loved her and was him. And so a tiny bird sang in its wild nest in the heart of an elm tree, and in its song all the poetry of the lonely place trembled. Anania then remembered the song of another little bird within the moist leaves of an oak tree on a distant autumn morning, up there, in one of those mountains on the horizon, and he saw a gay child, descending joyfully the slope, unaware of his sad destiny. Also now, he thought, trist, also now I am glad to leave, and who knows instead what is waiting for me? He returned home, pale and sad. But where have you been, my dear 20? Why did you go out before dawn? Asked Aunt Tatana. Give me coffee, he said, sharp. Here's the coffee. But what's wrong with you, beloved little heart? You're pale. Get well. Start again before going to your godfather. How? Shake your head? You're not going this morning to your godfather? What are you looking at? Are there any ants in the coffee? He was staring at the little red gold-rimmed cup that served him exclusively. Goodbye, little cup. Tomorrow again, and then goodbye. Tears came into his eyes. I'll go and see my godfather later. I'll just finish getting ready, he said very quietly, as if speaking to the bucket. 60? And if we never saw each other again? He asked the woman then. Supposing I should die before your return, and perhaps it would be better. Why do we have to live so long? Since we must die, it's best to die soon. Zia Tatana looked at him. He made the sign of the cross in the air and said, Last night you had bad dreams? Why are you talking so, lamb without wool? Does your head hurt? You don't understand anything, he exclaimed, jumping to his feet. He entered his small room and began to put some things into a small trunk, books and the dearest objects, and he would turn his eyes now and then to the open window in the background of which a strip of autumn sky appeared, which seemed a gorgeously painted canvas, a white plain with a blue lake. What would he have seen from the window of a little room waiting for him in Cagliari? The true sea, the infinite distances of azure water beneath the infinite distances of the azure sky, all that azure, seen and desired, calmed him. He repented of having grieved Aunt Tatana, but what could he do? Yes, he felt himself ungrateful, but nerves are nerves, and one cannot command them. However, he did not want to be completely ungrateful. No! She left the suitcase, the books, the boxes behind, and rushed into the kitchen, where the good woman swept with an air that was melancholy and philosophical all at once. Perhaps thinking of the funeral words of the lamb without wool, she lost her temper, embraced her and the broom in the same hug, and dragged them off on a whirling dance. "Ah, bad wool, what is it?" the old woman cries out, quivering with joy. But just then Anania flees, running and imitating the whistle of the train. After closing his suitcase, he went to bid farewell to the neighbours, starting with Master Bread. The old carpenter's workshop, usually full of people, was empty, and the student had to wait quite a bit, sitting on the inner step of the door, with his feet between abundant shavings that covered the floor. A slight breeze of wind entered through the door, stirring the large webs in the ceiling, scattered with sawdust. Finally, Master Pan arrived. He was wearing an old soldier's tunic, which he took great care in polishing the buttons of, and smiled with childish complacency when Anania told him he looked like a general. "I have a kepi too," he said seriously. "I would like to wear it, but the boys laugh at me. And so you leave, dear boy. May God accompany and help you. I have nothing to give you. I'm not sure, Master Mister. The heart doesn't lack, but the heart isn't enough. Well, make you a desk when you're a doctor. I already have the model, see?" She sought a furniture catalogue, jealously hidden under the desk, and showed the student a beautiful columned and latticed desk. "Impossible," he said, annoyed, realizing that Anania was smiling. "You don't know, Master Payne. I've never worked on precious and fine furniture because I didn't have funds, but I would be good. I believe it, Master Power. And when I am a doctor and rich, I will have all the furniture in my palace made." "Really? How many years will it take?" Who knows? 10, 15, 61 too much. I'll be in heaven then, in the workshop of St. Joseph, the glorious, although the joke was made devoutly the sign of the cross. "And tell me," he resumed, looking at a page of the catalogue, "what does furniture mean alla Luigi XV?" "It was a king," Anania began. "I know," replied Master Pan, with a mischievous smile on his large, gapped mouth. "He was a king who liked little girls." "Master Pan!" Ananias cried out, shocked. "How do? How do? You know that?" The old man began to laugh, taking off his coat and carefully folding it. "Ebbene disse, fingendo un ingenuo stupore, per non turbare oltre l'innocenza di Anania, perché siamo ignoranti. Non dobbiamo saper nulla. A quel re piaceva giocare e divertirsi coi bambini, come alla regina Esther piaceva andar pe campi, a cogliere spie ed a Vittorio Emanuele zappare l'orto. Ma Anania la sola sepiva più lunga di Maestro Pane, e cise anche lui con finta ingenuità. "Have you studied then, I would have liked to, but I couldn't, my flower. Not everyone is born under a good star as you are." "And so, how do you know these stories? They are told?" "Devil! If you say something, I'm not going to believe it. I heard the story of Queen Esther from your mother, and that of King from Pera Sargatu." Anania went away horrified, remembering a little tale told many years before by Nana, one winter evening at the olive mill. He knocked on Nana's little door, but the old madman, sitting on a stone, said that the woman wasn't in. "I'll do it too," he added, "because yesterday evening Jesus Christ told me that he needs a maid." "Where did you meet him?" "In the lane." "Over there," pointed out the madman. "He had a long coat and torn shoes." "Well, why don't you be an old pair of shoes, Anania Tonzu?" "They'd be too tight for you," said the student, looking down at his feet. "Why don't you go for it? And let a ball pierce your spleen?" asked the madman, wrinkling his grey, angular eyebrows in a threatening manner. "Goodbye," Anania said, without responding to the threatening question. "I'm leaving for school." The old man's bright blue eyes took on a mischievous expression. "Are you going to Iglesias?" "No, I'm going to Cagliari. In Iglesias there are vampires and bad women." "Goodbye, then. Touch my hand. So, good. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you. And your mother, where is she now?" "Goodbye. Do well," said Anania, withdrawing her small hand from the hard clutch of the lunatic. "I must leave too," announced the old man. "I'll go to a place where one always eats good things. Peas, lard, lentils, sheep's entrails. May it do you good, eh?" cried the madman as the student walked away. "Watch out for the yellow curers. And write to me." Anania bid farewell to the other neighbours, and also to the beggar woman, who received him in a neatly kept room, and offered him a cup of excellent coffee. "You're also going to see Rebecca?" she asked. "Envious. The stupid girl has gone to beg now. Isn't it a shame for a girl like her? Tell him so. She's sick. She can barely walk." "No, she's better. What are you looking at up there?" "It's a scythe. Why is it hanging on the door?" "For the vampire, who, when he enters at night in the room, stops to count the teeth of the scythe, and because he only reaches 7, always starts again. So comes dawn, and as soon as he sees the light, the vampire runs away. Are you laughing? Yet it's true," the beggar then said, accompanying him all the way to the road. "Good trip. And do honour to the neighbourhood. Anania entered Rebecca. She seemed still a child, though she was more than 20 years old, livid, bald, curled up in her black, then like a sick lion in its lair. Seeing the boy, she blushed, and, trembling all over, offered him, on a primitive cork tray, a bunch of black grapes. "Take them, then," she stammered. "I have nothing else." "Well, then, give me some," exclaimed Ananias, tearing a grape from the bunch. "I am not worthy of it." "I am not Margherita Carbone. I am an ignoble dirt," replied the girl, becoming animated. "Take this bunch, then. It's clean. I haven't even touched it." "He brought it to me zio pera sagatu." "Zio pera?" asked Ananias, remembering with disgust the story of Master Bread. "Yes, poor thing. He always remembers me, and every day he brings me something. The month before I was ill because my wounds had reopened, and Uncle Pera made the doctor come, and brought medicine. Ah, he does for me what my father would do but he has abandoned me." "Enough," she said then, realizing that she had touched a painful point with Anania. "So you don't want the bunch? It is clean, however. And here. But where shall I put it? Wait, I'll wrap it in this newspaper. So then I go, you know. I'm going to Cagliari for studies. Goodbye. Be well and take care. Goodbye," she said, with eyes full of tears. "I, too, would like to leave." As soon as he saw her, the girl began to smile at him with her bright eyes, and to wave goodbye to him with her hand. "You were making love with that little bunch of violets?" Rebecca asked, peeping from the door. "Go away, you stink horribly." Anania made a gesture of revulsion, instinctively thinking of Margherita. Epure went on the other, laughing and looking at him languidly. "She is jealous of me. Notice how she looks. Stupid," she said. "She always thinks of you because last night, 63 of last year, when we drew the lovers, your name came out together with hers. I know so. So end it," he said, annoyed. "I'm leaving tomorrow. Goodbye. Do you want anything? Take me away with you," she urged with fervor. A shepherd, who had just finished sipping a glass of aquavit, emerged from the inn and whistled to the girl. "Seis, manos sicas, 21. "Naked bunny," Agatha shouted. Then she dragged Anania into the inn and asked him what he wanted to drink. "Nothing. Goodbye, goodbye." Ma Agatha had poured him a glass of white wine, and while he was drinking, she leaned languidly against the counter, looking out and saying, "I will come to Cagliari soon, too. As soon as I get a new costume with gold buttons for my shirt, I'll go to Cagliari in search of work. So we will see each other again. Oh, here comes Antonino. He wants to marry me and is very jealous of you. Ah, my jewel, goodbye, go away." Saying so, she jumped on him with a feline swoop and kissed him on the mouth. Then she pushed him out, and he went away stunned and disturbed. And meeting Antonino, he finally understood why this one looked at him with hatred. For a few minutes he walked without realizing where he was going. It seemed to him that he had kissed Margherita, and the desire to see her made him feverish. "Ah!" he shouted at once, finding himself in the arms of a woman. "My little boy," said Nana, laughing sadly and handing him an involution, "so you're leaving? May the Lord go with you and bless you as he blesses the wheat harvest. We'll meet again, but in the meantime. Don't refuse, you know, because I would die of pain." To prevent Nana's death he took the rap. Then he shuddered, feeling something viscous and a pestilent whiff of brandy on his cheek. "Well," Nana croaked after kissing him, "I couldn't resist. Wipe the cheek. No, it should not be stained by the odious kisses of flowers like garlands from golden girls, who will pick you up like confetti." Anania did not protest, but this terrible collision with reality set him back on his feet, erasing the burning sensation of the kiss of a kisser. Agatha? He returned home and unwound the scarf, and found 13 coins, which he began to resonate between his hands. "Have you been to your godfather's?" asked Aunt Katana. "I'll go soon, after I've eaten." But as soon as he had eaten, he went out into the courtyard and lay down on a mat under the hawthorn. The air was warm. Through the branches Anania could see great white clouds passing over the sky of turquoise. He looked and felt an infinite sweetness falling from those clouds. It seemed like a shower of warm milk. Distant memories, wandering and changing like clouds, came to his mind, mingled with recent impression. Here he revisits the melancholy landscape watched by the sonorous pines, where his father ploughs the land to sow the master's wheat. The pines have a rumbling which seems the voice of the sea. The sky is deeply and sadly blue. Anania remembers 2 verses. Her eyes are blue, empty and deep as the sky. Margarita's eyes? No. He offends Margarita by thinking so, but at the same time he is happy to repeat such original verses. Her eyes are blue, deep and empty like the sky. Who passes behind the pine tree? The postman with the red warts. A crow, with its wings open, beats hard on the poor man's head with its beak. Dum, dum, dum. Margarita rushes to answer, takes the rosy letter with green threads, and begins to fly. Anania would like to follow her, but he can't. He can't move, he can't speak. However, the doorbell rings, and it shakes him. "It's 3 o'clock, my boy. So when will you go to see your godfather?" Aunt Tatana asked, shaking him. He jumped up, with one eye closed and the other open, one cheek pale and the other red. "I didn't sleep at all tonight," she said to herself. "Now I'll go." She went to wash, comb her hair, spend half an hour making a part in her hair on one side, then in the middle, and finally make it disappear altogether. Her heart was pounding with anxiety. "What is this? What the hell do I have?" she thought, and wanted to calm herself down, but couldn't. "Are you still there?" "When will you leave?" shouted the old woman from the courtyard. He stood at the window. "What shall I say to him? You are leaving tomorrow. You will be a good boy and always a respectful son. Amen. And what will he say to me? He will give you good advice. Will he not talk about that thing?" "About what thing?" "The money," he said, lowering his voice and covering his mouth with his hands. "Oh, blessed one," the old woman replied, raising her arms. "What do you have to do with it? You don't know anything, and then I go." But instead he went to Bastien Du, and then in the orchard, to say good-bye to Uncle Pera, and even to the palm trees, artichokes, the panorama, the horizon. He found the old man lying on the grass, with the scythe also placed on the grass, with a resting attitude. "So I'm leaving, Uncle Pera. Good-bye. Stay well and have fun." "Eh?" asked the old man, who was getting deaf and blind. "I'm leaving," shouted Anania. "I go to Cagliari to study?" "The sea?" "Yes, there is a sea in Cagliari. God goes with you and blesses you, my son. The old Uncle Pera has nothing to give you, but he will pray for you." "Do you have anything to command me?" asked Anania, bending down with his hands on his knees. The old man sat up, stared at him intently, and smiled. "What do you want me to order? I have to leave too. So do you?" The student exclaimed, smiling at the eagerness of everyone, even old men, to be on their way. "So do I." "And where are you going, Uncle Pera?" 65R, to a distant country," the old man said, stretching his hand towards the horizon. "For eternity." Only late, after having gone back and forth beneath the windows of Margaret, without able to catch a glimpse of the young woman, Anania entered and asked about. "The godfather. There's no one in the house. If you wait, they'll be home soon," the servant answered with arrogance. "Why didn't you come sooner?" "Because I do as I please," he said, as he entered. "Yes," he sighed, leaning out of the window of his study. Ah, that servant was humiliating him, just as she had done back in that distant night, when he and Bastien Du had come to beg for a bowl of broth. Nothing had changed. He was still a servant, a beneficiary. The tears of anger moistened his eyes. "But I am a man," he thought. "I can renounce to everything, work the land, be a soldier, but not be a coward. Now I'm leaving." And he pulled away from the window, but as he brushed against the desk already illuminated by the moon, he noticed, amongst the scattered papers, a rose-coloured envelope with green stripes. His blood rose to his head, his ears burned, beaten by a metallic vibration. Unconsciously he bent and took the envelope. Yes, it was that one, torn and empty. It seemed to him that he touched the skin of something for him sacred, which had been violated. I think everything had ended for him. His soul was empty and despoiled, was empty and despoiled. Like that envelope. Suddenly a bright light flooded the room. He saw Margarita enter, and had barely time to let fall the envelope, but he noticed that the young girl had guessed his deed, and lively shame joined to his pain. "Good evening," said Margarita, placing the lamp on the desk. "They have left you in the dark." "Good evening," he murmured, determined to explain himself, and then run away and never be seen again. "Sit down." He stared at her with bewildered eyes. Yes, that was Margarita, but at that moment he detested her. "Forgive me," he began to stutter. "I didn't do it on purpose. I'm not a coward, but I saw that. This envelope," he touched it with his finger, "and I couldn't." She looked at it. "Is that yours?" she asked in a trembling voice. "It is mine," he replied with a smile. Margarita blushed and was embarrassed, while Anania, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders, began to think clearly and reason. His pride, offended by the shame he had felt, advised him to say that the sending of the sonnet had been a joke, but Margarita, in her walking dress, with her waist tied with her waist, a bright green ribbon, was so beautiful and pure that it would have been like lying to an angel to lie to her. Anania would have wanted to put out the light and stay under the moonlight, just with her, and fall down at her feet and call her by the sweetest names. But he couldn't, although he noticed that she too raised and lowered her eyes with delightful terror, waiting for his love-cry. "Has your father read?" he asked in a low voice. "Yes, he has read, and he laughed," she replied, moved. "Were you laughing?" He felt the warm, soft hand of his godfather squeeze his own, and saw the blue eyes and the gold chain sparkle. But he could never recall exactly the kind. Words and jokes that Margarita's father poured out on him that evening, a bitter doubt was tormenting him. Had he, or had he not understood Margarita the true meaning of the sonnet? What did she think of it? She hadn't said anything about it in those precious moments when he had let himself escape so foolishly. Her troubled appearance wasn't enough for him. No, and he wanted to know more. He wanted to know everything. What? He asked himself with sadness. Nothing. It was all useless. Even if she had understood, even if she loved him. But that was a silly thing. Then all was useless. A great emptiness surrounded him, and in this emptiness the voice of Mr. Carboni was lost without being heard, as in a desert abyss. "Be happy, and think of nothing but study," concluded the godfather, seeing that Anania was sighing. "So be it. Be a man, and make yourself honor." Margarita returned, accompanied by her mother, who gave the student a lot of advice and encouragement. The girl went back and forth through the room. She had dressed herself up in a sly way, leaving a plait over her left eyebrow, and, what was more important, she had powdered. Her face, her eyes sparkled. She was beautiful, and Anania followed her with a mad look, thinking about Agatha's kiss. How charmed by that gaze! When he went away, she followed him and accompanied him to the gate. The moon illuminated the courtyard as it did that evening, long ago, when the vision, though altered and sweet, had awakened in the babe a consciousness of duty. So now she seemed altered and sweet, and walked lightly, with a flutter of wings, ready to fly, and Anania still believed he was dreaming, seeing her really rise and disappear into infinity, and that he would never be able to reach her again, and the desire to squeeze her slender life, bound by the glittering ribbon, gave him vertigo. "I shall never see her again. I shall die before she has closed the gate," he thought to himself when they reached the fatal limit. Margarita drew the latch, then turned and offered her hand to the student. She was as pale as death. "Farewell. I will write to you, Anania." "Farewell," he said, trembling with joy. But instead of going away, he turned back into the darkness and pulled Margarita towards him. 67. It seemed a shame to both of them that the contact of their lips should give rise to something terrible and grand in the air, for while they were madly kissing each other, they felt as if they heard the roll and the heat and the light of thunder. E8. At Cagliari, Anania attended school and for 2 years university. He studied law. Those years were like an interlude in his life, an interlude full of sweetness and harmony. Already on the train, while crossing the lonely Sardinian landscapes made sadder by autumn, he felt a new life. He seemed to be someone else, to have changed clothes, giving up an old, torn and tight outfit for a new, soft and comfortable one. Was it Margarita's kiss that made him happy? Or was it the farewell to all the little and miserable things of the past, or the joy, slightly fearful, of liberty or fur? Thought of an unknown world towards which he ran? He didn't know, nor did he seek to know. A deep intoxication, a mixture of pride and sensuality, enveloped him like a fragrant vapour, through whose veil he beheld horizons previously undreamt of. Come, it was beautiful and easy. He felt strong, beautiful, victorious. All the women loved him. All the doors of life opened before him. Along the journey from Nuoro to Macoma, He always stood on the platform of the carriage, shaken strongly by the mischievous impact of the small train. Little people went out or down in the deserted stations, and the acacia trees along the line seemed to be waiting for the train to hurl against them clouds of yellow leaves. "Here," said the acacias to the train, "take, you little witty monster. We are always still, and you move. What do you want more?" Yes, thought the student, life is in motion, and she thought that she felt the playful force of the water agitating, while until then her soul had been a little swamp whose banks were choked by stinking grasses. Yes, the acacia lost in the immobile solitude of Sardinia had reason. Yes, to move, go, run with vertigo. This was life. But, passaging under a black Nuragite, on a high rock, like a nest of giant birds, Anania wished to be up there with Margarita, alone among the ruins and recollections that blew, away with the wild smell of linden, alone, bewitched by shadows and ghosts of heroic ages. Ah, how I felt great! And here the azure mountains of Barbagia, my native land, disappear at the horizon. A single crest of Orthobene still appears, behind other peaks, purple on the pale sky. Still a corner, a tip, a stone, nothing more. The mountains set too like the sun and the moon, leaving a sad twilight in the soul of those who are distant from their native land. Farewell, farewell! Anania felt sad, but to shake it off, he thought hard about the kiss of Margarita, whose memory, moreover, did not leave him a moment. 68 at times, however, he trembled. Had it all been a dream? If she forgot or regretted it, but then his pride gave him hope again. His intoxication lasted for several days, until the stupor of the new existence wore off. Tutte le cose gli andavano a meraviglia. Appena arrivato, a Cagliari trovò una bellissima camera, con 2 balconi, da uno dai quali si godeva un paesaggio racchiuso, da colline e dal mare luminoso, talora così calmo c'era. Sembrava the pirate ships and galleys were drawn as engraved on steel, and from the other side there was the panorama of the pink city, with its bastions, castle, palmettes, and gardens, which resembled a Moorish city. In front of the new palace where he lived, a line of old cottages painted pink rose up, with Spanish balconies full of carnations and laundry drying in the sun. But he did not look that way. His beguiling eyes ran over the wonderful landscape of the city and stopped at the line of bastions and medieval palaces that closed the vast horizon. Everything up there was legend and poetry. It was still warm at the end of October. The air smelled of algae and flowers, and the ladies who passed by under Anania's balcony wore muslin and light fabrics. All alone, the student seemed to be in an enchanted country, and the air was fruity and heady, and the new comforts of his room and the sweets of the new life gave him a feeling of softness and of languor. He was taken by a kind of drowsiness. Everything seemed beautiful and great to him, and recalling the mill and the dirty figures that collected there, he wondered how he could have lived so long there. The humble life of the poor neighbour was certainly continuing its course, melancholy, while here, in the shiny cafes, in the bright streets, in the tall houses beaten by the sun, by the reflection of the sea, everything was light, joy, poetry. The arrival of the first letter from Margarita increased his joy in life. It was a simple and tender letter, written on a large white sheet, with rounded characters, almost masculine. Really, Anania was expecting a blue letter with a flower inside, and at first he seemed to think that Margarita meant to make him feel her superiority and to dominate him. But then, from the simple and affectionate expressions of the girl, who appeared to continue with that letter a long and uninterrupted correspondence, he realized that she loved him sincerely, with simplicity and force, and this made him experience an inexpressible sweetness. She wrote to him, "Every evening I sit for long hours by the window, and it seems to me that you must pass by any moment now, as you used to do before you left. I am very sorry about our separation, but I comfort myself thinking that you are studying and preparing our future." Then she showed him where to direct the answer, and begged of him, coldly, "Adesso is Friday, and if you don't was full point to the answer, and begged of him, greatest secret, because of course her family, learning of their love, would oppose it. Anania answered at once, all aglow with love and happiness, though a little troubled by the regret of betraying his benefactor. However, he had already, by changing her, I make the daughter happy, I do no harm to the father. He described to her the wonders of the city and the season. While I write, I can still hear the frogs croaking in the distant gardens, and see the moon rise like an alabaster face against the dusky sky of warm twilight. It is the same moon that I saw rising on the solitary horizon of Nuoro, and it is the same round face, melancholy, that I saw peeping from out the rocks of Orthobene, but now it seems to me more sweet, different, almost smiling. And again, as soon as he had written this first letter, he felt a strong desire to go out, and he went up on the hill of Benaria. An oriental sweetness was fading with the splendid evening. The avenue which led to the sanctuary was deserted, and the moon began to shine through the immobile trees. The sky, of a verdigris blue, took over the pearl-grey line of the sea a tint of an unreal green, and red and violet clouds crossed it. It seemed like a dream. Anania stopped in front of the sanctuary and looked at the sea. The waves reflected the brightness of the sky, the coloured clouds, and the moon, and came to break under the shore. Oh, hill, like huge pearl shells of mother-of-pearl, that when they reached the shore melted into liquid silver, and the sailing vessels, aligned against the bright background, seemed to Anania like huge butterflies having come down to rest on the water. Never had he felt so happy as in that hour. It seemed to him that his soul was bright as the sky, large as the sea. In the moonlight and the last twilight, she deciphered a few lines of Margarita's letter. Then she kissed the sheet, and reluctantly decided to go back to town. The moon was scattering silver coins and designs down the avenue. Frogs were still croaking. The songs of the fishermen, all was sweetness, but as he approached his house, Anania heard cries, shouts, shrieks of women, and voices of men pronouncing wicked words. He turned around and saw, in front of the pink cottages that could be seen from his balcony, a group of people arguing. At the windows of the palaces no one appeared. It seemed that the inhabitants of the district were accustomed to the scene, to the obsession of those people who struggled in a infernal melee, shouting the most lurid obscenities that man may pronounce against his fellow. In front of the garden, a tall man, dressed in black velvet, stood immobile under the moonlight, enjoying the scene with an almost blissful air. "But the guards? Why don't the guards come?" Ananias asked, troubled. "What do the guards do?" The man replied without looking at the student. "The guards are here every week, shoving this way and that. It all ends, and then it starts all over again the next day. Those women must be got rid of," the man resumed, threatening the shouting men. Distance. "Wait, I'll give it to you now. Wait until all have signed the application to the police station." "But what is it?" The man looked down on him with contempt. "They are lost women, then, are they? Frightened? They're cheerful women with their young men, and they fight each other out of jealousy. But they'll be sent away. We've gone to the police station." "What country are they from?" he asked. "One is from Cagliari, the other, I think, from Capo di Sopra, 70. The screams doubled. A woman's voice could be heard complaining almost as if she had been killed. God, what horror! Anania was trembling and drawn by an irresistible force. He ran to open the balcony. High up, in the sky that was as pure as could be, the moon and stars. Down below, at the feet of the hazy picture of the city, that group of demons, those angry cries, those abominable words. And Ananias stood there with an anxious look, his soul oppressed by a terrible thought. "Make her die, my God! My God! My God! Have mercy on me, Lord!" he sobbed in the dead of night, tormented by insomnia and sad thoughts. The idea that one of the two women who lived in the pink cottages could be his mother had vanished after the news given by the landlady during lunch. But did it matter? If not here, there, in an unknown but real place, at Cagliari, Rome, or elsewhere, she lived and ran, or had run, a life similar to that of the women whom the inhabitants of Via San Lucifero wanted to drive out of their neighborhood. Why has Margarita written to me, he thought, and why did I reply? That woman will always divide us between us. Why have I dreamed? Tomorrow I will write to Margherita and tell her everything. But what can I tell her? And if that woman had died, why should I give up happiness? Maybe she doesn't know that I am a child of sin. If she had been ashamed of me, she wouldn't have written to me. Yes, but she certainly believes that my mother is dead, or that for me she is like dead, while I feel that she is alive, and do not renounce my duty, which is to seek her, find her, draw her from vice. And if she has repented? No, she has not repented. Oh, it's horrible. I hate her. I hate her. I hate her. Cruel visions went through her mind. She saw her mother being quarrelled with other women. She heard terrible screams, and she shuddered at the sight of ugly, bestial men. First at midnight she had a fit of tears. She choked on the sobs by biting her pillow. She wrung her arms, scratched her chest. She ripped off from her neck the amulet that Ole gave her the day they ran away from Fonny, and threw it against the wall. Oh, how she wanted to tear herself away from the memory of her mother! At once she marvelled that she had wept. She rose and looked for the amulet, but no longer wore it around her neck. Then she asked herself if, without her love for Margherita, she would have suffered equally at the thought of her mother. She answered yes. At intervals a sort of void appeared in his mind. Tired of tormenting himself, then he roamed with thought after strange visions of the cruel problem that pressed upon him. The voice of the sea seemed to him the bellowing of 1,000 bulls crashing against the rock, and by contrast he thought of a forest shaken by the wind and silvered by the field. Moon, and remembered the forests of Authorbean, where so many times, while he picked violets, the noise of the wind on the elms had exactly given him the illusion of the sea. But sudden the cruel problem returned. And what if she had reformed herself? It is the same, it is the same. I must search for her, find her, help her. She abandoned me for my own good, because otherwise I would never have had a name, never had a place in society. Staying with her, I would have gone to beg. I would have lived in shame, maybe. Maybe I would have become a thief, a criminal, yes. And just as I am is not the same thing? Am I lost too? No, no, it's not the same. So I am a son of my actions. But Margherita will not want to be mine. 71 because. Why? But why? But why? Because she won't want to be mine? Am I perhaps disgraced? What have I done wrong? She wants me, yes, she wants me, just because I am the son of my actions? Who knows, after all, whether that woman is dead? Ah, why do I deceive myself? She is not dead, I feel. She is still young. How old is she now? 33 years, perhaps. Ah, she is very young. This idea touched him deeply. If she were 50, I could not forgive her. But why she left me? If she had stayed with me, she would not have fallen. I would have worked. At this hour I would be a servant, a shepherd, a worker. I wouldn't know Margherita. I wouldn't be unhappy. My God, may she die! But why am I making this stupid prayer? No, she is not dead. But why should I look for her? Hasn't she abandoned me? I'm a madman, and if Margherita knew that I fight such a foolish battle, she would laugh. Well, am I perhaps the first or last child of guilt, who rises up and demands respect? Yes, but she is the shadow. I must seek her out, and make her live with me. And an honest woman will never want to live with us. We and her will be one and the same person. Tomorrow I have to write to Margherita. Tomorrow, if she wanted me the same way. This thought filled him with sweetness. But immediately he felt all its absurdity, and he fell into despair again. The next day, or then afterwards, he could not disclose to Margherita the secret purpose that was always driving, lifting up, and abasing him. I'll tell him in person, he thought, but felt that all the more so he would have no courage to explain himself out loud, and he was annoyed by his own weakness, but at the pier. Same time comforted by the shameful certainty that his very weakness would prevent him from carrying out what he called his mission. Sometimes, however, this mission seemed to him so heroic that the idea of renouncing it saddened him. The balcony, they managed to stare at the sad tenant who made her unhappy, but when he returned home he often saw the two women, or on the balcony among the carnations and rags, or seated on the threshold of the door. Particularly one, the chief's daughter, tall and slender, with black hair and eyes like a turquoise, caught his attention. She was called Maria Rosa. She was almost always drunk, and for days would dress miserably and walk the streets scruffy, barefoot or in red slippers, sometimes would come out. beautifully dressed in a hat, a purple velvet cloak trimmed with white feathers. Sometimes she would put on her balcony, pretending to sew and sing with a hoarse voice charming songs from her hometown, interrupting herself to shout insults at passers-by, who they would torment her with their pranks, or the neighbours with whom she constantly argued because she seduced their husbands and children. Her voice could be heard in Anania's room, and he listened to it with pain. Mary Rose made him angry and pitiable, and although he knew of that country and that family, sometimes he returned in the foolish assumption that she could be his mother. Yes, they should at least have looked like each other. Oh, what a sad and terrible obsession! One evening, then, Mary Rose and the companion stopped him in the middle of the road, inviting him to follow them. He fled, overcome by an attack of disgust and horror. God! It seemed to him that it was she who had stopped him. He studied with passion and wrote long letters to Margarita. Their love was perfectly similar to 100,000 other loves among poor students and rich young ladies, but to Anania it seemed that no couple in the world could love each other as they loved, nor any man had ever loved with such passion as he loved. Despite the doubt that Margarita might abandon him if he were to find his mother again, he was happy with her love. The very idea of seeing the girl again gave him a sense of joy. He counted the days and hours. Throughout his mysterious and veiled future, he only saw one bright spot: the meeting with Margarita on her return for Easter. Even in Cagliari, during the first year of high school, he did not have friends or even acquaintances. When he didn't study or wander alone on the seashore, he dreamed on the balcony, like a young girl. One day, as the sun was setting, he climbed the hills of Monte Orpino, beyond the fields where the almond trees had flowered since January, and wandered into the pine forest. On the moss of the avenues left alone, the setting sun among the pink pines cast delicate reflections. To the left, green meadows, almond trees in bloom, red hedges atoo, twilight. To the right, pines and shady ravines covered with irises. He did not know where to stop, for the views were so lovely. He picked up a bunch of irises, and at last climbed upon a green top of asphodels, from which was enjoyed a triple sight of the reddish city at sunset, the azure-grey pools, and the sea that seemed an immense boiling gold crucible. The sky blazed, the earth exhaled delicate fragrances. The azure-grey clouds that drew on the gold horizon profiles of camels and bronze figures conveyed the idea of a caravan, and recalled the nearby Africa. Anania felt so happy that he waved the handkerchief and began to shout, greeting an invisible being, which was the soul of the sea, the sky, the spirit of dreams, Margarita. From then on, the pine forests of Monte Alpino became the realm of his dreams. Little by little, he felt so much in control of the place that he would get angry when he met anyone in the lonely avenues. Often he stayed in the pinery until the evenings fall. He watched the red sunsets reflected by the sea, or, sitting among the iris, he looked at it, the moon rise, large and yellow, among the immobile pines. One evening, as he sat on the grass of a hill, beyond a small ridge, he heard the tinkling of sheep being herded, and was overcome with homesickness. Before him, beyond the ravine, the avenue disappeared into a mysterious distance. The pink pines faded into the pure sky, the moss reflected velvet. Horizon, alone and happy, as if she had peered out before the other stars, to enjoy the sweetness of evening without being disturbed. What was this lonely star thinking about? Did she have a distant lover? Anania dared to resemble the radiant star, so solitary in the sky as he was solitary in the pine wood. Perhaps at that hour Margaret looked at the evening star. And what was Aunt Tatana doing? The fire burned merrily in the hearth, and the good old woman sadly prepared the evening meal, thinking of her beloved boy far away. And yet he rarely thought of her. He was ungrateful and selfish. But what could he do? If instead of Aunt Tatana there were another woman, his thoughts would constantly fly to her. But that woman? Where was that woman? What was she doing at that hour? Could her eyes also see the evening star? Was she dead or alive? Was she rich or a beggar? What if he were in prison? He marvelled that he did not blush at the thought. For the first time, after so many years, he felt a sense of pity, as when, as a child, he tried to warm with his tiny feet the frozen feet of Ole. Finally, The day of return had come. He left, almost overwhelmed by his happiness. He was afraid of dying on the journey, not to reach to see again the beloved mountains, the famous road, the sweet horizon, the face of Margarita. If I were to die now, he thought, as he rested his forehead on his hand, if I were to die, now she would never forget me. Fortunately he arrived safely. He saw again, saw again, beloved mountains, the wild valleys, the gentle horizon, the peacock-like face of Nana, who came to meet him at the station. She had been waiting for more than an hour. As soon as she saw Anania's beautiful face, she opened her arms and began to cry. My son, how are you?" "Take this," he cried, and to stop her from hugging him, he threw the suitcase, a parcel, a basket at her. Go on. Go ahead, pass by here. I have to go that way. Come on." She almost took off running, and darted by him, leaving the woman stunned. Here. He must turn back to that road. She is waiting for him at the window, and they don't need witnesses to meet. How small Nuoro's houses are, and how narrow and deserted its streets. Good. It almost feels cold in Nuoro. Spring is here, but it is still pale and delicate as a convalescent girl. Ah, here come some people. Among them is Francisco Cachit, who, recognizing the student, begins to make joyful gestures. "What rage? Where? How are you? Welcome back. How have you grown? And elegant, too. And those little ballet slippers, how much did they cost you? Finally Anania is free. Come on. His heart beats. It beats faster and faster. A woman peeps from the edge of a doorway, curiously gazing at her, but Ananias passes by, runs off, and from afar hears him exclaim, "It is he! Yes, just him! Yes, it is he! Yes, it is he!" "You are right. What do you care? Oh, here. Here's the road that leads to the other, to the famous, to the dear one, at last." Ananias hears footsteps and feels annoyed. It is a boy-child. He runs across the road and bumps into him, flying away. He wants to run like this, but he can't. He shouldn't. Instead, he takes on a rigid, compounding look, ties his tie, tucks in 2 fingers the flaps of his overcoat. Yes, he has an elegant, long, clear overcoat that you haven't yet seen. Will she recognize him with that overcoat? Maybe not. Finally, here's the street. Here is the translation of the text into English. There is the red gate. There is the white house with green windows. Margarita isn't here. Why, my God? 74, he stops, panting. Fortunately, the street is deserted. Only a black chicken walks by, raising its legs very high before putting them back on the ground, and enjoys beaking at the wall. Enough. We must move on, lest we be noticed by some curious eyes. He began to walk slowly like a chicken, and although the windows remained empty, he didn't stop looking at them for an instant, and he felt moved, and felt his heart jumping in, his throat. All of a sudden it seemed to him that he was going to faint. Margarita had leaned out, pale with passion, and looked at him with burning eyes. He paled and did not even think to greet, to smile. He thought of nothing. For several moments he saw only those burning eyes, from which poured over him an inexplicable desire. She walked automatically, turning around at every step, followed by those bewitching eyes, and only when Nana, with her suitcase on her head, the parcel in one hand and the feed, basket in the other, appeared panting at the bottom of the street, did he startle, surprised, and quickened his pace, part two-eyed. It was the hour when desire turns to seamen, and those about to set sail for unknown shores. Anania is among them. The train carries him towards the sea. A clear evening in autumn falls over, heavy with melancholy. The jagged mountains of Gallura fade into distant purples. The air smells. A heath, and last hamlet appears, grey and black on a background of reddish sky. Anania watches the strange outlines of the mountains, the coloured sky, the patches, the rocks, and only his fear of appearing ridiculous to the other 2 travellers, a priest, and a student who had already been his classmate in school, prevents him from crying. And now he is indeed a man. It's true that he had considered himself a man ever since he was 15 years old. Then he was thought to be a young man, but now he thinks himself an old one. Yet health and youthfulness shine in his eyes. He is tall, slender, with 2 seducingly brown moustaches with golden tips. The evening was falling. Already some stars were appearing over the mountains of Gallura, and some fires were glowing red among the green-black of the brushlands. "Farewell, motherland," Island said. "Ancient mother beloved, but not enough, because a powerful voice from across the sea does not tear your best children out of your womb, urging them to desert, like eaglets, the maternal nest, the solitary rock." The student looked at the horizon, and his eyes grew dim as the sky grew dim. How many years had he been hearing the voice that drew him away? He remembered the adventure with Bastiandu, the project of the child's flight, then the continuing dreams, the never-extinguished desire for a voyage towards the countries beyond the sea, and yet on the point of leaving the island he felt sad, and regretted not having pursued his studies at Cagliari. He had been so happy there. In the last of May, Margherita had appeared to him among the fantastic splendour of the festival of St. Anne. Ephesus, and together with her, amongst cheerful bands of countrymen, he had spent unforgettable hours. She was elegant, very tall and beautiful. Her splendid hair and turban-like eyes, fringed by long dark eyelashes, attracted the attention of passers-by, who turned to look at us. Her, Anania, shorter and thinner than she was, walked by her side, trembling with pleasure and jealousy. It seemed impossible to him that the beautiful, regal, and silent creature, in whose scornful eyes shone all the pride of a ruling race, would lower herself to love him, or even look at him. Margherita spoke little, she was no coquette, and she did not change her appearance or voice when men looked at her. The word. And Anania also loved her for this, and he saw nothing but her in the eyes of all other women, nor compared any to her except to find her inferior. And as he grew up, and she grew up, and the passion grew fiercer within him, he often thought it was impossible that many more years would have to pass before, during the last holidays, they were often alone in the courtyard of Margherita, favoured by the maid, who facilitated their correspondence. Usually they were silent, but while Margherita, either for fear or for shame, trembled, vigilant and melancholy, Anania smiled, completely forgetting time, space, things, and human affairs. "Why don't you repeat the words you write to me?" she asked him. "Hush, I'm afraid." "Of what? If your father catches us, I'll throw myself on the ground. I'll tell him." "No, we're not doing any harm. We're already joined together for eternity. Don't be afraid. I will be worthy of you. I have a future ahead of me. I will be somebody." Margherita didn't reply, and seeing her so beautiful and cold, with eyes illuminated by the moon like the pearls of an idol, he didn't dare to kiss her. But he looked at her silent and shivered. He didn't know if it was from anguish or happiness. "The sea is calm, God be praised," said one of the travellers. Anania shook himself free of his memories, and looked out at the green golden expanse of the sea, which in twilight seemed a plain illuminated by the moon. The ruins of a tiny chapel, a path through the brush, lost at the edge of the coast, almost traced by a dreamer who had conducted him there with the hope of continuing it on. The velvet-like waves of the sea attracted Anania's gaze. He thought of Renato, of whom he seemed to catch a glimpse of the sad profile on a rock overlooking the sea. No, it is not him. It is another hero of Chateaubriand, Eudore, who on the marine rocks of the wild Gaul dreams of roses from far-away Helade. Well, no, it is neither Eudore. It is a poet who wonders. This granite rock rearing on the sea, that does. But the rock, the little chapel, and the path had already disappeared, along with the profile of the uncertain character. 76. The student's sadness grew. Serious and useless questions went through his mind, fell unanswered, like stones thrown into water. Why couldn't he stop on that wild, melancholy shore? And why wasn't the profile he saw on the rock his own? Why couldn't he build a house on the ruins of the little chapel? Why was he thinking about such silly romantic fancies? Why was he going to Rome? Why was he studying? Why was he studying law? Who was he? What was life? Nostalgia, love, sadness. What did Margherita do? Why did he love her? And why was his father a slave? And why had his father sternly warned him not to visit, as soon as he arrived in Rome, those places where gold coins found underground or in ancient ruins were kept? Was his father a criminal, or a lunatic obsessed with the idea of treasure? What had he inherited from his father The fixed idea in a different form? Was it then only a fixed idea, a mental illness, the constantly recurring thought about that woman? But was she really in Rome, and would he find her again? "Andy 22, said the other student with a mocking tone, giving Anania the nickname his classmates had given him. "Are you asleep? So, do not weep. Life is like this. A ticket for a round-trip journey with the right to make longer or shorter stops. At least be comforted that seasickness will not come to interrupt your love dreams." Indeed, the sea was calm, and the crossing began with the best hopes. The new moon, was calving, fantastically lighting the coasts, and the huge rock of Cape Figari, a cyclopean sentinel, watching the melancholy sleep of the abandoned island. Goodbye, goodbye, land of exile and dreams. Anania remained motionless, leaned against the rail of the steamboat, until the last vision of Capo Figari and the islet, rising blue from the waves, like clouds petrified, disappeared among the fumes of the horizon. Then he sat down on the bench, giving a poking blow to his forehead to push back the tears that clouded his eyes, and he stayed there, pale and upset, chilled by the damp breeze, until he saw the moon, red as a hot iron, descend into a distant blood red. Finally he retired to bed, but it took him some time to fall asleep. He felt as if his body were growing and shrinking incessantly, and that an interminable line of carts was running over his sore chest. The saddest memories of his life came back to him. He seemed to hear, in the splash of the water broken up by the steamboat, the noise of the wind over the widow's cottage at Fonny. Oh, come, come, life was sad, useless, and vain. What was life? Why live? So sadly it dozed off, but waking up, she felt another one, agile, strong, happy. She had fallen asleep in a dreary country of pain, among pale waves watched by a blood-red moon. She woke up in the middle of the golden country, in a land of light, near land of light. Rome, Rome, she thought, pulsating with joy. Rome, Rome, eternal homeland, abyss of all evil, and source of all good. He felt like he could embrace it all, move to conquer the whole world. Even in Civitavecchia, crossing through the damp and dark city under the morning sky, everything seemed beautiful to him, and he would say to the student Dagger, "You see, I feel as if I were in the anteroom of a wonderful sea cave." 77, Il Daga, who had already lived a year in Rome, smiled in a taunting way, jealous of the enthusiastic effusiveness of his companion. The romping arrival of the direct gave the young Sardinian provincial a sense of terror, the first vertiginous impression of a nearly violent and destructive civilization. He seemed to think that the red-eyed monster was taking him away, like the wind takes a leaf, carrying him off into the whirling eddy of life. In Rome, the two students went to live on the third floor of a house in Piazza della Consolazione, with a widow who had two beautiful telegraph-operator daughters, teachers, typists, and owls. The two students slept in the same room, which was large but not very cheerful, divided by a kind of screen made with a yellow blanket. Their window looked onto an internal courtyard. The first time Anania looked out of that window, he felt a desperate sense of emptiness. She could see nothing but incredibly tall walls, a dirty yellow, punctured by long, irregular windows, and rags of questionable purity hung on iron rods. One of these rods, with sliding rings from which were suspended tangled ropes of twine, passed in front of the window of the students. As Anania gazed with desperate sadness at the walls fading into the pale evening sky, Battista Daga tugged at the thread and began to laugh. "Look, Anania, see how the rings and the cordage dance. They seem alive. Thus is life. A piece of iron wire across a dirty courtyardman fidget, suspended over an abyss of misery. Don't make me angry," Anania said. "I'm already melancholic enough. Let's go out. I feel like I'm going to suffocate." They were leaving, walking, getting tired, dizzy from the noise of the carriages and the twinkle of the lights from the twinkle of the lights, violent passage, and the raucous scream of the cars. Anania felt sad among the crowd. He seemed to be alone in the desert, and thought that if he had felt sick and cried out, nobody would have heard him or come to his aid. She remembered Cagliari with a pining nostalgia. Oh, enchanted balcony, sea horizon, sweet eye of Venus. There were no stars, nor moon, nor horizon here, only a disgusting heap of rocks, a swarming of men who, to the barbaric student, seemed of a different and inferior race. Viewed through the wonder and exhaustion of the first days, the melancholic allure of the dark apartment on Piazza della Consolazione in Rome gave him almost morbid sadness. In the old city, with its narrow streets, pungent shops, miserable interiors, cavern-like doors and staircases that seemed to lead into a gloomy place of pain, he remembered the poorest villages of Sardinia. In the new Rome he felt lost. Everything appeared so large, the roads traced by giants for giants, the houses mountains, the squares too big Sardinian tangas. Even the sky was too high and too deep. Even at the university, where he began to regularly attend classes in civil and penal law and lessons by Enrico Ferri, he was awaiting a disappointment. Students did nothing but murmur, laugh, and mock everything. It seemed they were mocking life itself. Especially in room of 4, while waiting for Ferreri, the noise and the fun went beyond the limits. Some students climbed onto the desk and began a parody of a lesson greeted by yells, whistles, applause, cries of "Long live the Pope! Long live Saint Alfonso de Ligori! Long live Pius IX." Sometimes the student, from the pulpit, with an undescribable bold face, imitated the meowing of a cat or the crying of a cock. Then shouts and whistles doubled, paper bullets were shot, feathers were fired, lit matchsticks until the arrival of the teacher, greeted by deafening applause, ended fair. Scene. Anania felt lonely, sad amidst all the joy, and he felt that he belonged to a world different from the one in which he was forced to live. Only when the professor began to speak did he experience deep emotion, almost a sense of joy. Ghosts of criminals, suicides, lost women, maniacs, parricides, passed by, summoned up by the powerful voice of the professor before Anania's troubled mind. And among so many figures he distinguished one who kept passing in front of him, with her eyes downcast. But instead of staring at it with horror, he looked at it with pity, full of a desire to extend his hand to it. One evening Daga and he were crossing Via Nazionale. The splendor of the electric lamps merged with the brightness of the moon. All the windows of the bank palace were brightly lit. "It seems that all of the gold stored in the bank shines through the windows," said Anania. "But be bravo! It is clear that my company brings you delight. I am more romantic than ever tonight. Let's go to the Colosseum." They went. They strolled about for a long time in the divine mystery of the place, looking at the moon through every arch. Then they sat on a gleaming column, and both sighed. "I feel a joy like pain," said Anania. Daga did not answer, but after a long silence he said, "It seems to me that I am in the moon. Don't you think that on the moon one should experience what one experiences here, in this great dead world?" "Yes," Anania replied softly. "This is Rome." On their way back, they passed once again by Via Nazionale. They were chatting in a dialect. It was late, and many night butterflies fluttered up and down through the almost deserted sidewalks, so called by Daga. At once one of them passed by and greeted them in Sardinian dialect. "Good evening, girls." She was tall, with dark hair and large eyes surrounded. The electric light gave her little pale face, emerging from a fur collar of a light overcoat, cadaveric pallor. As in Cagliari, on the evening when Rosa and the companion had stopped Anania, he shuddered, overcome by horror, and dragged away Daga, who insolently answered the woman. Was she? Could it be her? She was a Sardinian. She could be her. 79, lying on his bed, after hours and hours of bitterness, doubt, and oppressive melancholy, he thought, "No point in fooling myself. I'm not crazy, but I can't live like this any more. I have to know. Oh, if only she were dead. If only she were dead. I have to search. Haven't I come to Rome for this? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. From the day that I arrived, I repeat this word, and the next day it comes, and I don't do anything. But what can I do? Where should I go? And if I find it? Ah, that was what he was afraid of. He didn't even want to think about how much could happen after. Suddenly he asked himself, what if I confided in Daga? If I were to tell him now, "Battista, I have to go out. I have to go to the police station to ask for information. Ah, I can't stand it any more. I've been carrying this weight for so many years. Now I would like to free myself from it, throw it away as one throws away an oppressive burden. To free myself, breathe. This rat vermin must be pulled out. They will tell me that I am a fool. They will convince me that I am. They will tell me to stop. Well, it's better if they convince me. What a sad day. The sky is lowered. Lowered always more. I would sleep. It must be that I go right away. Battista, said Anania, rising, his elbow on the cheek. You aren't going out? No. Will you lend me your umbrella? He hoped that the companion would ask him where he hoped that Hayard was going, with such horrible weather, but Daga said, I couldn't possibly give you the pleasure of buying one for myself. Anania sat on the bed, facing the screen, and muttered, I have to go to the police station. He still hoped that a fraternal voice would ask him about his secret, and then he began to palpitate, thinking how to start. But through the screen a scoffing voice asked, Go and arrest the rain. The secret sank back into his heart, more bitter and heavier than before. Ah, not a screen, but an insurmountable wall divided him from the confidence and charity of his fellow man. He should not have asked for or waited for help from anyone. He should have sufficed to himself. He rose, brushed himself carefully, and searched in the drawer for his birth certificate. Take it, the umbrella. But why are you going? Asked the other, yawning. He did not reply. On the dark scales he stopped for a moment, listening to the sound of the water gushing against the roof window. It sounded like the roar of a waterfall, which was supposed to pour into the house at any moment, already flooded by the noise of the impending collapse. A deadly sadness squeezed his heart. Here is the translation of the text into English. She went out and wandered for a long time through the streets washed by the rain. She climbed up a deserted lane, passed under an archway, looked with infinite sadness at the damp chiaroscuro of certain interiors, of certain small shops, in whose 80 penumbra pale figures of women, vulgar men, dirty children were drawn. Caves where the herbagi and fruit were rotting in the mucky darkness, while the blacksmith, the cobbler, and the ironer toiled at hard labour in a place even sadder than a jail. Anania looked. He remembered the hovel of the widow of Phonny, the house of the mill owner, the mill, the miserable neighbourhood, and the melancholy figures that animated it. And it seemed to him that he was sentenced to live always in places of sorrow and among images of pain. After a long and fruitless wandering, he returned home and began to write to Margarita. I am terribly sad. I have a burden on my soul that oppresses and crushes me. For many years I wanted to tell you what I am writing to you now, on this sad day of rain and melancholy. I don't know how you will receive the revelation I am about to make. But whatever you may think, Margarita, do not forget that I am dragged by an inescapable fate, by a duty which is more terrible than a crime. Having arrived at the word crime, he stopped and reread the letter begun. Then he took up his pen again, but could not trace another word, overcome by a sudden cold. Who was Margarita? Who was he? Who was that woman? What was life? And the stupid questions started again. She looked at the glass, the chain, the wet and springy rings on a yellow-tinted background, and thought to herself, what if I killed myself? She slowly tore up the letter, first into long strips, then into squares, which she arranged in columns. Then she returned her gaze to the glass, the chain, the rings that looked like puppets. She remained there until the rain stopped, until her companion invited her out. The sky was clearing. The soft air rumbled with the sounds of the city coming to life, and the rainbow arched, a beautiful setting, over the wet picture of the Roman Forum. As usual, the two friends went up Via Nazionale, and Daga stopped to look at the newspapers in front of Garrone, while Anania continued distractedly going to meet a queue of chattering clergymen, one of whom bumped into him slightly. Then he seemed to emerge from a dream, stopped and waited for his companion while the clergyman disappeared, and the reflection of their scarlet habits gave a blood red sparkle to the damp pavement. In my childhood I knew the child of a famous bandit. The baby was already burnt by wild passions, and intended to avenge his father. Now instead I have found out that he has become a friar. Come, Spighi, questo fatto? She's Anania. Quell'individuo è pazzo, rispose il Daga con indifferenza. Ebbene, no, riprese Anania animandosi. Noi spieghiamo o vogliamo spiegare molti misteri psicologici, dando il titolo di matto all'individuo che ne è soggetto, perlomeno però è un monomaniaco, concluse il Daga, however, I admit that, but the individual in question had the monomania of banditry, and atavistic monomania. Becoming a friar, although he was almost primitive man, he wanted to free himself from his evil. 81 that friar will end up really going mad. A man who is aware caught up by any fixed idea must get rid of it by supporting it. You may be right, Anania said, musing, and he didn't speak any more until they reached the corner of Via Agostino de Pretis. Then he turned and said, I was asked to take someone's address. I have to go to the police station. His companion followed him, curious. Who is this person? Who did you get orders from? Is she from your country? But Anania gave no explanation. When they got in front of St. Mary Major, the Daga declared that he would not go any further. Then wait for me here, said Anania without stopping. I'll tell you later. Puzzled, the Daga followed him a bit, then waited on the steps of the church. Has the die been cast? He asked with emphasis, as Anania reappeared. But despite his questions and jokes, he was unable to find out what his companion had gone to do in the police station. Leaning against the wall, Anania looked at the horizon and remembered the evening when, as a child, he had climbed the slopes of the Gennargentu and had seen a terrifying red sky animated by invisible spirits. Even now he felt a mystery hanging around him, and the city seemed to him a forest of stone crossed by dangerous rivers, and he felt afraid. Yes, as one reads in old romantic stories, the die was cast. The questioner, after Anania's request and indications, searched for Rosalia Darius, and, towards the end of March, informed the student that at number so-and-so on Via Del Seminario, on the top floor, lived a Sardinian woman who ran a bed and breakfast, whose past and characteristics matched those of Ollie. This lady was called, or called herself, Maria Obinu, a native of Nuoro. She had lived in Rome for 14 years, and at first lived somewhat irregularly. For some time, however, she led an honest life, at least on the surface, by renting furnished rooms and running a boarding-house. Anania was not too moved to receive this information. I had met her. I could not make out whether she was pretty or ugly. He could not remember what sort of face she had, but he remembered that she was tall and dark-haired, and bright eyes, and so Binu was. Besides, he knew that there were no Obinus at Nuoro, and that no woman from Nuoro lived and let rooms in Rome. Evidently, therefore, Obinu falsified his name and his origin. But he felt that the woman indicated to him by the police could not be his mother. This did not live in Rome since the police failed to discover it. After days and months of waiting and anxiety, he felt like a sense of liberation. 82 Spring also permeated the melancholy courtyard of Piazza della Consolazione, in that huge yellow well exhaling aromas of food, animated by the serving girls' songs, and "Oh, playlist, always," chirping of caged canaries. The air was warm and sweet. Rose-coloured clouds floated across the blue sky, and the wind carried fragrances of roses and violets. Afresh at the window, Anania gave way to his nostalgic dreams. The smell of violets, rosy clouds, and the warmth of spring reminded him of his homeland, its vast horizons, and the clouds that he used to see from the window of his small room in Orthobene, appearing or setting behind the elms. Then she remembered the pine forest on Monte Urpino, the silence of the peaks covered in sage and violet iris, the mystery of the avenues watched over by the pure gaze of the pure stars, and the beloved figure of Margherita ruled the fresh native landscapes, surrounded by sage and wild orchids, with copper hair gradiated in the glare of the metallic sky. The Roman spring didn't move him, except for memories. It seemed to him a spring artificial, too fiery and bright, too abundant with flowers and perfumes. Piazza di Spagna, adorned like an altar, with the steps covered in petals of roses moved by the breeze, Pincio with trees wrapped in purple flowers, streets perfumed by the baskets of daffodils and ranunculus that florists, standing on the edge of the sidewalks, offered to passers-by. All this ostentation, all this market of spring, gave the student the idea of a banal festival, which over time saddened and disgusted him. Spring was throbbing beyond the horizon. Young, wild, and pure, she rode through the tanks covered with high aromatic herbs, and sang with the marsh birds by the streams, and played with the mouflons and hares among the caramins, under the immense sacred oaks to the old shepherds of Balbeja, and she fell asleep in the shadow of the flowering rocks on voluminous afternoons, while golden insects buzzed around her bed of ferns and periwinkles, loving each other, and the bees sucked the dog roses, extracting their bitter honey, bitter and sweet like the Sardinian soul. Anania loved and lived in this distant spring. Sitting by the window, he watched the rosy clouds, and imagined himself as a prisoner in love. A pleasant drowsiness veiled his spirit, taking away his strength and will to think of certain things. The ideas came and passed through his mind, so as people pass in the street. They interested him for a moment, but did not stop, and he forgot them immediately. He loved solitude more than anything else, and even the presence of a companion annoyed him, also because Daga constantly mocked him. "We see life under very different aspects," he told her. "That is to say, I see it, and you don't. I am myopic, and see, through extremely strong lenses, things and human affairs clearly shrunk. You are myopic, and do not even own a pair of glasses." Sometimes Anania seemed to have a veil before his eyes. He lived in doubt and pain. 83 one day, on the last of May, he caught the companion in a tender embrace with the older of the maidservants. "You are a brute," he said to him with contempt. "Don't you also court the other sister? Why do you tease them both?" "Excuse me, you idiot. It's them who come and throw themselves in my arms. Can I push them away?" asked Daga sarcastically. "Because the world has become a prawn, let's take advantage of it. Now women seduce men, and I would be more stupid than you if I didn't let myself be seduced, up to a certain point. But why do such things happen only to certain types? They don't happen to me, for example. Why don't donkeys experience what humans do? And anyway, our sweet little masters have the honest desire to find a husband, and know that—" "You're engaged?" "Engaged?" Anania screamed. "Who told you that? Who knows? And of a Margarita, too. Thank goodness. Who goes before donkeys this time?" "I forbid you to repeat that name. Come you. I forbid you," said Anania, going up to Dagabe. "Do you understand?" He lowered his gaze. "Or else he'd blind me. Your passion is fierce." Fuming with anger, Anania began to pack his books and papers. "Ah," he said, biting his lip, "I'm leaving immediately, right away. I don't know how to live among curious and coarse people." "Farewell, then," said the Baptist, throwing himself on the bed. "At least remember that in the first days after we arrived, if it weren't for me, you would have been cruelly crushed by a carriage." Anania went out, his heart full of bitterness. He headed automatically towards Corso, and almost without realizing it, he found himself on Via del Seminario. It was a scorching afternoon. The sirocco hit the shop curtains. The air smelled of paint, drugs, and food. In Via del Seminario he passed through a flock of clergy and priests with billowing capes, and muttered with malicious intent, "Crows!" Suddenly, beside a small door opening onto a dark landing, he saw the number of the house where Maria Obinu lived. He entered, went up to the top floor, and knocked. A tall, pale woman dressed in black opened the door. He was disturbed, thinking that he had seen her verdigris eyes again. "Ah, Mrs. Obinu?" "I am she," she replied with a deep voice. "No," he thought to himself, "it's not her voice." He entered. The Obinu led him into a small, dark vestibule, and introduced him to a grey and sad living-room. He looked around, saw a deer's head and a sheepskin hung on the wall, and immediately his doubts returned. "I would like a room. I am Sardinian and a student," he said, eyeing the woman from head to toe. 84, she was pale and slender, with a long neck, a sharp nose, almost translucent, but her thick black hair, still worn in the traditional Sardinian style, namely tight braids, strongly pointed at the nape of the neck, gave her an elegant air. "Are you Sardinian? I am pleased," she replied nonchalantly. "I don't have any available rooms now, But if you can wait about 2 weeks, I have an English girl who is leaving," he asked, and got to see the room. The bed was in the centre, between 2 piles of old books and antique objects. Within a rubber tub, still full of soapy water, smelled a bunch of old-fashioned shoes. From the window you could see a melancholy garden. On the table Ananias saw, among others, a little volume which he loved with painful passion. They were the verses of Giovanni Siena, Mother. "I need to leave right away from the house where I am. I'll take this room, but in the meantime, couldn't you give me another one, even a whole?" They entered again into the whole drawing-room, and he stopped to look at the head of the deer that was embalmed. "It's a memory of my father, who was a hunter," the woman said, smiling kindly. "You're from Nuoro?" "Yes, but I was born there by accident." "I'm also born by accident in the village of Foni," he said, looking at her face. "Yes, I was born in Foni. I am Anania Atonsuderios." She didn't blink. "No, you're not," he thought, and felt happy. "For these 15 days I'll give you my room," finally said Obinu, yielding to his insistent requests, and he accepted. The little bedroom seemed the cell of a nun. The white bed, smelling of hay, reminded the simple cots of certain Sardinian patriarchal abodes. And so in those accommodations Maria Obinu had hung along the grey walls of her room a line of squares and sacred images, 3 candles and 3 crosses, an olive branch, and a rosary that seemed like confetti, hung from the head of the bed. In a corner a lamp burned before an image where the saints of the purgatory, painted blue by A. lapis turquoise, prayed among bloody flames, painted red by a red lapis. Anania took possession of the room, and was soon overwhelmed by his doubts. Why did Obinu give up her room to him? Why was she so considerate towards him? As he was putting away his books, Mary knocked, and, without coming in, asked him if he wanted the light in the Holy Spirit's room turned off. "No," he replied with a strong voice. "Come on, I'll show you something." She entered, pale and smiling. It seemed she had always known her tenant, and loved him. He held in his hand a strange object, a little cloth bag, oiled, attached to an ancient chain worn by time. She said, putting the amulet around her neck, "Do you see? I too am devoted. This is the recipe of St. John, which keeps away temptation." 85, the woman was looking at him. Suddenly she stopped smiling, and Anania felt his heart beating fast. "Don't you believe in such things?" Maria asked. "Well, if not, at least don't laugh at them. They are sacred things." She lay on the fragrant cot and thought continually about her secret. And if Mary Obinu was Ollie, if she was, so close and yet so far away, what mysterious thread had led her to this pillow, where she sometimes wept, thinking of her abandoned child? What a strange thing life is! So then he had come to his fate, only by the force of a mysterious will that had led him almost without his knowledge. But was he mad, then? What nonsense! What childishness! No, it wasn't her. She couldn't be. But if it was, if she already knew that she was near to her son, while he struggled in doubt, no, it couldn't be her. A mother cannot help but reveal herself, cannot help but shout in the presence of her child. It was absurd. Nonsense. Conventional ideas. A woman knows how to control even the most violent emotions. She, who had abandoned and thrown away her creature, exactly for this reason, she must reveal herself, shout, "Jump!" A mother is always a mother. Then came Ole, a wild one, a simple daughter of nature, who could not have absorbed the perfidy of city women so much as to feign herself a comedian, or learn to control. Herself. Impossible. It was absurd. Maria Obinu was Maria Obinu, a pleasant, mild, and inconsiderate woman who had been lucky, more than strong, to amend herself. She couldn't be she. Meanwhile, he remembered the first night spent in Nuoro, and the furtive kiss of his father, and from moment to moment waited for the door to open, and a shadow advanced. The light of the lamp, and a revealing kiss touched his forehead. And if that were so, what would I do? He asked himself, trembling. The noises of the city were fading away, disappearing, almost retreating too. I got myself into bed again, shut my eyes, and waited. My heart and throat were throbbing feverishly, but the door remained closed, and I calmed down and laughed at myself. However, I didn't turn off the lamp. 5. Rome, June 1. My dear Margherita, I am just receiving your letter and answering right away. I am a bit stunned. In these days, at least 20 times I took up my pen to write to you, but failed. Yet there are so many things I want to tell you. I have changed my house. I am with a Sardinian lady who says she was born in Nuoro. She's a good woman, sympathetic, very devout. She has for me real maternal cares so much that she gave me her room in anticipation of the departure of a beautiful English girl who should give it to me. This misresembles you in a most extraordinary way. I beg of you not to be jealous. First, because I am hopelessly in love with a girl from Nuoro. Second, because Miss is leaving in 8 days' time. Third, because she is mad as a goat. Fourth, because she is engaged. Fifth, because I am under the protection of all the saints. The saints of heaven, hanging on my bedroom walls, as well as the holy souls of purgatory, are illuminated day and night by a butterfly. Near my new mistress live other foreigners who come and go, and a tailor from Piedmont, very elegant and well-educated, and a travelling salesman, who, because of the lies he tells me, reminds me of the most reverend Mr. Francesco Carcide from Nuoro, your unfortunate suitor, Mrs. Albino then keeps an old Sardinian cook who has been in Rome for over 30 years and still doesn't know Italian. Poor old Aunt Barbara. She's black and small like a Gianna 23. She jealously keeps her native costume in the trunk, but she wears a ridiculous dress bought at Campo dei Fiori. I often go to see her in the dark and steamy kitchen, and she asks me news of the people of her country, and she believes that the sea is always in a storm, like the only time she crossed it. For her, Rome is a place where everything is dear, and one can die at any moment from being hit by a car. She asked me if we still make bread at home. I replied, yes, and she started to cry, remembering the pranks and the fun of the days when they used to bake bread at home. Then she wanted to know if herders still eat sitting on the ground under the trees. Come, she sighed, remembering an Easter feast 40 years ago, in a Gosciano sheep pen. It's already very hot here, but by evening the air usually cools down. I walk along the banks of the Tiber and sit for hours and hours watching the flowing water, asking myself perfectly useless questions. In calm evenings the great river is all milky white, and reflects the lights, the bridges, and the moon like a polished marble. I compare the eternal course of water to my love for you. So I continue, silent, overwhelming, endless. Because why aren't you here with me, my Margherita? All things now seem to me more interesting when I look at them thinking of you. Ah, how then would they appear beautiful to me if I could see them reflected in your beloved eyes? But when, then? When may the tortured and delicious dream of our souls come true? In certain moments it seems impossible to me that I could live any longer divided from you, and an indescribable uneasiness makes my heart beat. Then I shake with joy when I shake with joy when I think that in 2 months we will meet again. Oh, my Margherita, my beloved flower, I don't know how to express what I feel, and it seems to me that no human word could express it. It is a continuous fire that burns and devours me, an unexpressible thirst which only one fountain can quench. I am so alone in the world, Margherita. You are all my world, and when I get lost among the crowd, in a sea of unknown people, it is enough to think of you for my soul to vibrate with love for all the anonymous beings who surround me, and around me to feel the soul of the multitude vibrating as a sea of sound. 87. When I receive your letters, I feel such intense happiness that it makes me light-headed. It seems to me as if I have reached the top of a mountain and just have to stretch out my hand to touch the stars. It's too much. I am almost afraid of falling into an abyss, afraid of being incinerated by contact with nearby stars. What would happen to me if you were to leave me? Ah, you don't know. You can't understand the curse I utter when you write to tell me that you're jealous of the women I can meet here in Rome. No woman can represent for me what you are and represent. You are my very life. You are the past, the homeland, the race, the dream. Take this letter, all dazed with the confidence made to me by Aunt Varvara some few minutes ago. The old lady came in here with the pretext of bringing water. She was quite angry with her mistress and began to speak ill of her. She told me that Obinu has a dark past which left 2 of his children in Sardinia and that now he still has some ambiguous relations. He interrupted the letter again, which he had written the last lines under the impulse of a sudden fainting. Yes, he thought, I am too near to the stars, and I don't see the abyss where inevitably I must fall. No, 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 she then cried aloud, despairingly shaking her head. Why do I insist? She can be my mother, and doesn't reveal herself to me, so that she may continue living in sin. He choked back tears, stammering disconnected words, and wildly shook his head. But all at once he leapt to his feet, pale and stiff with glassy eyes. I must get out of this. I must know. But why this lamp lit up? Why these squares? Why the endless prayers? Well, just for this. But I will know to unmask you. Lost soul, I'll kill you. Her eyes blazed with hatred, but suddenly trembled, again fell into sitting, and struck his forehead on the table. Oh, he wanted to break his head. Not think any more. Forget, nullify. She felt vile. She seemed sticky and black. Like the flesh of her mother's meat sold too, herself a criminal, poor and miserable. Turbulent memories passed through her mind. She remembered the noble intentions that so many volte accarezzati, il sogno di cercarla e di redimerla, la pietà infinita per infinita, l'incoscienza e l'irresponsabilità di lei, l'orgoglio che egli provava nel sentirsi così pietoso, la sete di sacrificio, tutto è menzogna. Basta un vaghissimo indizio dato da una vecchia rimbecillita per raidistargli nell'anima una tempesta di fango e suggerirgli l'idea del delitto. All illusion, all dream in this strange thing that is life. What if even what I think now is an illusion? If I were to deceive myself, what if it isn't Maria? Well, if it's not Maria, then she's another, he concluded despairingly. Near or far away, she exists and calls me, and I must return on my steps, start over again, find her. Alive or dead? Oh, if she were dead! 88 he waited for the return of his mistress, and in order to calm himself tried to analyze the strange passion that tormented him, repeating to himself that the greatest pain came from the cruel contrast between the two beings that made up the split of his being. One of these two beings was an amazing child, passionate and sad, with ill blood. It was still the same child who went down the native mountain dreaming of a mysterious world, the same that in the miller's house had for many years meditated escape without ever doing so, the same that in Cagliari had cried, but cried believing Maria Rosa could be his mother. The other being, normal and conscious, grown up next to the incurable child, saw the inconsistencies of ghosts and monsters who tormented her companion, but however much she fought and shouted, she was not able to free him from her obsession, cure him from his madness. A constant struggle, a cruel contrast agitated night and day the two beings, and the fantastical and illogical child, victim and illogical child, victim and tyrant, always succeeded in winning. He wanted to know, wanted to discover, wanted to attain his purpose, and he suffered from the vanity of his quest and the hope of reaching his goal. Many times Anania had wondered whether, free from his love for Margherita, he would suffer equally in this sad search of his, and he always answered yes to himself. Obinu returned in the evening. Mrs. Mary, said Anania, opening the door. Come, I have to tell you something. She entered and sat down next to him. He had run up the stairs, was abnormally red, with a shining forehead of sweat. Why are you in the dark? What do you want to tell me, Mr. Anania? Does she feel ill? His voice was quiet. And again he felt his suspicions fall away, and it seemed ridiculous to make a scene with that tired woman who had to set the scene, with that tired woman who had to set the table for her boarders. The day of departure was near. Aunt Varvara, said the student to the old maid who was making coffee, how happy I am in a few days. Goodbye. I feel like I have wings. Now I jump on the windows, says, and off take flight, and I am in Sardinia. Ah! Shouted the old woman, comically scared. Don't get on the window, my heart. Watch out that you fall. Well, give me a cup of coffee, then. How good is your coffee? Only my mother in Nuoro can make it as good. Do you want to come with me to Nuoro? The old woman sighed. Ah, if it wasn't for the sea. Are you very rich? Hey, no, I'm not. How many sons do you have? 7 or 8. I can't remember exactly. Do you have beehives? And sheep herders? I have everything. Everything, Aunt Varvara. I have everything. 89, but why are you studying then? Because my sweetheart wants me to become a doctor. Who is your beloved? The daughter of the Baron of Baronia. Ah, are there still barons in Baronia? I heard that in their castle ghosts wander around. Once a lumberjack spent the night under the walls of the castle, and saw a lady with a long golden tail, who looked like a comet. Oh, my lady of good counsel, you are ruining me. Bada ti farà male. Tutto questo caffè. Raccontate dunque, zia Varvara. Quando il taglialegna vide la dama cosa fece, zia Varvara raccontava. Confondiva le legende del castello di Burgos con le legende del castello di Galtelli, mischiava ricordi storici, diventati oramai tradizioni popolari con avvenimenti oramai tradizioni, accaduti durante la sua lontana infanzia. E ai nuraghese, boy, how many hidden treasures. You know, when the Moroccans came to Sardinia to kidnap women and goats, the Sardinians would hide coins in alluras. Anania thought of his father, who had also recently written to him, asking him to visit the museums where ancient gold coins are preserved. Once, Aunt Varvara continued, I went to pluck sheaves of wheat around a Nurai. I can still see it as if it were today. I had the fever, and in the evening I had to lie down among the stubble, waiting for some cart to come by that would take me into town, and this is what I saw. The sky, behind the Nurai, was all of a fiery red. It looked like a scarlet flag. Suddenly a giant appeared on the patio. 24, and smoke began to come out of his mouth. Soon the whole sky got dark. What fear, my lady, my good counsel? But all at once I saw St. George with a full moon on his head, and in his hand a shiny coat like water. Tiffany Taffati, concluded the old woman, spinning a kitchen knife. Send him off. George cut off the giant's head, and the sky cleared again. Well, it was probably the fever, but I saw the giant and St. Jorge. Yes, I saw them with his eyes. Anania listened with pleasure to the suggestive tales of Aunt Varvara. She felt, in the nostalgic words of the old exile, the aroma of her native land, the breath charged with the wild essences of orthobene and genna gentu. Ah, how I will enjoy myself during these holidays, she said to the old woman. I want to go back to all the festivals. I want to visit my native village. I want to climb Genna Gentu, Monte Rasu, the mountains of Orbisolo, and you're not coming to Sardinia any more? She asked Maria Urbino one evening. Me, she replied, a bit sadly. Never again. Why? Come over here to the window, Mrs. Maria, look at how beautiful the moon is. Well, wouldn't you like to make a pilgrimage to the Madonna di Gonare? So, with a beautiful moon, to ride slowly and slowly through the woods, over the crags, forward, always forward, while the chapel is drawn in the sky, high up, higher up, higher up, higher still. 90 Maria shook her head indifferently. On the contrary, Aunt Varvara quivered awe and lifted her eyes, as if to look forward the little church that rose on the prairie. Soft blue of a lunar sky, high up, up there. Save you and those who love you, Maria cursed, and save the churches and the devotees of Mary Most Holy. However, the fire passed through Sardinia before I returned there. Anania often questioned Aunt Varvara about Maria's past, and why she hated her native country. Ah, my little heart, she is right. They killed her down there. But if she's still alive, Aunt Varvara... Ah, you don't know. It's better to murder a woman than to betray her. He thought of his mother, and the doubt. The chimera and the dream caught him again all over. Uncle Varvara, you said she was betrayed by a gentleman. Tell me then, how does that gentleman call himself? Try to find out. Tell me, does Mrs. Maria have cards? I could help her search for her seducer. Why? Because I help her. But she doesn't need my help. She has money, you know. Leave her alone, rather, because she doesn't want anyone to remember her misfortune. Not one word, you know. She'd strangle me if she knew I was talking about her with you. And what about her children? But it seems she's only a daughter. I believe she's with her relatives. Mary often sends money to Sardinia. Ma Nania didn't give up the idea that Mary and Ollie could make one person. But you have to know, he thought, walking distractedly through the streets filled with an ever-dwindling crowd. If it's not her, why am I tormented? But where is she? What is she doing? Is she near or far? In the din of the city, in this roar, which I take to be the voice of some monster with 1,000 and more heads, are mixed her breath, her sighs, her laughter? And if not here, then where? One night he had a little fever, and in his nightmare he seemed to see many times the figure of Mary bent over his cheek. Was it delirium or reality? The glow from the lamp lighted up the room. He saw other fantastical figures. But he thought I have a fever, and only the figure of Mary Obinu seemed real to him. Apocalyptic visions arose, heated up, mixed together, disappeared like monstrous clouds around him. Among other things, he saw the Nuragay with the giant and saint, George of the feverish dream of Aunt Varvara. But the moon was separated from the figure of the saint, and flew over the saint, and flew over the sky. Another 2 moons, red and huge, followed him. It was imminent, a catastrophe. A huge crowd was cramping on a sea beach in storm. The waves were sea-horses that fought against invisible spirits. Ti sei innamorata. 92 Anania si agitò e ripeté il versetto della poesia, ma Maria Obinu non rispose. In quel momento sembrava ci fosse addormentata. Ma la viva donna aveva semplicemente perso ai sensi per lo shock. Era come se avesse rito un colpo alla testa, ma non si era rotta nulla. Are you my mother? Tell me so. I know, because you are my mother, but you must tell it to me as well. Do you remember the amulet? Can't you remember that morning when we were going down? And the sparrows sang among the wet chestnut trees, and the clouds flew away behind Mount Gonaya? Yes, of course you remember. Tell me so. Don't be afraid. I love you. We will live together. The woman was silent. The suffering man was assailed by a true spasm of tenderness and distress. Mother, mother, speak. Do not let me suffer any more. I am tired now. If you knew that penalty, you are Oli, isn't it? Isn't it? That's to say the opposite. You are Oli. What have you done so far? Where are your cards? Well, don't talk about the past. Everything is over. Now we will never leave each other. But then, just before she left, she took the solemn decision to put on hold all research and all vain projects until her return. He felt tired, exhausted. The heat, exams, fever, and daydreams had worn him out. I will rest, he thought as he quickly packed his suitcase and remembered the long preparations for his first departure from Nuoro. How much I will sleep during these holidays. I don't want to become a neurasthene. I will climb the native mountains, the wild virgin Gennargentu. How long have I dreamed of this ascent? I will visit the widow of the outlaw, the friar Giovanni, the son of the wax manufacturer, and the courtyard of the convent, and that policeman who sang to you this rosary. The thought then of seeing Margarita again soon, of immersing myself completely in her fresh love as if it were a bath, perfumed, gave him such intense happiness that he made him pined. A few moments before leaving, Aunt Varvara gave him a small crucifix, because she offered it for her at the Basilica dei Martiri in Foni, and Mary gave him a medal blessed by the Pope. If you don't want it, you unbeliever, take it to your mother, she said, smiling, a little moved. So good-bye, then, and good journey and good return. Remember that the room is at your disposal. Do it well, and write me a postcard right away. Arrivederci, he cried from the bottom of the stairs, while Mary, bent over the railing, waved good-bye to him. My little heart's son, said Aunt Varvara, accompanying him to the door, send my regards to the first person you meet in Sardinian land. And good journey, and remember the candle. 92, she kissed her lightly on the cheek, crying, and he was tempted to climb the stairs to see if Mary Obinu also cried. Then he smiled at his idea, hugged Aunt Varvara, asking her forgiveness if she had ever made her angry, and left. All seemed calm. The old woman who wept for her exile from the beloved country, the melancholy road, the deserted and blazing square, the Pantheon sad as a Cyclopean tomb, and Anania, with his face caressed by the wind from the west, felt a sense of relief, as if waking from a nightmare. Before going down to dinner, he peered out the small window of his bedroom, and stayed shocked by the profound silence that reigned in the courtyard, in the neighborhood, the country. He seemed to have become deaf. but Aunt Tatna's voice resounded in the courtyard under the mulberry tree. "Nania, my son, come down." He went down to the kitchen and sat at the small table, laid only for him, while his parents, as usual, dined seated on the floor around a basket, full of focaccia, bread, and snacks. The kitchen was always the same, poor and dim, but clean, with a hearth in the centre, the walls adorned with hooks and chop-boards, large baskets, screens and sieves, and other utensils for cleaning flour. In one corner were 2 sacks of wool filled with barley. Beside the little open door hung the farmer's leather bag, containing seeds and supplies from the farm. A little pink pig grunted softly, snorted, and sighed, tied to the hawthorn bush in the courtyard. A red-brown kitten went quietly to lie down next to the small table, and began to yawn, raising its big yellow eyes towards Anania. He was looking around, almost in amazement. Nothing had changed, and yet he felt the impression of being for the first time in that environment, with that farmer with eyes, still luminous and greasy long hair, and with that graceful old woman, fat and white as a dove. "Finally we are alone," said Anania, the great, who was eating the salad by taking it and clutching between 2 pieces of bread. "You won't be left alone any more, you'll see. Atonzu over here, Atonzu over there. Yes, now that you are an important man, because you have been to Rome. I, too, when I came back from military service." "Oh, what comparisons are these?" protested a bit flabbergasted Aunt Tatana. "Well, let me tell you. I remember having difficulty speaking in dialect. It seemed like I was in a new world. Here is the text, translated into English." The student looked at his father and smiled. "Me too," he said. "Thank God," he said. "But after that I got used to it again. But in 3 days you will be bored, staying in this gossipy country. And the old man stared at him with furrowed eyebrows, and he changed the subject. "93, what's going on then?" "Tell me, what do they say about me?" asked Ananias. Nothing. Lascia gracchiare le cornaci, rispose la vecchia. He was disturbed. For a moment he doubted that anyone in Nuoro knew anything about Maria Obinu. He put down his fork across the plate and declared that he would not continue to eat unless they talked. "How rash you are!" "Always you," observed the old woman. "He used to say that a hot-tempered man is like the wind," Ananias said in an acerbic tone. The old woman fell silent, pained. Her husband looked at her, then at Anania, and wanted to punish him. King Solomon always told the truth. Then he added, "Oh, they say in Edid. Oh, they say, Nuoro, that you make love with Margherita Carbone." Anania blushed, took up the fork again, and began to eat, muttering, "What fools!" He said, looking into the half-filled glass of wine. "No, they are not foolish. If it is true, they have reason to murmur, for you must declare yourself frankly to the master, and say to him, 'My benefactor, I am now a man. Forgive me if until now I have not told. Hidden my hopes from you as I have hidden them from my own parents.'" "Silence! You know nothing," he cried out, angry and inflamed. "Oh, Saint Catherine mine," sighed Aunt Tatana. "Let the poor tired boy rest, then. There's always time to talk about these things, and you are a farmer, and you are an ignorant man who doesn't understand anything." The farmer drank, shook his hand, to gesture calm, then spoke with a quiet voice. "But I'm older than him. My hair," here he pulled a strand over his eyes, searched for and ripped out a white one, "is beginning to turn grey. The experience of life, my wife, makes the man more knowledgeable than a doctor. Well, son, I will tell you only one thing. Question your conscience, and you will see that it will answer you that one should not deceive their benefactor." The student pounded on the table with his glass so hard that the kitten jumped. "Yes, son," the farmer continued, shoving back his greasy hair, "you must go to the master, you must kiss his hand, and tell him, 'I am a son of farmer, but by your grace and my talent I will become a doctor, rich and lord. I love Margherita, and Margherita loves me. I will make her so happy that she will forget having lowered herself to choose as a husband the son of her servant. Your lordship bless us in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And if instead of blessing him, you send him away like a dog—" "The old woman, go there, little girl," the farmer shouted as he poured himself. "More drink! Your king is come!" Solomon said that women do not know what they say. But I, when speak, I have already weighed my words. The master will bless. 94, but if it's not true at all. Anania cried out, full of joy. He rose and approached the door and began to whistle. He no longer understood anything. His heart was pounding heavily. The master will bless. If the farmer spoke so, it must have had its reasons. But why didn't Margherita ever mention her father's good dispositions? And if she ignored them, how could the servant know them? I'll see her soon, thought Ananias. And all his doubts, his worries, the fatigue of the journey, the very joy of new hopes, all disappeared before the sweet thought, I'll see her soon. At the soft touch of her hand, the door swung open silently. "Welcome back," whispered the servant who favoured the correspondence of the two lovers. "She will come right away. How are you?" he asked, his voice shaken. "Here, take a memento that I brought you from Rome. But what have you done?" she said, taking the roll at once. "You always trouble yourself, don't you?" And he waited, leant against the still warm wall of the courtyard, under the veiled sky of the silent night. Margherita appeared, but rather than seeing her, he felt her. He felt the smooth, warm cheek, the bouncing heart against his own, the lively body, the soft lips, and he felt like fainting. Madly, he began to kiss her on the hair, on the face, blinded by an unquenchable thirst for kisses. "That's enough," she said, pulling away for the first time. "How are you, then? Are you better?" "Yes, yes. Ah, God, finally. I could feel my heart racing." "Ah," she continued, panting slightly and clutching her hand to her chest, "I can't even speak, and I can't even see you. Ah, if only you had a light." "What are you saying, Nino?" "We'll see each other tomorrow. For now it's just talk," she replied, laughing softly as she held the palm of her hand to her ear. Anania was pressing on his chest. He felt it. His heart beat in convulsive pulsations. "How it beats! It sounds like that of a wounded bird. But are you truly cured? Tell me. Cured, cured, cured? Margherita, where are you?" "Are we really together?" He tried to make out her features, in the darkness of the night veiled. Grandy black clouds passed incessantly over the grey sky. From time to time, an oval fragment of clear firmament, surrounded by dark vapours, appeared as a mysterious face, reared as a mysterious face. 2 red stars for eyes, and it seemed to be spying on the lovers. Anania sat on the bench and attracted the young woman onto his lap. "Let me go," she said. "I weigh too much. I'm too fat." "You are as light as a feather," he affirmed. "But is it true that you're with me? Ah, I seem to be dreaming. How many times have I dreamed of this moment, which seemed to never come again? And now here we are together, united. Can you understand? United. I seem to go mad. I seem to go mad. But are you really, Margherita? Is it true that you're here in my heart? Speak. Tell me something, or else I feel like I'm dreaming. It's your turn to tell the story. I've written it all out for you. Everything. Speak now, Nino. You can speak so well. Tell me about Rome. Speak. I don't know how to speak," she murmured, disturbed. "No, on the contrary. No, you know how to speak very well. You have such a sweet voice. I have never heard a woman speak as you do. Don't lie. I swear I don't lie. Why would I lie? You are the most beautiful. You are the most gentle, the sweetest of all the girls. If you knew how much I thought about you when my ladies, in Rome, at first, were throwing themselves on me and Battista d'Aga, I felt as if I were next to creatures that had fallen ill, and thought of you as a saint, sweet, pure, fresh, and beautiful. But even now— Don't curse, Margherita," he burst out. "We are married. Isn't it then true that we are married? Tell me that." "Yes, tell me you love me." "Yes, not just so. Tell me so. I love you." "If you didn't love me, I would be here, perhaps," she asked then. "Animation. I love you, sure. I don't know how to express myself, but I love you, maybe more than you love me. It's impossible?" "But even you love me, I know," he resumed. "You who are beautiful and rich. Rich? Who knows? And if I weren't, I would be happier." Both were serious almost to separate themselves, to follow each his own thought. Therefore he said all at once, timidly following the thread of his thoughts, "I have been told that your family knows of our love. Is it true?" "Yes," she replied, after a brief hesitation. "Ah, what do you tell me? So your father wouldn't be pleased?" Margherita hesitated again. Then she lifted her head and answered with coldness, I don't know. And from her accent, Anania realized something sad, unusual, and his mind turned to her, to the ghost that perhaps was intruding between him and Margarita's family. "But what are you saying?" she exclaimed, impatient rather than pained. "Your father is not at all a slave, and if he were one, it would be an honored man." "An honored man," repeated Anania to himself, struck in the heart. "Oh, God, but she's not an honorable woman." "Margarita," he insisted, struggling in vain to stay calm, "you must open your whole soul to me and guide and advise me. Tell me what I should do. Should I wait? Should I act? My pride and conscience would require me to introduce myself to your father and tell him all. Otherwise he may consider me a traitor, a man without honor and loyalty. However, I will follow your advice, except for losing you. It would be my death, this, my moral death. I am ambitious, see, and I say it highly, because if you do not come to miss me, my ambition will be sterile. You are the goal of my life. If you did miss me, I would have no more strength or will to do well. But if you were to tell me, I love another then." "It's raining?" A drop of water had fallen on their intertwined hands. Both looked up and watched the clouds that were now passing more slowly, more densely, misty and torpid creatures. "You see," said Margarita, speaking a bit distracted and hurriedly, as if afraid that the rain would disrupt the gathering, "we're no longer as rich as before. My father's business is going badly. Then he lent money to all those who asked him for it, and who will never pay him back. He is too good. Our dispute with the city of Orly, that eternal dispute over the burned forests, is going badly for us. If we lose it, and unfortunately it looks like that, I won't be rich any more. Why didn't you ever write this to me?" "Because I had to tell him, and then I myself, until just a few days ago, didn't know certain things. Oh, but it really is raining. Go now." They got up and took refuge under the roof. The flashes of lightning shone among the clouds, and in their violet light Anania was finally able to see Margarita, pale as the moon. "What is it? What is it?" she asked, hugging her. "Don't be afraid of the future. If you are no longer so rich, you will still be happy. Don't worry. Oh, no." I trembled because my mother, who is afraid of lightning, can get out of bed. "Go away now," she replied, gently pushing him away. "Go away." He had to obey, but he stayed a long time under the gate waiting for the rain to stop. Impulsions of joy illuminated his soul at intervals violently, as the light of the lightning had illuminated the night. He remembered that rainy day in Rome, when the thought of death had scarred his soul like the flash of a bolt of lightning. Yes, pain and joy resemble each other, both burn. And while on his way home in the last showers of rain, he thought, "How vile I am! I rejoice in the misfortune of my benefactor. How dirty is the heart of man!" The next morning, in good time, he wrote to Margarita, setting forth many plans, one more heroic than the other. She wanted to give lessons, to continue her studies without getting too heavy on her benefactor. She wanted to introduce herself to Mr. Carbony, to ask him for marriage, finally. She wanted to make the family of Margarita understand that he would be her comfort and pride. As she finished writing the letter, looking out of the open window from which the fragrance of the refreshed countryside, wafted by the night rain, came in, she heard a stifled laugh behind her. Nana, ragged and wobbly, with eyes full of tears and her hideous mouth wide in laughter, advanced towards her, holding a cup in her hand. "Good morning, Nana. How are you? Are you still alive?" "Good morning, Your Excellency. I didn't expect to find you here. I asked my aunt, Titania, to bring you some coffee. Here it is. My hands are clean, Your Excellency." "Oh, what a relief! What a relief! 97. Where is the excellence you were talking about? Please deliver the coffee and give me some news. Ah, we live in nests, like wild beasts that we are. Come, posso dir tu a voi che siete un sol risplendente? Oh, non, sono più il fiore cessi. Offre, disse lui, sorseggiando il caffè dalla vecchia moka filettata d'oro. Tu sai, Benedetto? Scusatemi. Ah, mi ricordo la prima volta. C'è ritornato da Cagliari. Se Margaritina aspettava alla finestra. As the moon cannot wait for the sun, Anania got up and placed the grain on the window-sill. Then he breathed hard. How happy I felt! How blue the sky was! How the air smelled! What grandeur in the silence of humble things, in the air not yet touched by the breath and din of civilization. Even Aunt Nana was no longer the awful and nauseating woman of yesteryear. Beneath the filthy wrapping of that black and stinky body, a poetic soul throbbed. "Listen to these verses!" he screamed, waving his arms. She sat on the greens, cheerful, and garlanded with, "How many flowers nature would ever create, so many were painted on her gown." And the young man looked after her with concern. His head was very much raised. Then, with his white hand, he reached the edge of the cloth. He lifted himself to his feet with a skirt full of flowers. Nana listened, not understanding a word, and opened her mouth to say, shouted Anania. "The story that I am about to tell is from my hometown of Nuoro this year," Nana began, occasionally glancing at Margarita. "She was the rose of roses, the garland, the confetti, and her clothes. Oh, there had never been such beautiful ones. When she walked by, people would stare as they might at a falling star. A man had asked her, Nana, to steal the lacing of Margarita's shoe. The servant of the Carboni family said that every morning her little mistress found love letters tied, with blue ribbon on the window. But the rose is just one, can only unite with the carnation. Well, give me here the bottle." "Ah," the drunkard concluded, punching his mouth, "it is useless, sir. I have seen you when you had a tail, and now I can't get used to calling you you." "But when did I have a tail?" Anania shouted threateningly. 98. The woman ran away, hesitating, laughing, covering her mouth. And from the courtyard she said, facing Anania's window, "The tail of your shirt," he continued to threaten. "Her," she continued to stumble and laugh. The porchetto, having fallen down, went to sniff at her feet. A chicken jumped onto the neck of the porchetto, scratching his ears. A sparrow settled on the blackberry bush, dancing elegantly on the end of a branch, and the student felt so happy that he started singing other verses of Poliziano. "Bring, wind, these sweet verses inside the ear of mine infant," and he felt himself as agile and light as a lark on the end of a branch. Later he went to the garden, where he could deliver the letter already prepared to Margarita's servant. The garden, still wet from the night rain, exhaled a strong scent of damp earth and dry vegetation. The butterflies had reduced the cabbages to balls of strange grey lace. The tall, granulate-flowered marigolds adorned with purple flowers without stems, cut across the blue sky with their quirky designs. The horizon, pearlescent with mist, rose with mountain peaks farther away, bathed in golden clouds. In a corner of the garden, Anania found Ephes cow drunk, old, reduced to a heap of rags, and he kicked him with his foot. The unlucky one raised his face, which seemed a wax. Mask smoked, opened one vitreous eye, and murmured his favourite verse, when Amelia was so pure and so chaste, and then fell without recognizing the student. Farther on, Uncle Pera, who was completely blind, insisted on rooting out the bad weeds, which he recognized by touch and smell. "How are you?" shouted Anania. "I'm dead, my son," replied the old man. "I can't see any more. I can't hear any more. Courage. You will get well. In the other world, in the world of truth, where we all will get well, where we all will see and hear. Ah, my son, it doesn't matter. When I was seeing with the eyes of the body, my soul was blind. Now, instead, I can see. I see with the eyes of the soul. But tell me, did you see the Pope?" Anania had left the garden and wandered around town. Yes, that corner of the world was always the same. Again, the madman, sitting on the stones, leaning against the crumbling walls, waited for the passage of Jesus Christ, and the beggar glanced over at Rebecca's gate, on whose threshold the poor creature shivered with fever and bound her wound. And Master Bread, among his webs, cut boards and spoke to himself in a loud voice. And in the inn the beautiful Agatha flirted with the young and old, and Antonino and Al. Bastiendu got drunk, and sometimes disappeared for months, and then reappeared with slightly pale faces from serving the king. My uncle Tatiana still made sweets for his favourite little boy, dreaming of the day of his graduation, and already counting with desire the guests that friends and relatives would send him, and Anania, the great on days off work, would sew a leather belt, sitting in the middle of the road, and think about hidden treasures in the Neuras. No, nothing had changed, but the student saw things and men as if he had never seen them before, and everything seemed beautiful to him, sad and wild beauty. He walked and looked as a stranger, and in the picture of those black hovels, dancing in the middle of those simple primitive figures, he felt like a giant passing by. Yes, giant and bird, giant for his superiority, bird for his joy. At the end of August, after several meetings, Margherita allowed Anania to reveal their love to Mr. Carbonet. "So I can hope," he exclaimed, shocked, almost as if he had been despairing up until that moment. "Is it really true? Will it be true? But yes," she said, cooing, caressing his hair with almost maternal affection. He hugged her, closed his eyes, hid his face on her shoulder, concentrating to see the immensity of his good fortune. Was it possible? Margaret would be his? Really his? Was he in the reality as he had been in the dream? He remembered the time when he dared not confess even to himself his love. And now? What a lot of things happen in the world, she began thinking. But what is the world? What is reality? Where does the dream end, and where does reality begin? Can it all be a dream? Who is Margherita? Who am I? Are we alive? And what is life? What is this mysterious joy that lifts me up entirely, like the moon raises the waves? And the sea. Does it feel the sea? Is it alive? And the moon, what is it? And is all of this true? She raised her head and smiled at his questions. The moon shone on the courtyard, and in the clear night the tremulous song of the crickets made one think of a people of tiny follets, each playing a forgotten violin, accompanying with that monotonous motif the murmur of the wet leaves. All was dream, and all was reality. Anania believed he saw the fairies playing, and at the same time saw clearly the rosy-coloured blouse, the chain, and the little rings of Margherita. She gripped her wrist, pressed a finger on one of his little rings. She watched his nails, distinguishing the white spots. Yes, all was true, visible, tangible reality, and dream had no boundaries. One could see, touch, reach out to everything, from the wildest dream to the least visible object. At that moment, Anania seemed to think that, as he touched Margherita's ring, he would be able to stretch his arm out and graze the moon or clutch the song of the crickets in his fist. But few words that she spoke to him once again marked the boundaries between the dream and reality. "What will you tell my father?" she asked, always a little teasing her. "So tell me what to tell him, Mr. Paterno. And his daughter Margherita." "Let's do something," he said. 100. He blushed. He realized that he would never have the courage to present himself to the godfather, to tell him of his love. "I'll never be able to," he confessed right away. "I'll write to him instead." "Oh, that's not going to work," Margherita said, becoming serious. "You absolutely have to talk to him. He'll be more inclined to listen. If you can't do it yourself, send someone else." "Who?" Margherita timidly said, "Your mother." He understood that she was alluding to Aunt Tatana, but his thoughts ran to Aunt Tatana. But his thoughts ran the other, and he seemed to think that also Margherita thought so. The shadow returned. Yes, reality and dream were so well separated by terrible boundaries. A void, equal to that which divides the earth from the sun, separated them. However, he thought, if I could speak right now, this is the moment. If I let it slip away from me, perhaps I will never find it again. The void can be crossed. He opened his mouth. He felt his heart beating hard, but he couldn't speak. The moment had passed. Some evening, after Aunt Tatana, very amazed, but just as proud and confident in the Lord's help, having long prayed and made the ascent, dragging herself on her knees from fear, door to the altar of the Church of the Rosary, she did her embassy. Anania stayed home, awaiting with eagerness the old woman's return. For a while he lay on the bed, reading a book whose title he could not remember at all. But I'm calm, he thought. What can I be afraid of? The matter is more than sure. Meanwhile he read without understanding a single syllable, and his thoughts followed the old woman. Aunt Tatana walked slowly, all absorbed by the solemnity of her mission. She has a little bit of fear, too, the good old candid and sweet dove. But patience! With the help of the Lord, and of St. Catherine, and of Mary, most holy of the Rosary, some things will be done. On the occasion she wore her best clothes, the tunica fringed with 3 ribbons. green, white, green, the corset of verdolino brocade, the silver belt, the embroidered apron, the scarf dyed with saffron. And she did not forget the rings, no. The prehistoric large rings, adorned with cameos, yellow and green stones, carved cornels, so serious and adorned, like an old Madonna. She advances slowly, greeting with solemn dignity the people she meets. The evening falls, the sacred hour for these serious missions of love. At the fall of evening, the bridesmaid is sure to find at home the head of the family, to whom she carries the arcane message. Aunt Tatana goes. It always goes more and more seriously and slowly. It seemed to Ananias that the blow was echoing in his chest. He leapt to his feet, lifted the candle, and looked into a mirror. "I told you so. I'm pale. Look at how silly I am. Well, I don't want to think about it any more." He leaned out of the window. In the enclosed courtyard, illuminated by the last rays of day, the immobile linden tree drew a dark spot. Perfect silence. The chickens were already asleep, and so was the piglet. The stars sparkled, golden sparks, among the ash-grey ashes of the warm twilight. Beyond the courtyard, on the little country road, a small herdsman rode a horse, singing in dialect, "Inoce mi face di singing to the golden palmer." Anania thought of her childhood, of the widow of Zuan, who was the friarlet in her high convent. And yet he wanted to become a bandit. I would be curious to see it. I will see it. Come in this month I will certainly look for myself in Foni. Ah! With a sudden thought he returned there, where his destiny was decided. The old dove is in the simple and orderly study of Mr. Carbony. Here, that's the desk where one evening the student snooped around and— Oh, God, is it ever possible that he has committed such a vile action? Yes, when one is young, one is not aware. Everything is easy, everything is possible. How we are mad as boys. We could even commit a crime with the greatest unconsciousness. Enough. Aunt Tatana is there. And also Mr. Carbony is there, fat, calm, with the sparkling gold chain across his chest. But what does that old woman say? Thought Anania, smiling nervously. I would be curious to see how she copes with it. If I could be there, I wouldn't see. If I had the ring that makes invisible, yes, I would put it on my finger and away, immediately there. But if the door were closed, how would I do? Well, I'll knock, damn it. Marida would open, annoyed with the boys who are knocking at the door and running away. I'm crazy to think these childish things. Oh, well, I don't want to think about it any more. He took himself away from the window. He took the candle, went down into the kitchen, sat down in front of the fire. But all at once he remembered that it was summer, and he laughed. Then he looked long at the little red kitten, who stood motionless in front of the oven, ears pricked up, and tail tense, waiting for a mouse to run across the floor. "No," said Anania, thinking of the little mouse's torment, "I'm not going to leave you to suffer this evening. There isn't even a mouse that has to suffer in this house. Tonight, asju, USU 26, he shouted, leaping to his feet and running towards the kitten, who vibrated all over and leapt up on the oven, always agitated by a nervous uneasiness. Anania began to pace up and down the kitchen. From time to time he felt the bags filled with barley and muttered, "My father is not so very poor. He is a day worker for Mr. Carbony, not his servant. No, he is not poor. But he could certainly not repay what I have spent, unless that which must happen happens. But will it then? What is combined in this moment? Here, Aunt Tatna has spoken. What did she say? No. One must not even think about it. One must rather think about the response that he, the most loyal man in the world, will give, knowing that his protégé has dared to betray 102 his good faith. Here is the text translated into English. Echo. He walks thoughtfully through the room. Aunt Tatana looks at him, pale, pressed. God, what's happening, Anania? Moaned, holding his head in his hands. He felt like choking. He went out into the courtyard, leaned on the ledge of the belt, waited, listened. Nothing. Solo, after about a quarter of an hour, 2 voices rang out from behind a small hillock, then a third and a fourth. They were the neighbours gathering. They're every night in front of Master Pan's shop to enjoy the cool breeze and chat. "My lady," said the shrill voice of Rebecca, "I've seen 5 stars fall on the sky." Ah, this is not without purpose. It has to be a disaster. Do you plan on giving birth to the Antichrist? Asked the ironic voice of a farmer. They say it has to come from an animal. The Antichrist will give birth to your wife, that disgusting animal, the girl responded angrily. Take this, Carnation, said beautiful Agatha, while she ate and laughed at the same time. The farmer began to say impolite words. The old carpenter got angry and shouted, If you don't finish, I'll throw a stone at you, Baldy. But the farmer continued in his fine endeavour. Then the women walked away and went to sit under the stone wall of the courtyard, and Aunt Soriceda, an old woman who had been a servant at the governor's house, 40 years ago, began to tell for the 1000th time the story of her mistress. She was a countess. His father was a close friend of the King of Spain, and he had given him in dote 1,000 gold escudillas. How many make 1,000 escudillas? And what are 1,000 escudillas? Said Agatha, with disdain. Margherita Carbone has 4,000. No, observed Rebecca, not 4,000, 40,000, 40,000. You don't know what you're talking about, cried Aunt Soriceda. 1,000 gold scudi he does not even possess, Mr. Franceschino, she shouted, getting angry. What use of 1,000 scudi, if he has them in the soles of his shoes? The matter became serious. The women began to insult each other. Do you know why you boast of your Francisco Carchide, this filthy made over the thing? Immondessa siete voi, vecchia peccatrice? Ah, foglia di Geso, ci la fa la pensa. Anania ascoltava, e ad un tratto, nonostante l'inquietudine ce lo agitava, scoppiò a ridere. Oh, gridò Agatha, affacciandosi al muricciolo, buonanotte alla Vossignoria. Che cosa fai lì al buio, Pipistrello? Look at your beautiful face. Oh, please, he replied, coming up and pinching her on the arm, while Rebecca, who had crumpled to the sea, ground upon hearing the young man's laughter, almost as if she wanted to hide, pinched Agatha on her leg. Darn it, who made you? The beautiful girl exclaimed. This is a bit much. Leave me alone, or I'll scream. But the two continued to pinch her harder. Ouch! 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 Al diavolo! Rebecca, è inutile che tu faccia la gelosa? Ahi, zia Tatana stasera è andata a chiedere parlono. Ah! Anania si ritrasse cidendosi, cammai l'indignata Agatha sapesse. Coricino mio, un'altra volta rispetta zia Agatha, she said with a sighing voice, while Rebecca, who understood, was silent, petrified, and Aunt Soriceda asked, Please, Nania Atonzu, tell me, who in Nuoro can have 1,000 gold coins? Even the farmer approached and asked, Tell me, Nania, is it true that the Pope has 77 women under his command? Anania did not answer. Perhaps he didn't even hear. He saw a figure advancing from the end of the alleyway and felt himself growing faint. It was her, the old dove messenger. It was she who returned, bringing between her pure lips, like a flower of life or death, the fatal word. He retired and closed the little door which opened onto the courtyard, while Aunt Tatiana came in from the other side and closed the street door. She sighed, and was still a bit pale and downcast. She came closer to the fire, and her primitive jewels, her embroidery, her belt, her rings, shimmered at the reflection of the flames. Anania ran to meet her, and looked at her anxiously, and since she was silent, he asked with impatience, What have I told you? Patience, son of the Lord. Now I will tell you. No, say it right away. Do they want me? Yes, they want you. Yes, they want you. Yes, they want you, declared the old woman, opening her arms. Spontasse, fuori dalla porta del forno. The detailed account by Aunt Tatana poured some cold water on that great fire of joy. Margherita's family didn't oppose the love between the two young people, but of course they still didn't give full and irrevocable consent. The godfather had smiled, clapped his hands, and shaken his head as if to say, Those two have got me. He also said, These boys are getting wings quickly. But then he became serious and thoughtful. 104 ma. Finally, what have you concluded? He shouted, also making himself serious and thoughtful. That we should wait, beautiful St. Catherine. Haven't you figured it out yet? But the lady said we should also question Margherita. I think that's not necessary at all, replied the godfather, pounding his hands. I smiled. Also Anania smiled. So we have agreed. "Get away, cat!" yelled Aunt Tatana, pulling back the cuff of the tunic, on which the kitten had comfortably settled, licking his whiskers with terrible satisfaction. "We have concluded that we must wait. The master told me, let the schoolboy think about studying and doing himself proud. When he has an honourable position, we will give him our daughter. Meanwhile, let them love each other, and may God bless them. There are a few potential issues with this text that need to be addressed. First and foremost, I want to ensure that the translation is accurate. Here's my attempt at translating the provided text into English, while removing any uncommon symbols. Here, now you will dine, I hope. But may I introduce myself as your fiancé in their home? Not yet, not this year. You run too much, my love. People would say that Mr. Carboni is mad if they allowed such a thing. You have to get your degree first." "Ah," cried Anania, angered. "Is it better?" She was about to say, "It is better that we see each other at night, in secret, so as not to offend the false vanity of the people." Soon she thought that seeing each other at night, alone and hidden from their parents, was perhaps better than to see themselves in the day and in the presence of their parents, and calmed completely. Worse for them. In order to console herself, she began visiting him the very same night. The gypsy, as soon as she had shut the door of the house, wished him good luck, as if the wedding had already taken place, and he gave her a tip and waited in trepidation for the bride. She came, cautious and silent, perfumed with irises, wearing a light white dress that shone against the clear night sky. They embraced each other for a long time in silence, quivering together and drunk with joy. The world was theirs. For the first time, Margarita, now sure she could abandon herself without fear or remorse to the love of the handsome young man who was mad about her, showed herself passionate and impassioned, such as Anania dared not dream of. And he left the meeting staggering, blinded, out of control. The night after, the meeting was even longer, more insane. On the third night, the servant who was on watch in the kitchen, maybe tired of keeping watch, gave the signal agreed upon in case of surprise, and the lovers were left quite frightened. The next day Margarita wrote, "I'm afraid that yesterday night Dad noticed something. Let us not put ourselves in danger now that we are so happy. It is well, then, that for a few days we do not see each other. Be patient, and be rather brave like me, who make a great sacrifice by giving up for a while the immense joy of seeing you. I think I am dying, because I love you ardently, because I seem to be unable to live without your kisses, etc., etc." He answered, "My dearest, you are right. You are a saint for your kindness and wisdom, while I am only a madman, crazy about love for you. I don't know. I can't see what I'm doing any more. Last night I could have jeopardized all our future, and I didn't even realize it. Forgive me. When I am near you, I lose my reason. I have fever. I consume everything. It seems to me that within me burns a destructive fire. I renounce 105 with distress to the supreme happiness of seeing you for some evening, and since I need motion, distraction, a little distance, to dull somewhat this fire that consumes me and makes me unconscious and sick, I think I will make an excursion on Mount Gennargentu. You want to, isn't it? Answer me quickly, dear beloved, my despair and my joy. I will take you to heart. From the highest point of Sardinia I will send you a greeting. I will shout into the heavens. Your name and my love. How much I would like to shout it. From the highest point in the world, so that all the earth should be astonished. I embrace you, I carry you with me, joined to me for all eternity." Margarita kindly granted her permission. Another letter from Anania. "I will leave tomorrow morning on the bus for Mamohadafoni. I will pass in front of your window at 9 o'clock. I would like to see you tonight, but I want to be careful. Come with me, my beloved Margarita. Do not leave me even a moment. Come here, on my heart. Burn my love fire. Let me die of passion." The carrier crossed the wild tanks, yellow from the stubble and from the burning sun, here and there shaded by patches of olive trees and oak. Anania, sitting in the cart, next to the driver, who was shaking the whip, the car inside, suffocated from the heat, forgot the feverish impressions of the past days to live again on a far day. She revisited the coachman with his yellow whiskers and puffy cheeks. and as the carriage drew near Mamojada, the temptation of memory became almost painful. The same landscape was drawn in the arch of the mantel-top that he had seen that day when he left his head on her knees, and the same sky of a clear, melancholy blue unfurled. Itself. Here is the text, translated into English. Here is the cantoneer, in the landscape, strongly wavery, green with wild patches. A few threads of violaceous water can be seen here and there. One hears the whistle of paludial birds. A bronze shepherd, on a bright background, watches the horizon. The cantoneer stopped for a moment in front of the cantonera. Sitting on the step of the door, a woman in Tanara costume, all wrapped up in rough robes like an Egyptian mummy, was combing through a pile of black wool with 2 iron combs. Not far away 3 dirty and scruffy children were playing, or rather fighting among themselves. A window opened, and a slender, yellow-faced sick woman peered out at the vehicle. With 2 large, dusky eyes full of wonder, she seemed like an empty cross between a hunger, disease, and filth-ridden abode. Anania felt her heart tighten. She knew the sad drama that had unfolded there 23 years ago perfectly well, in that lonely place, in that rugged and fresh landscape, which would have been so pure without man's passage through it. The coach continued on its journey. Here is Mamojada emerging from the green of the vegetable gardens and the walnut trees, with its clear bell tower drawn on the soft blue of cloud. The sky. From a distance, the little square had the delicate tints of an watercolour, that as soon as the coach rolled along the dusty road, the profile of the countryside took, on dark hues even more intense than those of the landscape. Before the black shacks built on rock, characteristic figures of peasants gathered. Graceful women with shining hair tangled around their ears, barefoot, sitting on the ground, sewing, breastfeeding, embroidery. 2 carabinieri, uno studente annoiato, un vecchio nobile che era anche contadino, chiacchieravano davanti alla bottega di un falegname intorno alla cui porta erano appesi molti quadri sacri dipinti a vivaci colori. Dopo mezz'ora di sosta la corriera ripartì. Here are the ruins of the little chapel, here are the vegetable plots, and here is the potato field where once Ollie and Anania stopped. He recalled the woman who ploughed, with her skirts pinned between her legs, and the white cat that leaped against the wall, chasing the green lucertolina. In the distance, the landscapes were drawing closer and more fresh, with bright backgrounds. The greyish pyramid of Montigonare, the cerulean and silvery lines of Thi, Cenargentu chain, appeared as if etched onto the metal of the sky, ever closer, ever more majestic. Ah, yes, Anania was truly breathing in the native air now, and feeling all the atavistic instincts. I would like to jump off the car, run up the hillsides, between the still fresh grass among the patches and rocks, screaming with wild joy, imitating the colt that has escaped from the leash and returned to freedom in the tanks. Yes, he thought, as the coachman slowed down the pace of the ascent on the road, I was born to be a shepherd. I would have been a poet, perhaps a criminal, perhaps a ferocious and fanciful bandit. Oh, to contemplate the clouds from the top of a mountain, to imagine myself as a shepherd of a flock of clouds, to see them wander across the silvery sky, to gather, to unfold, to pass, to disappear. Then he thought, am I not a shepherd of clouds? What difference is there between clouds and my thoughts? And am I not myself a cloud? If I were compelled to live in these solitudes, I would dissolve into nothingness. I should become one with the air, with the wind, with the cloud in it. I mean with the way, with the misery of the landscape. Am I alive? What is life, after all, for me? As usual, he could not answer his question. The coachman was slowly, ever more slowly, moving with gentle, almost rhythmic movements. The driver dozed, and it seemed that even the horse was walking while sleeping. From the high sun, towards the zenith, a radiance equal, melancholy, descended. The spots withdrew their shadows. A profound silence and a burning drowsiness permeated the vast landscape, and Anania seemed to be melting in reality, to become one and the same thing with that sleepy panorama, that bright yet sad sky. Yes, he was sleepy, and, as on the other occasion, he ended up closing his eyes and falling asleep childlike. "Aunt Grazia?" "Grandma 27, he called with an encore sleepy voice as he entered the widow's cottage. The Webbs and the children sat on the ground, silent, with their heads bowed. The woman was busy cooking. They had not a single piece of meat or bread. The shingles of the roof, and truce emperor of that place of legends, the long and empty black ghost of a shepherd boy, hung on the wall of the earth. "Aunt Grazia, where are you?" Anania called out, circling around. "Aunt Grazia, 17. Finally the widow returned, who had gone to draw water from a nearby well, with an ill-omened 28 on her head and the bucket in her hand. She was always the same, gaunt, pale-faced, surrounded by a rag of dirty cloth. The years had passed without aging that body beyond its already shriveled and worn-out state, from the emotional rigours of her distant youth. When Ananias saw her, he was moved. A stream of recollections rose from the depths of his soul. It seemed to him that he remembered a whole previous existence, that he re-experienced a spirit which had already dwelt in his body before the one which now animated it. "Buenos dias," she said, looking with admiration at the beautiful young man. "Put down the bucket first, then the mallet, slowly, always watching the stranger." But just as he smiled at her, asking, "Don't you recognize me, then?" Aunt Grazia exclaimed, and raised her arms, opening them wide to receive Anania's embrace, his kisses, his questions, and Swan. Where was he? Why had he become a monk? Was he coming to see her? Was he happy? And the eldest son? And the sons of the waxmaker? And this and that? And how was life spent in Foni during those 15 years? And who was the prefect? And could you make a trip to Monte Gennargentu tomorrow? "My dear son," she began, coming around. "Ah, how you find my house, naked and sad as an abandoned nest. Sit down, then. Wash yourself. Here is pure water, fresh, true pure silver. Wash yourself, drink, rest. I'll now prepare a treat for you. Oh, don't refuse, child of my bowels. Don't refuse. Don't humiliate me. To feed you I would give you my heart. But you take what I can offer you. See, now dry yourself, my soul. How great and beautiful you are! They say that you must marry a rich and beautiful young woman. Oh, that girl wasn't stupid. But why didn't you write to me before coming? Ah, dear son, at least you have not forgotten the old abandoned one. But Swan, Anania insisted, washing himself with the fresh water of the bucket. The widow became gloomy. She said, "Well, don't tell me. He made me suffer so much. It would have been better if he had followed the example of his father. Well, no, let's not talk about it. He is not a man. He will be a saint, as they say, but he is not a man. If my husband were to lift his head from the tomb and see his son barefoot, with the cord, with the pack, beggar friar, and stupid, what would he ever say? Ah, he'd whip him for sure. Where is Giovanni now? In a distant convent, on top of a mountain. If only he had stayed in the Foni convent. No, it is destiny that everyone must abandon me. Even Fidele, the other son, has taken a wife and rarely remembers me. The nest is deserted, abandoned. The old eagle has seen her poor eaglets fly away, and will die alone. Alone. Come and live with me, said Anania. When I am a doctor, I will take you with me, grandmother. In what could I serve you? At least once I used to wash your eyes and cut your nails. Now instead you should do the same for me. You would tell stories. To me and my children. 108, I can't tell stories any more either, now. I've become completely senile. Time, see, has carried away my brain like the wind carries away snow from the mountains. Well, my little boy, eat. I have nothing else to offer you. Accept it gladly. Oh, this candle is yours. Where will you take it? To the Basilica, grandmother, in front of the image of Saints Proto and Januario. It comes from far away, grandmother. An old Sardinian woman who lives in Rome gave it to me. She also told me stories, but not as beautiful as yours. She lives in Rome. And how did she get there? Ah, I shall die without having seen Rome. After the modestest of meals, Anania sought the guide, with whom he arranged for the following day's ascent, up Gennargentu. Then he set out for the Basilica. In the old courtyard, under the great trees, whispering, on the weathered steps, in the ruined loggias, within the damp-smelling church like a tomb, everywhere silence and desolation. Anania laid the 0 of Aunt Varvara on a dusty altar, then looked at the primitive frescoes on the walls, the golden stuccos bathed in a melancholy light, the coarse figures of the Sardinian saints, and all the things that once had awed and terrified him, and he smiled. But his heart was filled with a languid sadness. Ritornato nel cortile vide, attraverso una finestra aperta, il cappello d'un carabiniere e un paio di stivali appesi al muro d'una cella. E nella memoria glisiono ancora l'aria della Gioconda. A te questo, Rosario. L'odore della sera gava nel cortile solitario, dove erano the children, fellow children of my childhood, the naked and wild birds, that once filled the church steps. Anania did not wish to see them again, but how sweetly he remembered the games played with them, while from the trees the dry leaves fell like wings of dead birds. A barefoot woman, with an amphora on her head, passed at the far end of the courtyard. Anania frowned, thinking he recognized his mother. Where was his mother? Why hadn't he dared to mention her to the widow? And why hadn't that woman mentioned her ungrateful guest? To escape the bitter memories, he went to the post office and sent a postcard illustrated to Margherita. Then he visited the rector, and as dusk fell, he walked along the road. That overlooked the vastness of the valleys. Seeing the women of Fontina going to the fountain, tight in their eccentric tunics, he thought back to his first dreams of love, when he wanted to be a shepherd, and Margherita a peasant girl, fine and elegant, though with the amphora on her head, similar to the figurine of one of the Pompeian stuccos. How distant the past was, and how different from the present. A wonderful sunset illuminated the horizon. It seemed an apocalyptic mirage. The clouds sketched a tragic landscape, a scorched plain crossed by golden lakes and pure of rivers, and against whose backdrop rose bronze mountains with ambrosial snow-caps, here and there torn by blazing clefts that seemed like caves' mouths, from which gushed golden streams of blood. A battle of giants fought within those aerial caves. The metal of the sun's intricate weapons glittered, and blood flowed in torrents, flooding the fiery plains of heaven. With a jumping heart of joy, Ananias remained absorbed in contemplation of the magnificent spectacle, until the evening shadows, vanquished the mirage, spread a purple tapestry over all things. Then he returned to the widow's house and sat down by the fire. Memories overwhelmed him. In the twilight, while the old woman was preparing dinner and talking in a weary voice, he was reviewing Zuan of the large ears, intent on roasting the chestnuts, and another silent, vague figure like a ghost. So they have killed all the Neuro's bandits? The old woman asked. But do you believe that it will take a long time before new companies arise here and there? You deceive yourself, my son. As long as men of fiery blood, able to good and evil, shall live, there will be outlaws. It is true that now they are so wicked, sometimes vileness, thieves, and contemptible. Ah, in the days of my husband it was different, you know. How brave they were then! Brave and beneficial. Once my husband met a woman who cried because other thoughts were passing through his mind. You hear, he said, as soon as the widow had finished telling the pitiable story of the woman who was weeping. Have you ever heard anything about my mother? Aunt Grazia was busy turning a small pancake and didn't answer. She knows something, thought Anania, frowning. And after a moment's silence, Aunt Grazia remarked, If you don't know anything about it, how can I possibly know something? And now, child, sit here in front of this chair and accept the kindness. Anania sat down in front of the basket that the widow had placed on top of a chair and started to pulve. Eat? No, she said, confiding in the old woman as she had never done with anyone before. For a long time I didn't know anything about her. Now, however, I believe to be on her tracks. After she abandoned me, she left Sardinia, and a man saw her in Rome, dressed as a lady. But did you really see her? Grazia's aunt asked with elation. Did you speak to her? Much more than that, replied Anania bitterly. He said he had spent some time with her. After that, we heard nothing more, but I, months ago, had the police search for her from the Questura, and I found out she lives in Rome under a false name. However, she has redemption, yes, redemption, and now she lives honestly working. Zia Grazia had come to sit in front of the chair, and as Anania spoke, she widened her dim eyes, leaned forward and shuddered, and opened her hands as though to collect his words. He calmed himself down, thinking about Mary Obinu. When he said she had improved, he felt a rush of joy, sure at that moment of not deluding himself by supposing that Mary and Ollie were the same person. "But are you sure? Are you absolutely sure?" the old woman asked, shocked. "Yes." "Yes, yea," he replied, imitating Margarita in pronouncing that happy and a little mocking. "Yes, I lived 2 months in her house." He drank a little wine, and, looking at it through the reddish light of the iron lamp, he tasted it, and finding that it was turbid, he covered his face with his old grey napkin. "I used this handkerchief on my face. But what have you done?" immediately cried out with a changed voice, revealing his slightly pale face. He saw the face of the widow, usually impassible and cadaveric, animate in an odd way, and after deep wonder express intense compassion, and he immediately realized that the object of this almost violent compassion was him. Suddenly the building of her dream was ruined. "Grandma! Aunt Grace!" she cried, trembling and nervously wringing the napkin as long as it would go. "Finish eating now. We'll talk later some." "Don't you like that wine?" But Anania glared at her with anger, sprang to his feet. "Talk!" he commanded her. "Oh, most holy Lord," grumbled Aunt Grazia, sighing and popping her lips, "what is it that you want me to say? Why don't you finish your dinner, Anania, dear son? We'll talk later." He no longer heard or saw anything. "Speak, speak! You know everything. So, tell me where she is. Is she alive or dead? Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? Where is she?" I repeated it at least 20 times, while he walked around the kitchen automatically, folding, explaining, ironing the tablecloth, putting it on his face, looking through the Oh, he seemed a little mad, but more irritated than upset. "Calm down," the old woman began to tell him. "Follow him? I thought you knew. Yes, she is alive, but she is not the woman who tricked you by pretending to be your mother. It wasn't her who tricked me, grandmother. I believed it. She doesn't even know that I supposed." "Ah, so it's not her?" she added in a low voice, with astonishment, as if until then she had been sure that Mary Obinu was her mother. "But speak!" she exclaimed then. "Why are you tying me up like this? Why didn't you tell me any more about her? Where is she?" "Where?" said the widow, always walking beside him. "But if she has never left Sardinia, in truth, I believe that you knew. I saw her this year in May. She came to Foni for the feast of the Saints' Martyrs, and had a minstrel, a young blind lover of hers. They had come on foot from a distant village, from Neomeli. She suffered from malaria fevers, and looked like an old woman of 60 years. When the feasts were over, the blind man, who had made much money, left Ollie to follow a procession of beggars going to another country fair. I know that in June and July she reaped in the tanks of Mamojada. The fever was destroying her. She lay long ill in the lodge, and is still there." Anania stopped, raised his face, and opened his arms in a desperate gesture. "And I have seen it," he shouted. "I have seen it. Lovista, Lovista." "Are you sure of what you tell me?" he then asked, fixing the widow. "Absolutely certain. Why would I lie to you? I saw at the window a feverish woman, yellow, earthy, with 2 cat eyes. Was it her? Are you sure?" "Absolutely certain, I tell you. She was definitely her. And I saw her," he repeated, and clasped his head in his hands, twisting it, torn by a violent anger against himself, which had so long, so stupidly deceived him. That had sought his mother beyond mountains and seas, while she dragged his misery and dishonour through the native island. That had been moved before such many foreign faces, and had not felt a thrill at sight of the beggar's face, the living misery, her mother, framed by the gloomy window-pane of the portcullis. What then was man? And the human heart? And life, intelligence, thought? Ah, yes. Now that these questions rose to his lips no longer idly, now that reality beat about him its funeral wings and rent the mists of illusion, he answered his question, and knew what man was, his heart, his life. Deception, deception, deception. At once Aunt Grazia took him by the arm and forced him to sit down. Then she crept up in front of him, squeezed his hand, and looked at him from top to bottom, pityingly. "My little boy," she said, "cry, cry. It will do you good. How cold you are!" Anania pulled his hand away from the bitter grip of the widow. "But who do you take me for?" he asked, offended. "I'm not a child. I am. Why do I have to weep? Yet it would do you good, son." "Ah, yes, I know how good it is to weep. How many times was I knocked at my door one night?" And a voice that seemed like death's told me, "Woman, don't wait any longer." I turned to stone. For hours and hours and hours I couldn't weep. It was the most awful time for me. It seemed to me that my heart, deep inside my chest, had turned into red-hot iron, and burned me from within, tore at it, my chest with its sharp point. But then the Lord granted me tears, which refreshed my pain as dew refreshes the sun-baked stones. "Son, we are born to suffer, and what is this pain of yours compared with all the other pains?" "But I do not suffer," he protested. I expected it, this blow. I even looked forward to coming here almost by a mysterious force. A voice told me, "Go, learn something." Certainly I felt a hit, a little surprise, but now it is past. "Do not worry yourself." But the widow looked at him. She saw his face pale and bruised, with his pallid lips clenched, and she shook her head. He went on, "But why hasn't anyone ever told me anything? Yet they must have known something. The coachman, for example, how could he possibly not know anything? Maybe. She was the only one who could have told you something. But no, she's afraid of you. When she came here for the party, with that wretched blind man whom she had brought, and then abandoned, no one here recognized her. She looked so old, so covered in rags, so stupefied by poverty and fever. As for you, didn't recognize her either. The blind man called her with a nasty nickname. Only to me she confided her true being. She told me her sad story, and begged me not to let you know anything about her ever. She's afraid of you. 112. Why is she afraid? She's afraid that you'll put her in prison because you abandoned her. She's also afraid of her brothers, who are railway inspectors in Iglesias. And her father? Anania asked, who had never thought about these relations of his. Oh, he is dead many years ago, cursing her, and only believes that it is this curse that has pursued her. Yes, she is the one who is mad. But what has she done all those years? How has she lived? Why didn't you work? He seemed again calm, and he asked his questions without curiosity, thinking about the consequences of this disastrous event. But when the widow lifted up a finger and said solemnly, "All is in God's hands, son. There is a terrible thread that drags us and pulls. Maybe my husband didn't want to work, and die on his bed, blessed by the Lord. Eppure così tua madre. Ella certo avrebbe voluto lavorare e vivere onestamente. Ma il filo l'ha tirata. Egli s'accese in volto e di nuovo contorse le dita e si sentì soffocare da un impeto di vergogna e di spasimo. Tutto è finito per me dunque? Singhiozzo. Che orrore, che orrore, che orrore, che onta. Ma raccontatemi dunque. Ditemi tutto. Come ha vissuto? I want to know everything, 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 everything you understand. I want to die of shame before even. Enough." She then shook her head, as if to drive away from herself any disturbance. "Tell me." Aunt Grazia looked at him with infinite compassion. She would have wanted to take him on her lap, rock him, sing him a childish lullaby, calm him down, and put him to sleep. Instead, she tormented him. "Well, then, may the will of God be done. We are born to suffer, and it is not for pain that one dies." Yet the widow tried, in some degree, to sweeten the bitter cup which God had placed in her hand for the unfortunate boy. She said, "I cannot tell you exactly how she lived, or what she did. So she knew after I had left, and did very well, because otherwise you would have never had a father, and would not have been as lucky as you are." "Aunt Grazia, don't make me angry," he interrupted impulsively. "Peace, patience," shouted the woman. "Don't deny the goodness of the Lord, my boy. If maybe you had finished with it too, if I had made you a beggar. A lazy brother. Let's not talk about it any more. Better to die than end like this." And your mother would follow the same path, because that was her fate. Even here, before leaving, do you think she led a holy life? No way. That was her fate too. She had had here in recent times a policeman lover, who was transferred to Neuromines a few days before your flight, after she had abandoned him. At least so the unfortunate one told me. She left for Neramines on foot, hiding during the day, walking at night, crossing half of Sardinia. He reached the Carabinieri, and their relationship continued for some months. He had promised to marry her, but instead he soon grew tired of her, mistreated and beat her, then abandoned her. She followed her fatal path. He told me, and wept. Poor thing! She wept so that the stones would move, that she always sought work, but could never find any. It's fate, I told you. The fate which robs certain unfortunate beings of work also robs others of reason, health, and goodness. Men and women rebel in vain. No, die, break, but follow the thread that pulls you. Enough? But recently she had reformed herself. She had married a blind minstrel, and they had lived for 2 years as husband and wife. She would take him around the country, to country fairs, from one place to another. They would usually walk, sometimes alone, sometimes with other wandering beggars. He was blind, but had a beautiful voice, and sang some poems he himself composed. Here, I remember, he sang The Death of the King, a poem that made people cry. The municipality gave him 20 lire. The rector invited him to lunch. In 3 days he collected more than 20 scudi. He was an absolute nuisance. He, too, promised to marry the ill-fated girl, but when he saw her sick and unable to carry on any longer, he left her, for fear that she might force him to spend money on her treatment. Here they set off together. They went to the feast of St. Elijah. There the hunchback beggar met a party of Campidanese beggars who were going to a rural festival in Gallura, and he went off with them, while the unfortunate woman was dying of fever in a shepherd's cottage. After, as I told you, feeling better, she wandered here and there, harvesting, gathering sheaves, until the fever knocked her out completely. The other day, however, she sent me to say that she was better. A shiver, unsuccessfully repressed, ran through all Anania's limbs. How much misery, how much shame, how much pain, and what divine and human iniquity in the story of the widow! No one of the bloody and sad tales that he had heard told in his childhood by the strange woman ever seemed to him more terrifying than this. No one had ever made him tremble as this. At once he remembered the thought that had come to him once in a long-forgotten sweet evening, in the silence of the pine forest, interrupted only by the song of a brigand. "Shepherd, has she also been in prison?" he asked. "Yes, I believe so, once." Certain objects were found in her house, which a friend of hers had taken from a country church, but she was released because she proved that she didn't even know what they were. "You're lying," said Anania with a gloomy voice. "Why don't you tell the whole truth? She's also been a thief." "Well, why not say it? Do you not care for me?" "Not even a little bit," she added, showing the tip of her pinky finger to him. "What nails, my lady!" the old woman exclaimed. "Why do you let your nails grow out like this?" He didn't respond, but instead leapt to his feet and began pacing back and forth, furious, grunting like a bull. The widow did not move, and after a few moments he became calm again. Stopping in front of the woman, he asked with a painful but resigned voice, "But why was I born? Why did they make me come into this world? See, I am now a ruined man. All my life is destroyed. I will not be able to continue my studies, and the woman whom I had to marry, and without whom I can no longer live, now will leave me. That is, I must leave her. But why? Does she not know who you are?" "Yes, she knows, but she believes that that woman is dead, or so far away that she no longer hears of her name even, and now, instead, she returns. How do you want a pure and delicate young woman to live near an infamous woman? But what are you going to do? Didn't you yourself say that you don't care about her? And what do you advise me?" What do I advise you?" "Let her go on her way," he replied ferociously. "Hasn't she abandoned herself? If you want, your bride will never encounter the unfortunate woman, and you yourself will never also. See her again?" Anania looked at her, on the one hand compassionate but also contemptuous. "You don't understand, you can't understand," he said. "Let go. Now we must think about how to get there. I have to go there tomorrow morning. You're crazy. You don't understand." They looked at each other, both disgusted and compassionate. Then they began to argue and almost fight. Anania wanted to leave immediately, or at the latest the next morning. The widow proposed to have Oli come to Foni without telling her the reason. "Since you insist, go ahead." I would let her be quiet. How she has walked so far, we'll walk from now on. Leave her alone. Send some help to her. Grandma, it seems that even you are afraid. How simple you are. I won't hurt her. I will take her with me. She will live with me, and I'll work for her. I want to do her good, not bad, because that's my duty. Yes, this is your duty. But after all, son, think, reflect. How are you going to live? How are you going to survive? Don't think about us. Come on, how will you do it? Don't think about us. Fine so. But I repeat to you that she has a crazy fear of you. And if you go to confront her like this, all at once, she is capable of doing some madness. And then let's make her come. Here. But immediately, tomorrow morning. Yes, immediately on the wings of a crow. How impatient you are, son of my bowels. Go and rest now, don't think about anything. Tonight at this time she will be here, make no doubt. Afterwards you can do whatever you like. Tomorrow you will climb Mount Gennargentu. I would say, rather than staying here until the next day. I will see. Now go. Go and rest, she repeated, gently pushing him. Even in the tiny room where he had slept with his mother, nothing had changed. Seeing the miserable bed, under which was a pile of potatoes still smelling of earth, he remembered Mary Obinu's bed and the illusions and dreams that had tormented him for so long. How childish I was, he thought bitterly, and I said I was a man. Ah, only now am I a man. Ah, only now has life opened its horrible gates to me. Yes, I am a man now, and I want to be a strong man. No, cowardly life, you shall not defeat me. No, monster, you shall not bring me down. You have pursued me, you have fought me all this time, with your face covered, coward, wretched, and only today, in this day long as a century, only today have you revealed your horrible face. But you won't defeat me. No, you won't defeat me. He opened the flapping shutters that were hanging on a wooden balcony, of which only the supports remained. He clung to them and leaned out. The night was crystal clear, cool, bright, and transparent, as mountain nights are at the end of summer. In the inexplicable silence that reigned, the sight of the nearby mountains and the vague lines of the distant mountains seemed more solemn and grand. To Anania, who was gazing almost at his feet on the deep valleys, it seemed that he was suspended above an abyss, and while the lines of distant mountains stirred in his heart, a strange sweetness, and seemed to him like immense verses written by the all-powerful hand of a divine poet on the celestial page of the horizon, the nearby black turquoise. Colossus of Monte Spada, protected by the formidable wall of Gennargentu, oppressed him, and he seemed to see the shadow of the monster to which he had just launched his hit. Challenge. I thought of Margherita distant, her Margherita, no longer hers, who at that hour was surely dreaming of him too, looking also at the horizon, and felt great pity for her, more than for himself, and sweet and bitter tears as honey rose to his eyes. But he repelled these tears, those tears as a treacherous enemy trying to defeat him. Treachery? I'll make you stay here at Aunt Grace's until I find my way, he said, his words almost inaudible. I will speak frankly to Mr. Carboni and Margherita. Here I'll tell them. Things are like this. I intend to keep my mother with me as soon as my position allows it. That is my duty, and I carry it out, come hell or high water. They will chase me away, as one chases an unholy beast. I won't delude myself. Then I will look for a job, and find it easily, and take the unfortunate one, and we will live together of misery. But I will pay my debts, and I will be a man. A man, he thought bitterly. Or a living corpse. He seemed to himself calm, cold, already dead to the joy of life, but at the bottom of his heart felt a cruel pride, a mad desire to fight foolishly, against fate, against society, and against himself. I wanted it myself, after all, thought. I knew this was how it would end. I let myself be drawn along by fate. Woe to me! I must pay for it all. I will. This illusion of courage kept him going all night, and even the next day, during his ascent of Mount Gennargentu. The day was sad, cloudy and misty, but without wind. He wanted to leave all the same, with hope, he said, that the weather would improve, but in reality to start giving himself a trial of firmness, courage, and indifferentism. What did it matter to him now about the mountains, horizons, or the whole world? But he wanted to do what he had set out to do. Only a moment before leaving, he hesitated. What if she's warned of my presence and still runs away? "And don't I take some time for this to happen?" The widow reassured him that she would make Ole come as soon as possible, and he left. The guide, on a strong and patient horse, proceeded on the steep paths, sometimes vanishing into the silver mist of distant silence, sometimes drawing himself up against the fair background of the path, like a figure painted with chalk on a grey canvas. Anania followed. Everything was fog around him and within him, but he could make out through that floating veil the cyclopean profile of Mount Sword, and within himself, among the mists that enveloped his soul, he saw this soul as he saw the mountain, great, immense, hard, monstrous. A tragic silence surrounded the travellers, interrupted only, at intervals, by the cry of the vultures. Strange shapes appeared here and there in the mist, on the rocky path, and the cry of the carnivorous birds seemed to be the wild voice of those mysterious forms, disturbed by the man's passage. Anania believed she was walking on clouds. Sometimes she felt a sense of emptiness, and to overcome her vertigo she had to look intensively at the path under the horse's gown. Feet, gazing at the moist and lustrous schist slabs and the small purple tufts of the rock, rose whose sharp fragrance perfumed the fog. Towards 9 o'clock, thankfully for the travellers, who at that hour were walking a narrow path cut into the immense back of Monte Spada, the fog thinned. Anania gave a cry of fog, admiration almost violently torn from the magnificent beauty of the landscape. The whole mountain appeared covered with a violet carpet of wild thyme in bloom, and beyond, the vision of deep valleys and high peaks towards which the travellers were advancing seemed, between the torn veil of the luminous mist, between the games of sun and shadow, under the turquoise sky painted with strange clouds that were slowly dispersing, a dream of an artist gone mad, a painting of incredible beauty. How great nature is, and how beautiful and how powerful, thought Anania, softening. In its immense heart all is pure. Ah, if we were here alone, the three of us, I, Margarita, and you, who would think of the impure things that separate us? A breath of hope went through his spirit. And if Margarita really loved him as much as she had shown in those last days, and if she would consent? With this wild hope in mind, he walked along the slope until he reached the foot of Mount Spade to start the ascent towards the highest peak of Gennargentu. A torrent ran at the foot of the valley between huge rocks and woods of yew trees, which a sudden gust of wind shook. In the deep silence of the place, mysterious, the murmur of the yew trees gave Anania a queer impression. He seemed to feel his hope animate all around things, and to see the trees tremble as if startled by some arcane joy. But at a sudden he fell into his gloomy thoughts, and a strange idea came to him, to become a hermit. If I were to hide myself on these mountains and live alone, feeding on herbs and birds, why cannot man live alone? Why cannot he tear himself free from the bonds that bind him to other men and strangle him? Zarathustra? Yes, but also he once wrote, "Oh, how lonely I am! I have no one to laugh with any more, no one who can console me gently." For 3 hours the ascent continued slowly and perilously. The sky cleared completely, and the wind blew. The schistous peaks shone in the sun, silver-lined against the azure infinity. The island unfurled its cerulean panoramas, drawn, with clear mountains, grey towns, shimmering lakes, and here and there frayed into the vaporous line of the sea. Every so often Anania would take a break, admire the view, follow the guide's directions, and look through the binoculars, but as soon as he tried to enjoy the sweetness of fate, magnificent panorama, pain would give him a jolt, like a tiger's paw, to pull him back into himself completely. Around noon they reached the summit of Bruncu Spina. As soon as he got off, Anania climbed up to the pile of schistous slabs of the trigonometric point, and threw himself to earth to escape the fury of the wind that assaulted him from all sides. Under his restless gaze, almost all the island spread out, with its blue mountains and silver sea, shone by the sun at zenith. Above his head the sky shone, azure, empty, and infinite as human thought. The wind roared furiously in the void, and its gusts swept Anania with wild fury. It seemed the fierce anger of a formidable beast that sought to drive all other beings from the aerial cavern where it intended to reign alone. Anania had resisted for a long time. The guide dragged herself alongside him, also jumping shod on the schistty plates, and began to point out the main mountains and countries, and the villages of the island. The wind tore words away and cut the breath from the two men. "Is that Nuoro?" Anania shouted. "Yes. The hill of Sant' Onofrio divides it in two. Yes, that's right. You can see it clearly. Peccato che questo vento sia così rabbioso. Va al diavolo. Vento maledetto, iolò la guida. Altrimenti si poteva mandare un saluto a Nuoro? Tanto oggi sembra vicina." Anania ripensò alla promessa fatta a Margherita. "From the highest peak in Sardinia I will send you a greeting. I will shout to the heavens your name and my love, how much I would like to shout it from the top of the world, so that all the earth remains amazed." And it seemed to him that the wind was carrying his heart away, beating against the granite giants of the Gennargentu. On his return he thought he would find his mother at the widow's house, and eagerly, after having left the horse with the coachman, he crossed the desolate country, and stopped in front of the black doorway of Aunt Grazia. The evening was sad. A strong wind was blowing through the rough, rocky lanes. The sky was pale. It seemed like autumn. Anania stood in silence, listening at the doorway. Silence. Through the creases he caught a glimpse of the red glow of a fire. Silence. 118, Anania came in and saw only the old woman, sitting on her usual stool, calm as a ghost. The coffee-pot was simmering on the hob, and for some time now a piece of sheet-meat, skewered on a wooden spit, had been dripping fat onto the hot, burning coals. "Grandma, so?" "Patience, golden jewel. I couldn't find a trustworthy person who could go there. My son isn't in the country." "But the carriage driver?" "Patience, I told you—" "Oh!" exclaimed the widow, standing up and laying down the spindle on the stool. "I just asked the carriage driver to tell her that she should come absolutely tomorrow. I said to him, 'Please ask her on my behalf to come, because I have important things to tell her that concern her.' You will not say that here is Anania Atonzu. Go, son. May God reward you for doing a charity work." "And he? And he?" "He has promised to bring her here by car." "She won't come." "You'll see she won't come," said Anania, troubled, "as long as she doesn't run away yet. I didn't go to see the doctor myself, but I'm still in time." And he wanted to leave immediately, but then he was easily persuaded to stay, and he waited. Another sad night passed. Despite the exhaustion that weakened his limbs, he slept very little. On that hard bed where he had been born sadly, and on which he would have liked to die that very night, the wind howled over the roof, with booms from a storm at sea, and its rumbling voice reminded Anania of his melancholy childhood, distant terrors, winter nights, of his mother who held him closer out of fear than love. No, she had not loved him. Why delude oneself? She had not loved him. But perhaps this had been the worst misfortune, and the inescapable loss of Oli. He felt it, he knew, and he felt a mortal sadness, sudden pity for her who was the victim of fate and men. If she had arrived that night, while the wind's voice awoke in Anania's heart outbreaks of terror and compassion, he would have received her with tenderness. But the night passed, and a day emerged that the wind rendered melancholy, and he spent hours that placed among the saddest and most restless of his life. During those hours he wandered through the alleys as driven by the wind, went into some houses, drank a lot of aquavit, returned to the widow, and sat next to the fire, assailed by shivers of fever and an acute nervous irritation. Even Aunt Grazia didn't find peace. She wandered up and down the house, and an hour before the coach arrived, she set out to go meet Oli. Before leaving, Anania prayed that he would remain calm. "Be careful, she is afraid of you. Go away, holy woman," he said with disdain. "I won't even look at her. I will only say a few words to her." More than an hour had passed. Anania recalled with bitterness the sweet hour he had spent waiting for Aunt Tatana, and while yearning for the arrival of Oli, the sad arrival that was to bring an end to his hide. Torments, a dark desire consumed him, that she would not arrive, that he would again flee, be gone for ever. "But she is also ill," he thought with melancholy comfort. "She will soon die," the widow returned, alone, anxious. "Shh, don't get angry," she said in a low voice, quickly. "He's coming. He's coming. It's here. I told him all of it. Shh, she's so terrified. Don't hurt her, son." She went out again, leaving the little door open, and the wind began to batter it, pushing, pulling, almost playing with it. Anania waited, pale, unconscious. Every time the door opened, the sun and wind would enter the kitchen, illuminating and agitating everything, then disappearing only to reappear immediately. For a minute or two, Anania followed the play of the sun and wind unwittingly, but at one point he grew irritated with the door and moved to close it, nervous and frowning in it. Anger. He appeared to the poor woman who advanced, trembling, timid, and ragged as a beggar. He looked at her. She looked at him. Fear and mistrust were in both eyes. No one of them thought even for a moment about extending their hand, nor about saluting. There was an entire world of pain and error between them, inexorably dividing them. Like two mortal enemies, Anania held the door firmly, leaning against it, all bathed in sun and wind, and followed with his eyes the miserable figure of Oli, while she, almost driven by Aunt Grace, advanced towards the fire. Yes, she was you. The pale and slender figure glimpsed through the black window of the toll-booth. In her yellow-grey face, the great bright eyes, faded by weakness and fear, seemed like those of a wild cat sick. As soon as she sat down, the widow had a magnificent idea. She left her guests alone. But Anania slammed the door and ran away, extremely angry, after Aunt Grazia. "Where are you going? Come back at once, or else I will go too," she said roughly, reaching the old woman on the step. Olu must have sensed the threat, for when Anania, the widow, returned to the kitchen, she was crying by the door, ready to leave. Blinded by shame and pain, Anania lunged at her, grabbed her by the arm, and pushed her against the wall, then slammed the door shut. "No!" he screamed, as the woman crouched on the floor, contracting into a ball and sobbing uncontrollably. "You will not leave any more. You will not take another step without my permission. Stay, weep as much as you like, but from here on you will not move any more. The happy times are over." Oli began to weep louder, quivering with a spasm of terror. But in the burst of his tears there rang out almost a frantic derision of Anania's last words, and he heard. And heard? And sudden shame that the monstrous words he had spoken heightened his fury. The woman's wails irritated him instead of moving him. All the instincts of the primitive, savage, and ferocious man vibrated in his quivering nerves. He felt them, but he didn't know how to control himself. Zia Grazia stared at him in astonishment, wondering if Oli was right to be afraid of him, and she shook her head, waved with both hands, frowned, ready to do anything to prevent a violent scene. But she didn't know what to say. She couldn't speak. That beautiful boy in fine clothes. He was more terrible than Orosale's shepherd with the horseman, more terrible than the bandits she had known on the mountain. She had imagined a very different scene. "Yes," he said, lowering his voice, and stopping in front of Oli, "your journeys are over. Let's talk a bit. It is pointless to cry. On the contrary, you must be happy, because you have found a good son who will repay you well for ill, so you should expect much good. From him. From here, you won't move any more until I order you to do so. Do you understand?" he repeated, raising his voice again and beating his hand on his chest. "Now I am the master. I am no longer the child of 7 years that you have vilely deceived and abandoned. I am no longer the wretched thing you have thrown away. Now I am a man. Do you understand? And I will defend myself. Yes, I will defend myself. I will, because until now all you have done is to offend me, kill me day by day, always betraying, always. By ruining me, you ruin me more and more, just as one destroys a house, a wall, stone by stone, like this." "He was acting out, pulling down a wall," she explained. He bent over, sweating, almost overwhelmed by genuine physical exertion. But then suddenly, looking at Oli, who was still crying, he felt his anger cool off and fade away. A chill came over him. Who was that woman who he defamed? That pile of rags, that dirty snail, that beggar, that soulless being? Could she understand what he told her? What she had done? And anyway, what could there be in common between him and that depraved creature? Was she really his mother, that one? And if so, what did it mean? What did it matter? Mother is not the woman who gives birth to a creature, fruit of an instant of pleasure, and then throws it in the middle of the road, in the bosom of a perfidious chance. That gave her life. No, that woman was not his mother. She was not a mother at all, even if unconsciously. He owed her nothing. Perhaps he had no right to reproach her for her mistakes, but he should not have sacrificed himself for her either. Her mother might have been Aunt Tatana, or Aunt Grazia, and maybe Maria Obinu, maybe Aunt Varvara, or drunken Nana, all of them, except the miserable creature who stood before him. I should have left her alone, really, as Aunt Grazia had advised, he thought to himself. Maybe it's better if she takes her own path. What does she matter to me? No, I don't care about her at all. Ollie kept on crying. Stop, he said coldly, but no longer angry, and since she cried harder, he turned to the widow and signalled her to comfort her and make her stop. Don't you see she's afraid? The widow murmured, coming close to him. Come on, he then said, slapping one hand on Ollie's shoulders. Stop it, child. Be brave, be patient. It is no use crying. He will not devour you in the end. After all, he is a son of your bowels. Come. Now take a little coffee, and then you will talk better. Please you, my child. Ananias, go a little out, then you will reason better. Go out, golden gem. He did not move, but Ollie was calm somewhat, and when Aunt Grace brought her coffee, she took the cup trembling and drank it greedily, looking around with eyes 121 still, scared, suspicious, yet crossed with bursts of pleasure. She was a voracious drinker of coffee, like almost all the old women of Sardinia, and Anania, who had inherited a little bit of this passion, looked at her and studied her, becoming perfectly conscious again, and he seemed to see a wild and timid beast, a hare picking grapes in the vine, trembling for the pleasure of the meal and for fear of them being caught. Do you want some more? Asked Aunt Grace, bending over and speaking to Ollie as a child. Yes? No? If you want some more, just let me know. Here's more porridge, and get up. Come on. Wash your eyes. Be quiet. Did you hear? Sue, daughter? Ollie got up, helped by the old woman, and went straight to the water trough where she used to wash herself 20 years ago. She wanted to clean the jug, then washed herself and dried herself with the patchwork cloth. Her lips trembled. A few hiccups still inflated her chest. Her red and puffy eyes, enormous on her small face, escaped the cold gaze of Anania. He looked at the tattered smock and thought, I'll have to make her a coat soon. She's really filthy. I still have 60 lire from the lessons I gave in Nuoro. I did well to give those extra classes. I'll find more. I'll also sell the books. Yes, I need to clothe and shoe her immediately. She'll probably be hungry too. Almost guessing his thoughts, Aunt Grace said to Ollie, Are you hungry? Tell me if you're hungry, he said. Don't be ashamed. Who is ashamed? Who is ashamed? Suffers? You're hungry? No, replied Ollie with a hoarse voice. Anania was troubled to hear that voice. It was still the same voice from long ago. Yes, distant, her voice. Yes, that woman was her. She was her, the mother, the only one, the true, the only mother. She was the flesh of his flesh, the sick organ, the writhing viscera that tortured him, yet from which he could not sever himself without giving up life. Well, then, sit here, said Aunt Grazia, bringing 2 stools to the fire. Sit here, my child, and you, my jewel. Both of you sit and talk. She made Oliver sit down, and pretended to do the same with Anania, but he shook himself off violently. Let me go, then. I'm not a child, I told you. Besides, he went on, walking back and forth in the kitchen, there's little to be said. I've already said what I had to say. You will stay here until I tell you otherwise. You will now buy her some shoes and a dress. I'll give you the money. But we will talk about that later. In the meantime, and he raised his voice, to indicate that he was addressing Ole, you answer, what? What do you answer then? Believing that he was talking to the widow, Ole did not reply. Have you heard? She said to Aunt Grazia with a gentle voice. What do you answer? Me? She asked in a low voice. Yes, you. I. Nothing. Do you owe anything? Asked Anania, to the tax collector. No. He's kept everything I had. He has not taken anything from me. 122, what did you have? The silver buttons on my shirt, the new shoes, and 12 lire in silver. What do you earn now? Nothing. As you can see, 29, I told you. I'm writing you a letter, she said, touching her apron. Her voice was dark, cavernous. Do you have any papers? What? "Some papers," Grazia Aunt explained. "Yes, the birth certificate. Yes, the birth certificate," she replied, touching her chest. "I have it here. Show me." She pulled out a yellowed, oil-stained, sweat-soaked piece of paper, while Anania thought bitterly about the searches and inquiries he had made to discover if Mary Obinu possessed revealing papers. Zia Grazia's took the letter and gave it to him. He unfolded it, read it, and returned it. "Why did you get this?" he asked. "To marry me with Celestino." "The blind," explained the widow, adding in a murmur, "That vile filth." Anania glared, and continued to walk up and down the kitchen. The wind hissed incessantly around the cottage. From the cracks in the roof some strips of sun fell, drawing fantastic gold coins on the black floor. Anania was walking along, automatically stepping on the coins, as he had done when he was a child. He wondered what else there was for him to do, and it seemed to him that he had already accomplished a part of his serious task. "Now I'll call out their Aunt Grace," he thought, "and give her the money so that she can buy clothes and shoes for herself and feed herself. Then I'll leave and see. There's nothing left for me to do here. It's all done, it's all done," she repeated to herself with infinite sadness. "It's all over." He remembered sitting beside his mother and asking her how she had lived through it, of addressing to her just one word of kindness and forgiveness, but he couldn't, no matter how much he tried. The very sight of her disgusted him. It seemed to him that she smelled it, and in fact she exuded that peculiar, disgusting odour typical of Althorpe. Beggars, and he could hardly wait to leave, to escape from, before his eyes, that painful sight. Yet something kept him back. He felt that the scene could not end so soon after a few sentences. He thought that Ollie might, perhaps between his fear and shame, be glad to have Shane, a beautiful, strong, civilized son, and in his disgust, in his pain, he also felt a mean comfort telling himself, "At least she is not impudent. Perhaps she can still be redeemed. She is unconscious, but not impudent. She won't rebel." But she did rebel. "Yes," he began again, after a long silence, "you will stay here until I've sorted my affairs out. Uncle Grazia will buy the clothes and shoes." The raucous, bitter voice boomed. "I don't want anything." "I know. How not?" he asked, coming to a sharp halt in front of the fire. 123 I won't stay, c'è cosa?" gridò lui, sporgendosi in avanti con i pugni stretti e gli occhi sparati. "Spiegatevi meglio." "Ah, quindi non era tutto finito. Lei osava?" "Perché osava?" "Ah, lei dunque non capiva che suo figlio aveva sofferto e lottato durante tutta la sua vita per raggiungere uno scopo, that of withdrawing her from the path of guilt and vagabondage, even sacrificing for her all his future. Why now she dared to rebel against him, why she still wanted to flee from him. He did not understand that he would prevent her from doing this, even at the cost of a crime. "Explain yourself," he repeated, barely viaggiando su Arabia. He stood there, listening, quivering, elated, digging his pointed nails into the palms of his hands, while his face contorted from moment to moment under the pressure of an unnamed pain. Aunt Grazia was gazing at him too, ready to hurl herself upon him if he dared touch Ole. Among the 3 wild creatures gathered around the fire, a flame from a toothpick rose and twinkled blue-grey. "It seemed to be crying. Listen to crying," said Ole, cheering up. "Don't get angry, for your anger is now useless. The harm has been done, and nothing can repair it any more. You can kill me, but you will not benefit from it. The only thing you can do is to stop worrying about me. I can't stay here. I'll leave, and you won't hear any more of my news." "Well, imagine that we've never met." "Where are you going?" asked the widow. I told him those same things, but he doesn't understand the reason. There would be a way. Stay here instead of wandering about. We won't say who you are, and he'll live tranquilly as if you were far away." "Why, poor you, if you go away from here, where will you go?" "Where God wants." "God?" Anania cried out, giving himself hard punches in the chest. "God now commands you to obey me. Do not even dare to repeat that you do not want to stay here." "Don't dare," he said, as if in a fit. "Do you think I'm joking, maybe?" "Don't dare to move a step without my order. Otherwise I will be able to do anything. For your own good," she insisted. "At least listen to me. Don't be cruel with me while you are indulgent with your father, with that wretched who is my ruination." "She is right," said the widow. "Shut up," commanded Ananias. Ollie took even more courage. "I now don't know how to speak, because misfortunes have made me stupid. But I only ask one thing. Wouldn't I gain everything by staying here? If I want to leave, is it not for your good? Answer." "Ah, he doesn't even listen to me," she said then, addressing the widow. Anania was walking back and forth in the kitchen as usual. It seemed he didn't really hear Ollie's words, but at once he woke up and shouted, "I am listening," Shimikle. "Shimikle?" replied 124. "Why then do you want me to stay here? Let me go my way, just as I once did you harm. Now let me do you good. Let me go. I don't want to be an obstacle to you. Let me go, for your own good." "No," he repeated. "Let me go, I implore you. I am still good for work. You will know nothing of me any more. I shall disappear like the leaf carried away by the wind." And he turned round and round. A terrible temptation lurked in him. Let her go. For a minute he felt a wild joy shine in his soul at the thought that everything could be considered as a bad dream. One word, and the dream would vanish and sweet reality. But then he felt ashamed of himself. His anger grew. His shout echoed once again in the gloomy kitchen. "No, you're a beast," murmured Ole. "You are not a Christian. You are a beast who bites his own flesh. Let me go, God's child. Let me go, little beast," confirmed Aunt Grazia, as Ole was silent and seemed defeated. "Is it necessary to shout like that? No, no, no. If they hear, they will think there is a wild bull locked up here. Are these the things that they taught you at school?" "At school they taught me this and other things," he said, his voice lowering to a hoarse whisper. "They taught me that man should not allow himself to be dishonored, even if it costs him his life. But you can't understand certain things. Finally, let's get to the point, and keep quiet, both of you. I don't understand." "I understand perfectly well," protested the old woman. "Grandmother, you really understand. Remember—" "But enough, enough," he cried, waving his hands, tired and nauseous. The words of the old woman had touched him. He returned to consciousness, remembered that he always considered himself a superior being, and wanted to end the painful and vulgar scene. "Enough," he repeated to himself, letting himself fall seated in a corner of the kitchen and taking his head between his hands. "I said no, enough. Now you're done," he added with a broken voice. But Ollie realized quite well that it was instead time to fight. She was no longer afraid, and dared everything. "Listen," he said in a humble voice, ever more humble. "Why do you want to ruin yourself?" "My son?" "Yes." She had the courage to say so, and he didn't object. "I know all. You have to marry a beautiful and rich girl. If she finds out that you don't deny me, she will reject you, and she is right, because a rose cannot stand next to a dump. Do it for her. Let me go. She will always believe that I no longer exist. She is an innocent soul. Why should she suffer? I'll go far away. I will change name. I will disappear, carried away by the wind. Enough of what I did you involuntarily. Yes, involuntarily, my son. I don't want to hurt you any more. No. Ah, how a mother can do harm to her son. Let me go." He felt like shouting. "Yet you have done nothing but hurt me." But he won. What good would it have done to shout? It was useless and indecent. No, he did not want any more 125 to shout. Alone, with his head always pressed between his hands, with a voice at the same time lamenting and angry, continued to answer, "No, no, no." Deep down he felt that Ollie was right, and he understood that she truly wanted to leave in order not to make him unhappy. However, the very idea that at that moment she was kinder and more aware of him annoyed him and made her odious to him. She had changed. Her eyes, lit up by love and supplication, looked at him. When she repeated, "Let me go," her voice trembled, and her whole face expressed an unspeakable sadness. Perhaps a sweet dream, which had never before brightened the horror of her existence, was now touching her soul, to stay, to live for him, finally to find peace. But from the depths of her primitive soul, a sense of good, the spark that even lies in the silt, pushed her not to pay attention to that dream. A hunger for sacrifice devoured her, and Ananias understood this, and finally felt that she wanted in her own way to carry out her duty, as he wanted to carry out his in his own way. But he was the stronger, and wanted, and had to win by any means, even with force, even with the necessary cruelty of a doctor who opens the flesh with iron to cure the patient. At once she threw herself to the ground. She began crying again, begging, shouting. "Anania always said no. What shall I do then?" she sobbed. "My lady, what shall I do? They will have to abandon you by trickery in order to force-feed you good things. Yes, I'll leave you. I'll go away. You are not my master. I don't know who you are. I am free. Imina Andro." He raised his face and looked at her. He was no longer angry, but his cold eyes and sallow face, suddenly aging, were frightening. "Feel," he said in a steady voice, "let's end this. Everything is decided, and there is no room for further discussion. You will not move an inch without my knowledge. You do well to remember my words, as if they were the words of one who is dead. If I have so far borne with dishonour your shameful life, it was because I could not prevent it, and because I hoped to put an end to such an outrage. But from now on things will be different. If you dare to leave this place, I will follow you, kill you, and then kill myself. I don't care any more about living." Ollie looked at him with terror. In that moment he was very much like Uncle Michele, the father, who had chased her away from the toll. Booth, the same cold eyes, the same calm and terrible face, the same cavernous voice, the same inexorable accent. Nay, it was a fright to see the ghost of the old man rising up to punish her, and she heard the horror of death around her. She said no more words, but curled up on the ground, trembling with fear and despair. A sad night fell upon the desolate village from the wind. Anania, who could not find a horse to leave immediately, had to spend the night in Foni, and he slept a restless sleep, like the sleep of a condemned man on the first night. After sentence? 126. The widow and Ollie sat by the fire for a long time. Ollie had chills from the fever. His teeth chattered. He dozed and groaned. Come on, distant night. The wind howled overhead. Above the kitchen, watched over by the scrawny black figure of the bandit, and the widow spun, in the dim light of the fire, impassive and pale as a ghost. But this time she did not tell her guest the tales of her husband, nor dared to comfort her. Only here and there she pleaded unsuccessfully for her to go to bed. "I'll go if you're kind to me," he finally said. "Only speak. Ask him whether he still has the recipe that I gave him the day we fled from here, and beg him to show it to me." The old woman promised, and Ollie got up. She was trembling all over, and yawned so much that her jaws creaked. The whole night she hallucinated, scorched by fever. Now and then she would ask for the Rosetta and complain childishly, because Aunt Grazia, lying down next to her, would not. Grazia, lying down next to her, would not. Get up and go to Anania to ask him for it. A doubt crossed her mind in delirium, that Anania was not her son. No, he was too cruel and heartless. She, who had been the victim of all, couldn't convince herself that her son should torture her more than others. In his madness he told Aunt Grazia that he had attached that little bag to Anania's neck so that he could recognize him when he grew up and was rich. I wanted to go see him one day, old Odie, with my stick. Done, done. I knocked on her door. I am the Virgin Mary transformed into a beggar. The servants laughed and called their master. "Old woman, what do you want? I know that you have a little bag like this and like that. I know who gave it to you. If today you have so many tanks, servants, and oxen, is because of that poor soul who is now reduced to 7 ounces of dust. Goodbye, forgive the poor soul. Servants, mark this old woman who can guess everything. She is Our Lady of Sorrows. Ah, the little one I want. That young man isn't him. The Rosetta. At dawn, Aunt Grazia entered Anania and told him everything. Ah, he said with a bitter smile, I wanted this too. She should doubt. I'll show you. If I am, son, don't go astray. At least content her in this small thing, pleaded Aunt Grazia. But I don't have that little bag any more. I've thrown it away. If I find it again, I'll send it to you. Aunt Grazia also insisted on knowing the outcome of Anania's conversation with his fiancée. If she really loves you, she will be glad of your good deed, she said to him, to comfort him. She won't reject you, even if you tell her that you don't deny your mother. Ah, true love does not look at the world's prejudices. I loved my husband madly when all of fear. The rest of the world despised him. We'll see, said Ananias sadly. I will write to you. For goodness sake, don't write to me, Gold Jewel. I can't read, you know, and I don't want to let anyone know about your business. Rather send me a sign. He promised to please the old woman. But when will you come back? I don't know. Not for a while, certainly. As soon as I have sorted out my business affairs. He left without seeing Ollie again, and infinite anguish oppressed him. The journey seemed endless to him, and although a faint thread of hope guided him, he would never have wanted to arrive in Nuoro. She loves me, he thought. Perhaps she loved my grandfather, as her grandmother had loved her husband. Her family will despise me. They'll chase me away. But she'll say to me, I'll wait for you. I'll always love you. Yes, but what can I promise her? My future is now. Ruined, he thought. Another unconfessable hope in his heart, that Ollie would run away again. He did not dare express this hope to himself, but felt it keenly, and he was ashamed of it, and calculated all its folly, but could not dispel it. In the moment when he had cried, I will kill you and myself, he was sincere. But now it seemed to him that everything had been an awful dream, and in revisiting the road, and the landscapes which 3 days before he had crossed with so much joy in his heart, and on approaching Nuoro, the sense of reality acutely constricted him. As soon as he arrived, he looked for the little bag, and out of a superstition, since he believed that predicted things don't happen, he wrapped it in a red handkerchief. But then he thought that the sad events of those days he had always waited for and foreseen, and he got angry at his childishness. Besides, why must I send the little bag? Why should I please her? Said to himself, throwing the package against the wall. But immediately he picked it up again, thinking, for Aunt Grazia, at 4 I go to Mr. Carboni and tell him everything. She decided then, it must be finished today. We must be men. And now sleep. He still had the roar of the wind in his ears. He remembered the cold of the night he had spent at Foni, and felt a strange impression. He thought that he had fallen into a rocky abyss, among desolate, tall mountains that drowned the short horizon. Distant memories rose from the depths of his soul. Feverish. Nights in Rome, the din of the wind on Brunco Spina, a poem by Lenau. I Masnadieri in the Tavern of the Plain. The song of the shepherd who had passed through a little road, that night when Aunt Tatana asked for Margherita's hand. But in the background of his imagination, the widow's kitchen always rose up, with its black coat and empty sleeve as a symbol, with the figure of Ollie, with her great wild cat. Eyes. What pain and what sadness did those eyes now cause him? So he stayed long, without being able to sleep, but with his eyes stubbornly closed, immersed in a dark torpor. At once he thought of death, wondering that this thought had not yet crossed his mind. Nothing is more certain than death, and yet we torment ourselves for things that inevitably pass. All will be over, we all shall die. Why suffer so? And if at 4 o'clock I were to commit suicide? Yes. For some time the impression of the end froze him all over. It passed, but left him with such a dreadful oppression that he felt the need to shake himself free of it. Only then did he realize that, although he thought he was caught in the depths of the blackest despair, he was still hoping. Margherita! Margherita! I'll talk to you tonight. She will tell me to say nothing to her father, to wait, to pretend. No, I don't want to be a coward. I want to be a man. At 4 o'clock I'll be at Mr. Carboni's. Indeed, at 4 in the afternoon he passed in front of Margherita's door, but he couldn't stop. He couldn't knock on it. He passed on, dejected, thinking that he would return later, but convinced, after all, that he would never be able to have the talk with his godfather. 2 days and 2 nights passed thus, in a vain battle of shifting thoughts like agitated waves. Nothing appeared to have changed in her life and habits. He had resumed his lessons for the students on vacation, read, ate, walked under the windows of Margherita, and, looking at her, gazed at her ardently. But at night Aunt Tatana could hear him walking about the room, going down into the courtyard, coming back, wandering. He seemed to be an unhappy soul, and the good old woman believed he was ill. What was he waiting for? What did he hope for? The day after his return, when he saw a man from Foni walking down the lane, he turned pale. Yes, he was expecting something terrible, news that she had gone away again, and he knew very well her cowardice, but at the same time was ready to carry out his threat. "I will follow you, I will follow you, I will kill you, I will kill myself." In certain moments he seemed to think that nothing was true. In the widow's house there was only the old woman with her coat and legends. Nothing else, nothing else. The second night after his return he heard Aunt Tatana tell a fairy tale to a child from the neighborhood. The fleeing woman fled, throwing out nails that multiplied, covered all the plain. Uncle Orko was chasing after her, pursuing her, but he couldn't catch up, because the nails cut into his feet. What an unsettling pleasure that fairy tale had caused Anania as a child, especially in the first days following his abandonment. That night he dreamed that the man from Daci had brought him the news. She had run away. He was chasing after her, through a plain covered with nails. Here she is, there at the horizon. Soon he will reach her and kill her, but he is afraid, Because she is not Ollie, she is the Mandriano who ran past, while Aunt Tatana was with Mr. Carbony. Anania runs, the nails do not sting him, yet he would like to be stung. Ollie, transformed into a madman, he sings the verses of Leno, the Masnadieri at the inn of the desert. And behold, he is about to reach her and kill her, and a chill of death freezes him all. She woke up, covered in cold sweat, deadly. His heart no longer beat, and he burst into a violent cry of anguish. The third day Margarita, amazed that he didn't write, invited him to the usual meeting. He went, told about the trip, submitted himself to her caresses, as a traveller submits himself to the caresses of the wind, under the shade of a tree on the edge of the path. But he couldn't say a single word about the gloomy secret that devoured him. September 18th, 2 a.m. 1:29 Margarita. I have just returned home after running wildly through the streets. I seem to be going mad at any moment, and it is even this fear that drives me to tell you, after a long, undescribable indecision, the pain that kills me. But I want to be brief. Margarita, do you know who I am? I am the son of guilt, abandoned by a mother more unfortunate than guilty. I was born under a terrible star, and must atone for sins not mine. Unaware of my sad fate, driven by destiny, I dragged with me into the abyss from which I shall never emerge the creature whom I loved above all creatures on earth. You? Forgive me, this is my biggest pain, the terrible remorse that will torment me for the rest of my life if I live. You feel. My mother is alive. After an existence of guilt and pain, she has risen before me like a ghost. She is miserable, sick, aged by grief and privation. My duty, you yourself say to yourself at this moment, is to redeem her. I have decided to join her, to work for supporting her, to sacrifice life itself, if necessary, to carry out my duty. Margarita, what else can I tell you? In this moment, I have felt the need to open my whole soul to you, like a storm-tossed sea, and I have never felt lacking in words as I do at this crucial hour of my life. Even reason itself has abandoned me. I still taste the scent of your kisses on my lips, and tremble with passion and anguish. Margarita, my life is in your hands. Have mercy on me, and also on yourself. Be as good as I have always dreamed you to be. Think that life is short, and that the only reality of life is love, and that no man on earth will love you as I love you and as I will love. Do not trample our happiness for human prejudices, for those prejudices that envious men invented to make themselves and others mutually unhappy. You are good. You are superior. Tell me at least one word of hope for the future, but that which I say, I become mad. Forgive me, and remember that, whatever happens, I will always be yours for eternity. Write to me soon. 19 September, Anania. Your letter seems to me like a beautiful dream. Also, I don't find words to express myself. Come you will this night, at the usual hour, and we shall decide together our fate. I am the one who must say, my life is in your hands. Come, I await you eagerly. 19th September, Margarita. Your little note has frozen my heart. I feel that my destiny has already been decided, but a thread of hope still guides me. No, I cannot come. Even if I wanted to, I could not come. I won't come if you don't first say a word of hope to me. Then I'll run to you 130 to kneel at your feet, and thank you and worship you as a saint. But now, no, I can't, and I don't want to. What I wrote to you last night is my irrevocable decision. Write to me, don't let me die in this terrible wait. Your most wretched A. September 19th, midnight in Narnia. My Nino, I have waited until this moment, throbbing with pain and love, but you haven't come. You may never come again, and I write to you at your attitude. This blessed hour of our meetings, with death in my heart and tears in my eyes that are not yet weary of weeping. The moon has set down upon the clouded sky. The night is melancholy and almost sad, and I think that all creation mourns for the misfortune that weighs down our love. Why did you deceive me, Anania? I knew indeed, as you say, what you are, and I loved you the more because I am above human prejudices, because I wanted to recompense you for the injustices that fate had planned against you, and chiefly because I believed that even you were superior to prejudice and had placed in me all your life. Instead, I have deceived myself. Or rather, it was you who deceived me by concealing from me your true feelings. I always believed that you knew that your mother was alive, and that you knew where she lived and what kind of life she led. But I was sure that you, having abandoned her so shamefully, no longer cared about a mother who had betrayed you, your misfortune and dishonor, and that you considered her as dead for you and for all. Not only that, but I was sure that if she dared to approach you, as indeed too did happen, you would not even have bothered to look at her, and instead, in place of you now, drive away the one who has long loved and will always love you, to sacrifice your life and honor to the one who abandoned you, the child unaware, to the faith, one who would have killed or left you in a forest, in a desert, just to be rid of you. But it is no use for me to write these things to you, because you understand them better than I, and it is useless for you to continue to deceive me and call up feelings that I cannot have, since you do not have them either. Because, see, I understand very well that you want to sacrifice yourself not out of affection, and neither for generosity, because probably you justifiably hate the woman who was your ruin, but driven by those human prejudices invented by men in order to make themselves unhappily exchangeable. Yes, you want to sacrifice yourself for the world. You want to ruin yourself and ruin those who love you, just for the vanity of hearing. You've done your duty. You are a boy, and your dream is dangerous, but also, allow me to tell you, ridiculous. People will praise you knowing this, yes, but in the end they will laugh at your simplicity. Anania, return to yourself, be kind to me, and to you, as you say, and above all be a man. No, I don't say that you should abandon your mother, weak and unfortunate, as she has abandoned you. No, we will help her. We will work for her if necessary, but let her stay, away from us, so that she does not interfere with our lives with her presence. Never, never! Why should I deceive you, Anania? I cannot even remotely admit the possibility of living together with her. Oh, no. It would be a dreadful life, a never-ending tragedy. It is better to die once than to die slowly of bitterness and disgust. I never loved that wretched woman. Now I pity her, but I cannot love her, and I implore you not to insist on your foolish plan if you do not want me to hate her even more than before 1,000 times. This is my final decision. Yes, help her, but keep her away, so I never see her again, and may the world where we will live ignore that she exists. Do you think that she, too, perhaps, will be happier far away from you, whose presence would cause her constant remorse? You say that she is aged by pain, by privations, miserable and sick, but who's to blame if not herself? For you and even for her it is better that she should be in that state. So she will stop wandering and no longer dishonor you, but that, after having insulted you when she was healthy and young, she does not make a weapon of misery and weakness to demand the sacrifice of your happiness. No, this is impossible. You must never allow it, unless you love me more and seize the opportunity to. But no, nor do I even want to doubt you, your loyalty, and your love. Anania, return to yourself, I repeat. Do not be wicked and cruel towards me, who gave you all my dreams, all my youth, all my future, while you wish to be generous with those who hated and ruined you. Have mercy. See, I cry, I implore you too, that I would like to see happy as always dream. Remember all our love, our first kiss, the promises, the dreams, the plans, everything remembers. Make it so that all this does not resolve into a fist of ashes. Make me do not die of pain. Make yourself do not have to regret your crazy proceed. If you do not want to listen to my advice, question honest people, godly people, and God will tell you what your true duty is. They will all tell you not to be ungrateful or evil. Remember, Anania, remember, even last night you told me that from the peak of Argentu you shouted out your love, proclaiming it eternal. So you were lying. Did you lie last night too? And why? Why do you treat me so cruelly? What have I done to deserve so much pain? Can it be that you don't remember how I've always loved you? Do you remember a certain evening when I was standing by the window and you threw me a flower after having kissed it? I keep that flower to adorn my wedding dress. And I say keep because I am sure you will be my beloved groom, that you will not wish to kill your Margarita and your sonnet. Remind you that we will be so happy in our little house, just the two of us with our love and our duty. Tell me that it was all a tormenting dream. Tell me that reason has returned to you, and that you regret having made me suffer. Tomorrow night, or rather tonight, since it's already past midnight, I'll be waiting for you. Don't be late. Come, my beloved. Come, my delightful love. My dear husband, come. I'll be waiting for you like a flower awaits dew after a day of hot sunshine. Come, revive me, make me kelp. Come, my beloved. My lips, now wet with bitter tears, will rest on your beloved mouth as— No, no, said Anania, wringing the letter without reading the last lines. I won't go. You are wicked, wicked, wicked. I'll die, but you will never see me again. With the sheets crumpled in his fist, he threw himself on the bed and hid his face on the pillow, biting it and struggling to suppress the sobs that swelled his throat. A tremor of passion ran all through him from the toes to the nape. The invocations of Margarita gave him a bitter desire for her kisses, and he fought savagely for a long time against the mad need to reread the letter right to the end. But little by little he became aware of himself and of what he felt. He seemed to have seen Margarita naked, and felt for her a delusive love, and such a deep loathing, that it destroyed the very love. How low she was, low down to shamelessness, low and deliberately so. The deity, wrapped in majesty and kindness, had unravelled her golden veils flowed, and she appeared naked, imbued with selfishness and cruelty. The silent Minerva opened her lips. To curse, the symbol opened up, cracked like a fruit, rosy on the outside, black and poisonous within. But the greatest torment for Anania was to think that she had guessed his most secret feelings, and that she was right, especially right to reproach him with the deception he had used on her, and to demand from him the fulfillment of his duties of gratitude and love. It's over, he thought. It had to end this way. He got up and read the letter again. Every word offended, disgusted, and humbled him. Margarita, therefore, had loved him out of compassion, even though she thought he was as base as she was herself. She may have hoped to make him a complaisant servant, a humble husband. Or perhaps she hadn't thought about any of this at all, but she had only loved him by instinct, for he had been the first to kiss her, the only one to speak to her of love. She has no soul, thought the unfortunate man. When I was deliring, when I soared to the stars, and exalted myself with superhuman feelings, she remained silent, because within her soul there was only emptiness, and I revered her silence, which seemed divine to me. She spoke only when her senses woke up, and now she speaks since she is threatened by the vulgar danger of my abandonment. She has neither soul nor heart, not one word of compassion, not even the shame to at least disguise her selfishness. And then how clever she is! Her letter is copied and recopied, though it reveals her coarse ignorance. How many facts! They seem like hammers ready to smash my skull. The last lines, moreover, are a masterpiece. She knew already, before writing them, the effect they would produce. She is older than me. She knows me perfectly, while I am just starting to know her. Now she wants to lure me into the meeting, because she's sure that if I go there I get drunk and become a disgrace. Deception, deception, deception! How I despise it now! Not a good word, no generous impulse, nothing, nothing. Ah, what anger! She wrapped the bag up again in her handkerchief and sent it to Aunt Grace. "All's well that ends well," she kept repeating every moment. And so he seemed to be walking in the void, among cold clouds, like on the Gennargentu, but now in vain. He looked down, around him. There was no way out. Everything was fog, vertigo, fear. During the day he thought 100 times about suicide. He found out if he could show up right away for exams to become a primary school teacher or a municipal secretary. He went to the inn, and between his arms, the beautiful Agata, already engaged to Antonino, kissed her on the lips. Chords of hate and love for Margherita ran through his soul. The more he read the letter, the more she seemed perfidious to him. The further away she was, the more he loved her and desired her. Kissing Agatha, he remembered the violent impression that the kiss of the beautiful peasant had made on him a day. Even then Margherita was so far from him, a world of poetry, and mystery divided them. And this very world, fallen, still divided them. "What's wrong?" Agatha asked, letting himself be kissed. "Are you arguing with her?" "Why are you kissing me? Because I like? Why are you so foul?" she said, laughing. "If you like women that way, you can go to Rebecca." "But if Margherita finds out—" "Shh," he said, getting angry. "Don't even utter her name." "Why?" asked Agata, coldly malicious. "Aren't you going to make her your wife? Is she any different from us? She's a woman like us. Why are we poor? Kiss her, then, if she will be rich too. If she had been sure of that, maybe she would have kept you at a distance forever, as long as she found a better party than you." "If you don't stop it, I'll beat you up," he said furiously, but the insinuation of Agata made his feelings grow. Now he believed Margherita capable of anything. He lay down in the evening with a fever, determined not to get up the next day so that Margherita would know he was sick and suffer because of it. He got as far as imagining a secret visit from her, and thinking about the scene that would follow, he trembled with sweetness. But all at once this dream seemed to him what it really was, a childishly sentimental one, and he felt ashamed. So he got up and left. At the usual hour she found herself in front of Margherita's door. It was she herself who opened it. They embraced each other, and both began to cry. But as soon as Margherita started to speak, he felt an irresistible disgust for her, then a sense of coldness. No, he didn't love her any more, nor did he desire her any longer. He got up and left without saying a word. When he reached the end of the street, he turned back, leaned against the gate, and called, "Margherita!" But the gate remained closed. September 21, 34. Your behavior last night finally revealed your character and feelings to me. I would consider it useless to tell you that everything is over between us, and that our relationship is irretrievably broken, if you didn't take my silence as a sign of humble waiting. Adieu, therefore, and for always. M.P.S. I wish to have my letters back again. I will return yours to you. Neuro, 20th September. Dear Uncle, I wanted to come to see you in person, to tell you what I am going to write to you here, that at this moment I receive from Foni the news that my mother is very seriously ill there, and I must leave immediately. And so this is what I wanted to tell you. Your daughter warns me that she is withdrawing her promise of marriage, made without consent. Margherita will explain better, if she has not already done so, the reason for this decision, which I fully accept. Our characters are too different for us to get along. Luckily, we've had time to make this sad discovery, which, though it makes us unhappy now, prevents a mistake that could have led to the disaster of whole life. Her daughter will surely be as lucky as she deserves, and she will meet a man worthy of her. No one wishes her more happiness than I do. I will follow my destiny. Ah, dear godfather, rereading this letter of mine, after the explanations that your daughter will give you, don't accuse me of ingratitude and pride. No, whatever happens, may I remain free, or I do not wish to carry out the most serious duties towards an unhappy mother. I consider myself as having broken every relationship between me and your family. Yet in my heart I will always retain, until my last breath, gratitude, and above all reverence for you. In this painful hour of my life, as events push me to despair of everything and everyone, especially myself, your figure, godfather, your honest and good figure, still guides me, as it did from the very first day I met you, and it still makes me believe in the goodness of humanity. and her kindness owes me the duty of continuing to live, while the light of life is missing around me. I don't know anything else to tell you. But the future will better demonstrate my feelings to her, and I hope it won't allow her to regret having done me good. Is always most grateful, Anania Atonsu. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Anania had already set out for Phone on an old horse blind in one eye. In truth, it did not go as well as the occasion required. But alas, why conceal it? Anania was not in a hurry, though the coachman, through whom Aunt Grazia had sent news of Oliver's serious state, he will despise me, she thought, and he will give reason too. His daughter, when she tells him about my strange demands. Yes, any woman would have acted as she did. I was wrong, but with any woman I would also have acted as I did with her. Then he thought back to the last lines of his letter. They will make a good impression. Perhaps I should have added that the fault is all mine, but that I could not act otherwise. No, they cannot understand me, nor can they ever forgive me. It's all over. And suddenly he felt a surge of joy, remembering that his mother was dying. But he then tried to abhor himself. I am just a small monster, he thought. But his joy was so profound and cruel that the very words small monster seemed funny to him, and they made him laugh out loud. After a moment, however, he did really feel disgusted with what he felt. She is dying, he thought, and I am killing her. She dies of fear, of remorse, of pain. Yes, I saw her the other day bend over, shrink away, eyes filled with despair. My words have wounded her like stings. What a filthy thing is the human heart! Here I rejoice in my murder, and enjoy as a prisoner who regains his freedom after killing a prisoner, while I accuse of cowardice Margarita, and despise her, because she sincerely says that she cannot love a lost woman. I am much more vile, 100 times more vile than she is. But can I feel any differently? What whirlwind of terrifying contradictions! What wicked force drags and twists the human soul! And why, even if we understand and abhor this power, can't we conquer it? The God who rules the universe is evil, a monstrous God who lives within us like lightning in the air. And who knows, perhaps while I rejoice at the probable death of that wretched person, this infernal power that oppresses and mocks us will improve the unfortunate, and make him well for my punishment. This thought again filled him with sadness, and he felt horror at his sadness as he had felt horror at his joy. But he could neither vanquish nor endure either. As the sun set, it enveloped him as he climbed from Mamojada to Phone. A veil of sweetness lay over the vast rosy landscape. The shadows that gently stretched across the coast. Golden straw patch gave an impression of sleeping people, and the pink mountains melted into the rosy sky, where the moon already showed its pearl-like claw. Anania began to feel less bad. His soul also rose towards a misty and pure landscape. Once I believed I was good, he thought. Deception, always deception. Thinking of her, I exalted myself as when I thought of Margarita. It seemed to me that I loved her and could redeem her, thus making my existence useful. Instead, I killed her. What will I do now? What will I make of my freedom, of my miserable tranquillity? I will never be happy again. I shall no longer believe either in others or in myself. Now, yes, now I understand what man is. A vain flame that passes through life and incinerates everything it touches, and dies out when it has nothing left to destroy. Passing under a tree, he stopped the horse to contemplate a piece of landscape, which seemed like a symbolic painting. The mountains had turned purple. A long cloud of the same color obscured the horizon high up. Between the cloud and the mountains, the sky was gold, and a big crimson sun without rays. At that moment, for some reason, Anania felt good and sad. She came to wish for her mother's recovery. She seemed to feel an infinite pity for her, and the beautiful childhood dream of a life of sacrifice entirely dedicated to thee. Redemption of the unhappy shone in her soul, great and melancholy as that dying sun. But at once he realized that he was only dreaming for himself, because now he had nothing else left, and compared his late generosity to a bent rainbow above a devastated, plain, useless brilliance. What will I do? He repeated in despair. I won't love any more. I won't believe any more. The romance of my life is over. Finita at 20, when for others the novels begin. He arrived in Foni, which was already night. The new moon was setting on the clear sky, splattered by the black outlines of the rustics' roofs. The air was fresh, fragrant. One could hear distinctly the tinkling of goats. Returning from pasture, the clopping of horses' hoofs and barks of dogs, and Anania thought about Suan, and remembered his distant childhood as he had not during his first visit to Foni. Her arrival at the widow's house drew many curious heads to the windows, to the little doors, to the wooden shutters of the adjacent houses. They were waiting for her. A mysterious murmuring arose around her, and she felt herself enveloped in it, and seemed that a heavy net was drawing her down into an abyss of thought. Darkness, she must be dead, thought to himself as he got down from the old horse which remained motionless. Aunt Grazia appeared immediately at the little door, with a torch in her hand. She was more cadaverous than usual, with red eyes sunk in a large, livid circle. Anania looked at her uneasily. "How is it?" he asked, trying to make his voice despairing. "Ah, it's fine." "She has finished her earthly punishment," replied the old woman, with tragic solemnity. Anania realized that his mother had died. He didn't get too depressed about it, but he did not either feel any relief. God! But why didn't you warn me? At what time did she die? Can I at least see her? Asked, with partial genuine and partial false anxiety, entering the kitchen lit by a large fire. Sitting next to the hearth, he noticed a peasant who looked like an Egyptian priest, pale-skinned, with a long jet-black square beard and two large black eyes wide open. The strange man, holding a huge black rosary between his hands, glared ferociously at Anania, who noticed and began to feel a mysterious unease. A terrible idea flashed before his mind's eye. She remembered the awkward air of the coachman who had brought her the news of her mother's serious illness. She thought back at a few days before Ollie had been suffering, but not ill, and realized they were trying to hide something from him. Meanwhile, the widow, who had remained near the door, said to the peasant, "Fide, look after the horse. See, there is straw there. Hurry up. 137. When did she die?" asked Anania, addressing the peasant as well, whose large black eyes surrounded his face in a most strange manner. At 2:00 came a deep bass voice. "At 2:00? That's when I heard of it myself." "Ah, why didn't you warn me ahead of time? What could you do?" observed the widow, who was always looking at the horse. "Come on, faithful son," he added with some impatience. "Why not warn me?" repeated Anania, with a lamenting voice, bending himself automatically to take off the spur. "But what did it get?" "But the doctor, then? God, my God, I didn't know anything. Now I'll go see her." She advanced towards the staircase, but Aunt Grace, always holding a light in her hand, chased after him and grabbed his arm. "What is it, son?" "But what do you want to see?" "A corpse," she cried, almost frightened. Then he became deeply upset. Grandmother, do you think I'm afraid?" "Let's go." "All right, let's go. Wait," she said, and preceded him up the wooden staircase. Her deformed shadow quivered on the wall, stretching out to the roof. In front of the door of the bedroom, where the dead woman lay, Aunt Grazia hesitated, then pressed her arm again, and noticed that the old woman was shaking, and for some reason he too felt a chill run down his spine. "Fidio," she said, in a low voice, almost whispering. "Don't be afraid." He turned pale. The thought that had been tormenting him for a moment, twisted and hideous as fear. Trembling shadows on the walls took shape and filled his soul with terror. "What is it?" he cried. Guessing, he shouted twice, and it seemed to him that his hair rose on his head, and he felt the sound of his voice reverberating in the gloomy silence of his household. The hut! But he soon mastered himself and pushed open the door. On the bed where he had slept, he saw the corpse of Oli, outlined by the sheet that covered him. Through the open shutters the fresh air of evening entered, and the flickering flame of a candle that was burning next to the bed seemed to want to fly away, to flee into the night scented. A blood-stained black object wrapped around the neck, passing under the chin and over the ears, and tying itself between the thick black hair of the dead woman. In this tragic circle her face was drawn as grey, with the mouth still contorted by spasms. Through the large, clenched eyelids, the vitreous line of the eyes could be seen. Anania immediately realized that Ollie had cut her own carotid artery. Hit with blood spots, he covered the dead woman's face, leaving only her hair exposed, which tangled at the top of the pillow. His eyes were filled with fear, and his mouth twisted quite a bit, almost imitating the spasmodic contraction of Ollie's mouth. "Oh, God! Oh, God! What horror! What horror!" he said, desperately entwining his fingers and shaking his hands. "Blood! She spattered blood everywhere. And how did she do it? How could she? How did she manage to do this? How did she cut her throat? Oh, the horror! What a mistake mine was! God! God! No, Aunt Grazia, don't close your eyes. I'm choking. It was me who told you to kill yourself." "Ah!" he gasped, without tears, choked by a surge of remorse and horror. "She died desperate," he said later, "and I didn't say a single word of comfort to her. After all, she was my mother, and she suffered in giving me life. And I killed her, and I'm still alive." But in that moment, facing the terrible mystery of death, he had felt all the greatness and value of life. To live. It was not enough to just live, move about, feel the fragrant breeze murmur in the serene night. To be happy, life, the most beautiful and sublime thing that an eternal and infinite will could create. And so he lived, and he owed his life to the miserable creature now standing before him, motionless and deprived of this supreme good, because had he ever thought of it? Ah, he had never understood the value of life, for he had never seen at close quarters the horror and emptiness of death, and so she, all alone, had reserved for herself the task of revealing to him, with the pain of her death, the supreme glory of life. She, at the cost of her own life, made him come into being a second time, and this new life was incommensurably greater than the first. As a veil came down before his eyes, he saw all the baseness of his passions, of his hates, and of his past pains. He had suffered because his mother had sinned, because she had abandoned herself to guilt. How stupid was it all the same? What did all this matter? What difference did these shades make in the grand picture of life? It was enough that Ollie had made him alive, because for him she had been the most worthy of the creatures, the mother, and he should love her and be grateful to her. He moaned again, but through his pain he felt the joy of life growing ever stronger. Yes, he was suffering, so he was living. The widow approached him, took his hands in hers, clutched them tightly, comforted him, encouraged him, then begged him to leave. "No, don't worry yourself. She's dead because it had to be. You have done your duty, and perhaps she too did hers, though the Lord gave us life as a penalty, making us live. Let's go down." "She was still young," said Ananias, somewhat calmer now, looking at the dead woman's black hair. "No, I am not afraid, Aunt Grazia. Wait. Stay for a moment. How old was she?" 38. "Tell me," he then asked, "what time did she die? How did she do it? Tell me everything. Was the prefect there? Come on. I'll tell you everything. Come with me," Aunt Grazia repeated as she headed for the door. But he didn't move. He kept looking at the dead woman's hair, wondering that it was so black and thick, and he would have liked to cover it with a sheet, that he felt a strange fear about going near the body again. 139. The widow returned to the bed, covered her hair, and took Ananias by the hand and dragged him out. He turned around to look at the table that was leaned against the wall at the foot of the bed. Then, when they were outside, he sat down on a step of the stairs. The widow put down the lamp on the floor, sat too on the step, and began to tell a long story, of which Anania always kept in mind these sad fragments. She would always say, again and again, "Oh, I shall go away, you'll see. I shall go away, even if he doesn't want me to. I hurt him enough, my dear Grazia. Now I have to free him from me so that he no longer feels my name. I will abandon him again, now that I would not want to leave him any more. I will abandon him again, to atone for the guilt of the first abandonment." She made the knife click, which she always carried with her. When we received the little bag inside the coloured handkerchief, she turned pale. Then she tore the bag open and cried, "Yes, she cut her throat. Yes, this morning at 6, while I was at the fountain. When I returned, I found her in a pool of blood. She was still alive, with eyes horribly wide open. All justice. The brigadier, The judge, the chancellor, invaded the house. Ah, it seemed like hell. The people gathered in the street. The women cried like children. The judge confiscated the knife, stared at me with terrible eyes, and asked if I had threatened your mother. Then I saw that he, too, had tears in his eyes. She lived almost up to noon. Torment for all. Son, do you know if in my life I've seen terrible things? But none like this. No, one doesn't die of pain and compassion, because today I haven't died. Oh, I will be born, she concluded, crying. Anania felt an inexplicable distress at the sight of that strange woman who seemed to have had her pain frozen for a long time. But he, who had been crying out of love into chaos, I'll Pies, that I have perished, that I have at fearful. At arms of Margherita, the night before, couldn't cry out of remorse and distress. Now and then a convulsive hiccup tightened his throat. He rose and begged the widow to let him go back into the room for a moment. "I want to see one thing," he said, his voice quivering like that of a child. The widow took up the lamp again, reopened the door, let Anania through, and waited. So sad and black she was, with that old iron lantern in her hand. She seemed like the figure of death waiting on guard. Anania crept forward on her toes to the little table, upon which she had noticed her bag, torn, laid upon a glass dish. Before touching it, she looked almost with suspicion at it, then took it up and emptied it out. From it came out a little yellow pebble, and ashes burned with the time. Ashes! Anania had long felt the small black lump with both hands, that perhaps was the remnant of some love memory of her mother. The ash she had long placed on her chest, feeling her deepest pulses. In that moment of his life, which he still did not fully comprehend, when he felt the solemn significance of everything around him, that little pile of ash seemed to him symbol of the 140 destiny. Yes, all was ashes, life, death, man, even the very destiny which produced it. And yet, in that supreme hour, watched over by the figure of the old, fatal woman who seemed like death herself waiting, and before the bare form of the most miserable of human beings, who, after having done and suffered evil in all its forms, had died for the good of others, he remembered that among the ashes often lurks the spark, seed of the bright and purifying flame, and he hoped and loved life still. Fine note. One Oli Rosalia. 2 mark the bushes, that is, tie them with a ribbon so that no one touches them. 3 accusorgios, hidden treasures. 4 Bardana da Gualdana, a brigandage enterprise where many armed criminals would gather to assault a farm, house, or to steal livestock, and commit other crimes. 5 Capo di Sopra, head of the village, the province of Sassari. 6 to the blessed, to the desert, to the dead. 7 Scanjo, Skegi. 8 beautiful forest cuckoo. Tell me what time it is. 9 beautiful sea cuckoo. Tell me how many more years it will take for me to get married. 10 beautiful gorse cuckoo. How many more years will it take for me to have a child? 11 sisterly cuckoo. How many more years until I die? 12 the Rosetta. These Sacchetto amulets contain either charms or prayers written on a small piece of paper, or herbs and flowers gathered on St. John's Eve, or pieces of charcoal, ash, fragments of the true cross, etc. 13 you want to take your horns out of your pocket and put them on your head, local expression, to make a scene to one's detriment. 14 don't take the biggest share for yourself, local expression, to be offended when you are in the wrong. 15 Sargatu, the cat. 16 every living person carries head lice, and you who are telling me have one that walks on your collar. 17 Ascusa a hiding place containing a treasure. 18 Maria Iskoronka, a derogatory nickname meaning witch or something similar. 19 a suite of orange rinds, almonds and honey. It is the orange blossom, with which perhaps the primitive Sardinian has wanted to imitate or reproduce the honeycomb, of which really the orange blossom takes the form, the colour and also a little substance. 20 oh my love, my dear. 21 your hands are dry, may your hands be well. 22 good night, to sleep. 23 I will call you a Nan of Sardi traditions. 24 patio, the courtyard, or rather a sort of raised platform that surrounds almost all Nures. 25 servicing the king, the jail, 26 USCU, USCU, a call to shoo away cats. 27 Nonna, godmother. 28 Malune, cork container. 29 As you see me, you write it to me. Local expression, I have nothing else but what I am wearing.